Good morning, everybody. It's me, the Queen Bee Evangelist Edgy B, and I am honored to be here with you this morning as we kick off our 24-hour fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. God is good, and His mercy is just everlasting. The things that he allows us to go through and experience just needs to be shared with the world. And that's one of the reasons I'm doing this telethon today, because there are people that live with and have lost their lives to sickle cell. And those things that they have experienced and their families have experienced need to be shared, not only to spread awareness, but to give God glory, to give him glory. So we are here today with you live until 10 p.m. We ask you to like, share. We ask you to visit Levi Long on Facebook and make your donation. Make your donation. The donation options are scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And throughout the day, we'll be thanking those that have showed their support. Right now, I am honored to introduce to some and present to others the founder, the visionary, the CEO, the director, the driving force of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Kiana is a jewel in my life, and I know she will be in yours too. So let's get ready to welcome Kiana to the stage. Kiana, honey, thank you so much for being here this morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good morning.
I know you had a long night last night. Just barely. So stand still. Your connection's a little fuzzy. So stand still. Let's see if we can catch you. There you go. That's a little better.
Good morning.
Good morning, dear. How was your night last night?
Last night it was lengthy, but it was awesome. It was amazing. Amazing.
Okay, tell us some of the highlights.
Okay. So people came in, people came in so that they can see, what Levi Long Sickle Cell Association was doing last night, and to have their family recognized in the form of being honored and remembered. So we remembered those that were here with us and they're not here with us anymore because they passed away from being in this fight of sickle cell. And we honored those that are still here. And our youngest one in the building, a baby that was honored, that's 1 soul. And if you look on my timeline, you will see, if you look on Kiana Diane Long Hardred, Kiana Long Hardred, or even the Sickle Cell Association timeline, you will see that beautiful baby dressed in her all black. And she literally was in the hospital. She had her first crisis last week.
Oh my God. Well, I will be sure to download those pictures and get them posted as we go throughout the day. Now, tell us real quick where you headed to this morning.
So today is the last day of Sickle Cell Awareness Month, and there is a Sickle Cell and Health Disparity Community Day in at Ormond Beach Recreational Center. So I will be there. I will have information about sickle cell traits and anemia. I will have information pamphlets. I will possibly do a presentation of sickle cell education to the community this morning. And so that's where I'll be this morning.
Okay, well, I'm going to pray that you have traveling mercy. You let me know when you're ready to pop back in, because I know you have guests and obligations today, and we're going to do our best to spread awareness and raise funds while you're out and about today. Okay, See you back here in a little bit. Thanks, Kiana. Thanks. Talk to you later. That is the founder, and I love her story. I love the way she shares her story, and we're going to let's start with an oldie but goodie. Okay, let's start with an episode from a show that has since retired. It was called So What's the Problem? And the host was Laretha Simon. And Laretha interviewed Kiana a bit ago. And we're going to play that for you in just a little bit, because it gives you some insight into why Kiana is so passionate, why she's so driven, and why she's out and about during her own broadcast, during her own show. It'll also give me a chance to get some tea. I'm trying to keep my voice to hold up throughout the day. I'm recovering from some upper respiratory COVID pneumonia type stuff. So y'all keep me in prayer. If anybody wants to come on and share your testimony about sickle cell or ask questions, please feel free to send a text to 407-914-6519. We'll have more information for you in just a little bit. But now we want to bring in this episode so that you can learn more about the heart of Kiana. Now, I see we have a question that has come in right now, so I'm going to hold off from sharing that. The question is, why does Levi Long Sickle Cell Association need a car? That's a very good question, and I pray that I answer it successfully. When Kiana gets a call from a patient that is in crisis, many times that patient does not have transportation to get to the hospital. And what Kiana does is she'll take her personal funds for gas. She'll take her personal vehicle and she'll go pick up that person, take them to the hospital, and advocate for them while they are there, to talk to the medical providers, to say who she is and show her credentials, and to say this patient is in crisis and this is what they need. The only way that I can explain it is if you are in excruciating pain, if you've ever broken a bone or had something internal going on and you were in so much pain it was just difficult to speak. I was recently hospitalized, and I was reminded that every person that comes in the room to care for you asks you the same questions. What's your name? What's your birthday? What are you in here for? What prescription medication is it? Are you taking? And, sometimes you're frustrated. You're like, well, did you read my chart when you came in? Do you even know who I am? What? And I understand medical providers, nurses, praise God for nurses. They've helped to educate me a little bit. Shout out to author Avalon Brown. They say that this is a way to be sure that you're alert, that you're present in the situation, that you understand what kind of care you're getting. There's a method to that madness. However, when you're in pain, sometimes it helps if you have somebody else there who can speak up and say, listen, this is who they are. This is who I am. This is what they need. Can you comply? And that's what Kiana does in the Kiana Mobile. Okay. In her own personal car. that she has to upkeep. She has to make the payments in, and she has to keep the insurance on it. So if Levi Long, Sickle Cell Association, who is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and she'll tell you more about that later, if they had a vehicle that could sustain itself, even a van, then she could pick up the patient and their family members and take them versus just one patient at a time. She could help transport. I heard her at one point say that, can you imagine somebody having to take the bus or an Uber to get to where they got to go? And they're in pain. They're in crisis. I don't want to take an Uber or the bus to go get to the dentist, much less if I'm in pain. And so Levi Long, Sickle Cell definitely needs their own vehicle so that they can do the things that they are called to do. Just like today, she says she's running to this place, that place. She's going to interview some people and talk to some. That's her own personal vehicle. And when that's worn down, how's she going to do these things? So I know that the UAW in Detroit, Michigan, Ohio, I know y'all are on strike, and I know things are looking different right now for car dealerships. But if you know a dealer that would donate a vehicle, she has certification that says she can raise $1 million for sickle cell. It's a have to. It's a beautiful thing. And I know I've got some more text messages that have come in. I got some more questions, but in lieu of opening the show today with a prayer, we're going to start with a music video that you would normally see weekdays from 6 to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This one is an artist out of the West Coast that graduated from Full Sail over here in Florida, East Coast. The name of the song is Miracles, Signs, and Wonders. And that's what we're claiming today, that we will not only raise enough for Levi Long to get their own transportation vehicle, but we will raise enough so that Kiana can continue to visit Black colleges and universities with sickle cell testing kits to test students so that they know their trait, to educate students, and to keep this going. So here's the artist known as Day with Miracles, Signs, and Wonders.
Miracles, miracles, signs and wonders. Miracles, miracles. Yo, they gon' follow me. I've been on my P's and Q's, I paid my dues, even when I had no following. These demons bothered me, had me all in my feelings, thinking I won't achieve my dreams, but they all lied to me. Now they all bow to me. Call out the name of Jesus and they run trembling. They know I mean business and it's my Father's G. Yes, I speak honestly. They want no part of me. They got no heart, they weak. I walk in my authority. Miracles, miracles, signs and wonders. Miracles, 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 miracles. You'll be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel Him? Can you hear Him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. Draw close to God and He'll draw close to you. His word is true. Take my hand cause I am living proof. He loves you through it all, He's here to comfort you. He knows the truth and truth is He made you beautiful. Devil, you loose these people now cause I am through with you. The blood of Jesus, I'm pleading, now you gon' follow suit. And you gon' leave here right now, Satan, the Lord rebuke you. Lift up your hands here right now, receive the truth, His love abide in you too. You'll be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel Him? Can you hear Him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. So be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel Him? Can you hear Him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. Miracles, 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 signs and wonders. Miracles, 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 miracles. Yo, they gon' follow me. So they gon' follow me. Miracles, signs and wonders. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Miracles, miracles, miracles.
Not All Meets the Eye, written by Samuel A. Jackson. Order a copy of this book by author Samuel A. Jackson. His daughter is asking many people to buy her daddy's book on Amazon the end of August 2023. It is guaranteed to stir your heart with a message written from the glory of God. Endorsed by Pastor. You are cordially invited. You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordial.
Hey. Yeah. Hey. Agabalena. Know that the game not so major. I'm in a new season. I like my chicken with seasoning. I'm black and Filipino. I believe in Jesus. Living my life through the pieces. Go double tap on my racing. Put you in shock like a seizure. Other rappers give you amnesia. Spread the word till you like measles. Holy Spirit that me so lethal. I kill them all but it's legal. Purse for the souls need a needle. Rolling down the block two-seater. Dream through traffic in a beamer. God got grace, I ain't even need it. Holla at my brother cause he need a reason. Why you say grace if you don't really mean it? I ain't with a snake, that was back in Eden. Food on your plate, well you better eat it. Put it all to waste, you will never see it. Life is but a breath and you can't repeat it. I do what I say or it ain't even. Get my hair did so it stay even. Haters tryna kill the vibe but stay cheesing. You ain't with the gang, go ahead and leave it. One way team and it's all I'm needed. Let me switch up. Catch me outside. Holla at your brother cause he see me on the side. He been looking at me cause I seem to be his type. If he ain't really better, tell him not to waste my time. Agabalena. Know that the game not so major. I'm in a new season. I like my chicken with seasoning. I'm black and Filipino. I believe in Jesus. Living my life through the pieces. Go double tap on my racing. I was just made with a gift. Didn't know that I would spit. Could never do nothing like this, and now I'm running this race where I fit. Look, I don't even care about looking funny. Everybody worry about following the trend. Let me go ahead and blow your mind. You can get a second deal, you can take it all in. Y'all don't even know me, dude. Yeah, I said my name, but I'm awfully rude. Now I'm just playing. Anybody know me, know I'm sweet like a lamb. And I'm bad. Looking in the mirror like, wow. Look at my style. Stunning on these haters like, ouch. I got bigger, better goals, finna come up on me, and he already put me to the top. I've been put up on a certain path, only God knows if I'll ever be the one to stop. I was born in 98, 20 years straight, and I'm just getting started like I'm on a date. Got a lot of work ahead, so I gotta put it all together like I'm running out of tape. Satisfied, that's a true feeling that I really like. But that don't mean I'm really gonna compromise. I just know I gotta get ahead in life, sorry, gotta run a light. Anything that's not for the good, gotta curve right. And if you ain't with my team, better step aside. I can never fall for another type of life. Agabalena, know that the game not so major. I'm in a new season. I like my chicken with seasoning. I'm black and Filipino. I believe in Jesus. Living my life through the pieces. Go double tap on my racing.
Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The way, truth, and life, Jesus Christ. God came in the flesh once he comes again. How long will his people keep rejecting him? How much more does he have to endure while y'all testing him? Why don't you rest in him? Why you keep wrestling with my angel set? You better just repent, there ain't that much time left. And I don't wanna see you go down that road, you know it leads to death. There's so many on they wait, why don't you change directions? Let the word of God be your GPS, and he will show you the way. Call on his name and be saved. I ain't saying that it's gonna be easy. Matter of fact, it might be just as hard, but at least you'll have God on your side when it comes time. For what? You don't know this is war, and before you know, it's gonna all be over. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is serious now that you feeling me. Yeah, I'ma speak the truth. It's about to hit you like 100 proof, and the spirit's proof. Ain't that enough for you? How about his love for you? Y'all acting too cool, he shed his blood for you. See you too comfortable, this shouldn't be old news. Yeah, he made me brand new, and so I can't keep doing what I was doing like it's all good. I see it just won't do, because he lives in me, just like he lives in you. Jesus, I gotta live for you, so I ain't doing what I want to. Yo, I'm doing what I got to, and you ain't gonna stop me. What you think I'ma stop now? Dude, he's on top now. You just a Christ hater, you better stop hating. I keep on patiently waiting, cause I'ma take it from Satan. You better watch what you're saying to me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The devil think he's slick, and you know he really is. Slick enough that he can trick 95% of Christians I know don't even know they rolling with him like they was homies. Meanwhile, Christ is the one they claiming to represent, but he the one that's getting left out the game while they busy picking devils on their team. Can't believe what I've been seeing. They don't wanna hear it, but they gon' feel it when it all flip. Don't say I didn't tell it like it is, and still I won't quit. I'ma keep on going till I can't no more. Till I'm down on that cross and it's finished, I'ma let y'all know what the saith the Lord. And you can call it what you want, but I just really wanna know who's really down for the cause, ready to die for the Lord. Is it about what you want? Is it about what he's done? This ain't about just hanging out and having fun. You must be kidding me. How many more gotta die for y'all to see he came to live in me? Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Hello there. Welcome to another episode of So What's the Problem TV show. And I'd like to thank Jay Cable. Thank you so much, Jay Cable, for that musical interlude. And prior to you hearing that soulful Jay Cable, you heard Bar T, who's the other half of Angie B and Bar T Productions. Tonight's show is going to center around sickle cell. Sickle cell is a disease. And in order to support our local sickle cell advocate, her name is Kiana Griffin, we are going to have a telethon. The reason that we're having that telethon is going to be explained to you by Kiana Griffin. So if you're ready, Kiana is backstage, and we're so thrilled that she was able to take time out of her busy schedule. When I say busy, I mean Kiana Griffin is busy. She is gainfully employed, she has a family, and she travels to 4 counties stressing her sickle cell advocacy. So if you have questions tonight for Kiana Griffin, please text them to 407 914 6519. All right, are you ready, Kiana Griffin?
Hello, everybody. Good
Hi
evening.
there.
Good evening.
Griffin, thank you so much for joining me again tonight, Kiana. You are very reliable.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome, Kiana. So tell us first how you became involved with sickle cell as an advocate.
I began my journey in the year of 2009.
Mhm.
And when I was looking in the penny saver for something else, I was working with Volusia County Schools.
Okay.
I graduated from Bethune-Cookman University in 2003.
Mhm.
And I began my journey with Volusia County Schools. But it was something really tugging on my heart that it was like, that wasn't enough. And so
Mhm.
I was just looking through the penny saver, and I saw a case manager position at the Volusia/Flagler County sickle cell. And I said, I'm going to get that job. And I
Okay.
called. I had never done case management, but I called and I got an interview with Mrs. Lillian Williams.
Mhm.
And I went in, I got the job, and she
Okay.
told me what the job entailed. And it was, specifically, as she would say, you have to know the story. So she taught me the story. She had me to say it for her
Mhm.
over and over again so that when I would go out to
Uh-huh.
give my sickle cell education, I would not miss it. I would dot every I, cross every T,
Okay.
and do my paperwork so that we can continue to get funding for the business.
Okay.
Well, I learned in my journey that so many people with sickle cell, they're very old. They don't leave. And so Mrs. Williams was older, and
Right.
DJ Shaheem on the track.
Hey there, family. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Edgy B, and we are here today live during our 24-hour telethon for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Due to some technical difficulties, we had a little bit of trouble playing some of the videos that we had for you earlier today, but I do have technical support working on it, and I wanted to give you some contact information so that you can learn more about what we're doing and why we're doing it. Okay. The Bible talks about taking care of one another, and if you have been a part of any organized congregation, you know there's always a sick and shut in list. And there's always prayer for the widows and the orphans and those that tend to be having difficulty. And it is my mission to do as much as I can for organizations that meet the call of what we are taught in the Bible. And the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association does just that. Levi Long Sickle Cell Association is based in Volusia County, Florida, which is made up of Daytona Beach, Florida, and several of the surrounding cities. The founder of the organization is Kiana. And Kiana Long Hargret is a passionate, obedient woman of God who knew that sickle cell had touched her family, had learned lessons, and is on a mission to help as many people as she can, and not just those in Florida. She has traveled to different states, made a variety of phone calls to advocate, and her organization has interns, volunteers, a board of directors, and now she needs transportation. She needs a vehicle that can help her to transport patients when they contact her and say that they are in crisis. We spoke earlier when the broadcast first started that Kiana is so dedicated that if someone calls and says that they're in crisis and needs to get to the hospital, she will take her personal vehicle to pick them up and to take them and to advocate for them. And as a nonprofit organization, the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association needs their own transportation. They truly, truly do. And so we are raising money and awareness today and tomorrow. And just like my sister Sonia loves to tell the story about the Jerry Lewis telethon. When we were younger, Jerry Lewis would come on Labor Day weekend, and Lou Rawls would also come on to raise money for United Negro College Fund. But Jerry Lewis was well known for being a part of the Rat Pack with Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr., singers, dancers, entertainers, comedians. And he would come on dressed to the nine. I mean, just tuxedo, well pressed, and shoes well shined, and hair all in place to raise money for muscular dystrophy. And as the weekend continued and as the broadcast went on, he would begin to look more and more disheveled. His hair would be out of place. You can tell that he was taking a nap and somebody woke him up, and his shoes were scuffed, and it was just not a comedy of errors, but you could tell he was human and he was doing the best he could. So that's me today. I'm dressed to the nine. I got on my lipstick from my alopecia sister, Uniqua Leak, Uniquely You. I got on my red lip gloss. I got on my queen earrings and matching necklace that was created for me by a vendor from the Bold Beautiful and Bold Beauty Bazaar for alopecia awareness. It is still Alopecia Awareness Month, and I'm still wearing my blue nails. But for sickle cell, oh yeah, I got my blue bracelets and one that was given to me by another vendor. Got on my Alopecia is Real bracelet from Tracy, the diva herself. And I'm thrilled to wear my bracelet that was just given to me by my pastor, Mary Hope. It's all about me. It's all about Jesus and me, the teaching ministry based upon the sermon that I'm more precious than rubies. And so these colors may not match, but they serve a purpose. Royal blue is for Alopecia Awareness Month, and the red is for Sickle Cell Awareness Month. We both happen to be at the same time. So just want to say that even though my voice is not its best, it is our goal to serve the Lord with gladness by helping raise money and awareness for Levi Long Sickle Cell. Now we've got an extended video for you, so I can go and grab some tea, and we will be back in just a little bit.
palm trees sway. I bow my head, swear in my heart this loss won't be in vain. Though hate even today spreads like a terrible disease, we're all coming together, so come join me please, so suffering can sustain Rosewood FLA. Here so much beauty grows in soil soaked in blood and woes. Just leave it to this
Hey, puppy.
earth to show the way.
Everybody letting you out today, huh?
So when I walk through Rosewood hammock, see the oaks and palm trees sway. I bow my head, swear in my heart this loss won't be in vain. Though hate even today spreads like a terrible disease, we're all coming together, so come join me please, so suffering can sustain. Let's all say the name Rosewood FL.
Okay, excuse me, puppy. Many are called, but few are chosen. On January 28th, 2023 at 3 o'clock p.m., you are invited to join Christians Merging Together Ministries, as this foundation brings women of God in unity working together. Attend this Volusia County revival at Master's Domain Church of God in Christ, located at 511 Fremont Avenue in Daytona Beach. Your host for this occasion is Pastor Sammy L. Jackson, whose mission is connecting the body of Jesus Christ and expecting revival for Volusia County, Florida, the United States, and outermost parts of the earth. For more information, call 386-220-5395 or search for cmtn.daytona on Facebook. Let's prepare to witness our nation change as souls are saved. That's 386-220-5395. 386-220-5395. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why some Go to bed. We will be back with more from that broadcast in just a moment. I hate to interrupt, but someone has asked the question, and we'd like to try to answer it as soon as they come in. I am not the sickle cell expert, but I do know what I've learned from Kiana. And what I've learned from Kiana is that sickle cell is not an African American disease. The question was, does sickle cell affect more than just African Americans? And yes, sickle cell does. Sickle cell is one of those diseases that is transferred through your bloodstream. And like Kiana affectionately says, we don't determine who we fall in love with and who we decide to build a family with. And so when blood commingles, diseases can commingle as well. So when Kiana joins us later today, I'll be sure to ask her that question so she can address it in a more professional manner. Then the next question was, NGB, why are you so dressed up today? Well, I'm dressed up today because I was tiptoeing last night. My son, my tall, strong son, Eric, says that I make him feel like a side piece because I only come over to visit him and my daughter every now and then I leave, and that's exactly what I did last night. I went over to say hi and stayed for dinner and fell asleep on the couch. And so this morning I'm rummaging through to find something red and blue and trying to tiptoe out the house without waking up the newlyweds. And oh Lord. But I'm also dressed up today in our September colors. You know, September is Alopecia Awareness Month, so I'm repping alopecia on the right, along with a beautiful bracelet that I received from one of my vendors at the Bold Beautiful and Bald Beauty Bazaar. She custom made this alopecia ribbon for us, and I'm wearing my Alopecia is Real bracelet from Tracy Etheridge, and on my left wrist I'm wearing a brand new bracelet that my pastor just presented me with in acknowledgement of the chapter that teaches us that we are worth more than rubies. And so this little segment is dedicated to Pastor Mary Hope. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. And it's also dedicated to my tallest, strongest son, Eric. We are live today for 24 hours, raising money and awareness for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, based in Volusia County, Florida, but servicing sickle cell patients anywhere a flight or a phone call can take our founder, Kiana. Today she is out at an event promoting sickle cell awareness, and we do expect to hear from her in just a little bit. Today we also have special guests that will be joining us to ask their questions, to make their donations, to let us know about their products and services and businesses. And we also have some door prizes to give away, door prizes. So as this is our first complete hour of the 24-hour telethon, this is our first giveaway for today. It comes from Paparazzi Jewelry, and these are the adorable little earrings that just kind of dangle. And this is the necklace. It was presented to us as a giveaway during Alopecia Awareness Month, and so proceeds from this will be split. Half will go to alopecia awareness and half will go to sickle cell awareness. I know that silent auction bids are exciting, and so these items are going to be silent auctioned off. So if you'd like to make a bid, what you need to do is text the number that you now see at the screen. Just text and give us the amount of your bid, $5, $10, $20, and you will have 30 minutes to place your bid. Well, I may give you an hour, but 30 minutes from 11:30 a.m. to noon. And then at noon, we will let you know who is the highest bidder and who will receive this, and then we will ship it to you. We will also cover the amount of postage. So again, it's the earrings from Paparazzi and the matching choker that was donated. So we are very, very grateful for that. Very grateful for that. So a couple of housekeeping tips. If you are watching the replay, please excuse my voice. I'm still getting over upper respiratory junk. But if you're watching the replay, please put #replay in the comments section and let us know what city, state, or country you're watching from. Also, let us know what you know about sickle cell. Are you Is your family affected by sickle cell, and how do you manage it? Do you have a tribute for a loved one? Do you want to know more about sickle cell? You can put those comments in the comment section. We will be sure to address them. We will be live until 10 p.m. tonight. I will be popping in and out just like Jerry Lewis used to do in the telethon. And if it looks like, things are changing, I started off my best with my eyelashes and my lipstick. But as the day goes on, if it looks like Tink Tink is failing, she hanging in there just about as best she can. So shout out to my daughter Jasmine, who made me a wonderful breakfast. I just put it in the air fryer, and I forgot that air fryers are a little faster than we thought. So my breakfast may be a little bit crispy, but I'm grateful for it. I truly am grateful for it. I am grateful. Later tonight, we have special guests that are planned to come in, and they will be introducing some products and services to you, like I said. But for right now, we want to give you a heads up on what they may be talking about later on, okay?
A Mother's Heart, an anthology by visionary Teresa Jordan, featuring 9 phenomenal co-authors. This book is created for men and women around the world. It is dedicated to mothers from the past, present, and future. We thank you for your resilience, strength, and unconditional love. We honor you for the countless times you have been problem solvers, held things together, and became a superwoman to many. You are appreciated, and your great work and contributions will continue to be celebrated. Quote, "But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." End quote. Matthew chapter 19, verse 26. Our prayer is that these powerful stories will transform your life, creating pivotal moments for you, and also be responsible for leaving permanent marks in your heart. Our prayer is that every story is an inspiration to you going forth. A Mother's Heart, compiled by Triumphant Magazine, published by Triumphant Magazine Publishing, promotional support by Angie B. Productions, and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. A Mother's Heart, an anthology.
Yes, Lord, I'm excited to be a part of that anthology. I have my copy right here, and I have an autographed copy for you if you'd like to secure one. Today, the cost is only $25. That includes shipping and handling, and all of my proceeds from the books that are sold today will be donated to Levi Long Sickle Cell. Okay, so if you'd like a copy of the book, send a text to that number that you see at the screen. I'll send you over an invoice and get your address and put it in the mail to you. You'll see more books that I've done, but right now you're going to see me eating some breakfast that my daughter Jasmine cooked for me, and I am grateful for it.
Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YUP program.
Hi, I'm Sandra B. I live in Michigan. And yep, I'm an author.
YUP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yup!'imanauthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by NGB Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yup, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yup, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by NGB Productions.
Yep, I'm an author.
Yep, she's an author, and we're excited. I'm still eating breakfast. Thank you, Jasmine. We're excited to be able to support youth and their literary accomplishments and skills. It definitely makes a big difference when you can educate a child in the way that they're able to learn. You know, some people learn by doing, some learn by reading, and we do hope that the YUP program does a little bit of both for our young people. We hope that it does a little bit of both. Okay, we've got a video presentation for you now. This is a replay video that you may have missed from our Levi Long Sickle Cell Association fundraiser in January. It was the January 2023. It was the first time that we worked with Levi Long, and we all learned so much. Our goal then was to raise $800 so that Kiana Griffin and her team could go to Bethune-Cookman University and other areas to test for the sickle cell trait. And that is one of the questions that we'll be answering later on. How do you know if you have sickle cell? How do you know if you're passing it along? And Kiana can share that. So we encourage you to take a look at some of the history of this organization and these fundraisers. And we look forward to receiving your donation.
Just hold on. Get out of your head. The past is no longer gone. Memories are everlasting. Now it's time to move on. You have so much in store. Just try to hold on. Baby girl, wipe your eyes. All that damage is done. You have to heal, be strong. Better days are drawing closer. All that pain is just a distant memory. Hold on, be strong. Close your eyes and just breathe. Memories, they seem to last for so long. Hold on, my dear daughter. A change is going to come. I will lead you to righteousness. You just have to stay strong. I know at times it can be so troubling. But baby girl, don't give up. Just stay strong. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There's so much inside of you. Just try to dig deep. All that potential you're hiding, lost in the beauty they see. You're a gem, so shine bright. It's your light the world needs. Just close your eyes and turn us free. Stay strong and hold on. Memories, they seem to last for so long. Hold on, my dear daughter. A change is going to come. I will lead you to righteousness, but you just have to stay strong. I know at times it can be so troubling. But baby girl, don't give up. Just stay strong. Hold on. Hold on.
Two, three, 4, 5. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why sometimes I would see people going into it who looked like they were in pain. I knew nothing about it. And as I got older, I learned that one of my favorite singing groups, TLC, had a member in that group that had sickle cell. Her name was T-Boz, and she would talk about, as years went on, that there were times she would be backstage and in so much pain that she couldn't go out and perform, but she would push through the pain because she knew that her fans were looking forward to seeing her. And she really was the face of TLC, and she still is. T-Boz, I have a lot of respect for you for fighting through that pain of sickle cell. At this time in my life, I still don't know a lot about the disease. However, I have had my daughter tested because her father passed away when she was about 2 years old, and I don't know if that was a trait that he carried. I know that I don't carry the trait, but I also know that the different strains of sickle cell can show up even without there being generational traits. My suggestion is for you to look into the area that you live in and see if there is a sickle cell anemia center near you or that can give you any information about it. Other than that, I pray for everyone who carries the disease, and I'm praying for your pain, praying your pain is managed, and that one day we'll have a cure.
Sickle cell. This is what the cell looks like. Sickle cell is an inherited disease caused by a defect in a gene. A person born with sickle cell has to inherit it from both the mother and the father. A person who inherits just one gene is healthy and said to be a carrier. The most common are SS and SC. The red states eye damage, bacteria infection, bouts with pain and leg ulcers. Activating a protein in the red blood cells may improve anemia.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Angie B, and I am buzzing in my beehive. I'm so excited because it's almost time. It is almost time for the 6th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar for alopecia awareness. I'm so excited. The weekend retreat is coming up, and there are more people coming. There are more topics to talk about, more stuff's in the news. And when we gather together, we want to be able to share as much information as we can in that short amount of time that we have. Now, the agenda for the weekend retreat is up here on the screen. We start on Thursday, September 15th. We'll have sunset s'mores on the beach with music from Barty Productions, and we'll have some networking. Then Friday from 10 a.m. to noon, we'll have support group network. Decision was awareness. I'm so excited. The weekend retreat is coming up, and there are more people coming. There are more topics to talk about, more stuff's in the news. And when we gather together, we want to be able to share as much information as we can in that short amount of time that we have. Now, the agenda for the weekend retreat is up here on the screen. We start on Thursday, September 15th. We'll have sunset s'mores on the beach with music from Barty Productions, and we'll have some networking. Then Friday from 10 a.m. to noon, we'll have support group networking and some beach side workshops. And I'm really, really honored because one of our workshop presenters will get a chance to chat with her in just a minute. Ms. Griffin is here from Daytona Beach, and she's going to bring a very important topic to us. So that will take place on Friday from 10 to noon. Then from noon to 3, we're going to have the all white beach
an ocean photo shoot along with some networking at the Tiki Bar. We do have some very special guests that are coming in that want to do some networking with us. So then Friday evening, we got the all white pool party. And then Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., we've got the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. And so I want to back up a little bit to Friday from 10 to noon because I said we've got some workshop presenters. So just about now, I'm going to bring one of our presenters in. Ms. Griffin is coming and she's going to introduce everyone to her, and she's going to let us all know a little bit about what she's going to talk about. Hey, Ms. Griffin, are you ready to come on in and say hi to everybody? Hello, 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 dear.
Oh, hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a guest this evening.
I truly appreciate it because I met you again. I know we've met before, but I met you again at the Volusia Business Women Networking Session. You came and joined us at the library, and I thought I knew something about sickle cell, but I didn't know nothing until I didn't. So tell everybody your name and where you live and what's got you most interested and involved right about now.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Kiana Griffin. For those that don't know me, there aren't too many people that don't know me because I never meet a stranger. And I reside currently in Daytona Beach, Florida, the world's most famous beach.
Mhm.
And I'm excited for this venture that I have taken responsibility for. And that is the responsibility of being an advocate and an educator for sickle cell.
Mm. Why sickle cell? Why not an advocate or an educator for lupus or thyroidism, or what drew you to the topic of sickle cell?
So actually, I was looking for something else to do other than teaching in 2009. And as I was looking for another job, I saw case manager for sickle cell for Volusia County / Flagler County in Daytona Beach. So
Wow.
I had never been a case manager. I had never even heard of sickle cell. I knew it was
Wow.
something that I wanted to do. And so I said, I'm going to get that job.
Good for
And
you.
I saw the ad, I called and I set up an interview. I went and I interviewed and I got the position, not knowing
Wow.
how that decision was going to have an effect on my entire life.
Because it's all in you. It's all, even the color of your shirt. It's just, it just, oh my goodness. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, what is the definition of sickle cell anemia?
Sickle cell anemia is an inherited blood disorder or disease.
Hmm.
That is the scientific definition for it.
Inherited. I wonder, I know that I have passed some things along to my children. And it's like, oh, I'm so ashamed. Oh, I should have known better. I cannot imagine what parents go through when they see their child in crisis and they know how can you comfort them?
So the best way to comfort someone that has sickle cell is definitely by educating them to not continue that disparity in their family because it is genetic and
Right.
it does trickle down through genetics and in the families. So the best thing to do is for them to be educated. And then the ironic thing is I learned it hit home for me. I didn't know how closely it hit home for me. My children's uncle has the actual anemia, and my great uncle, he had 3 children to die from complications for sickle cell, and I learned that this year.
That's right. You mentioned that at the library. Oh my goodness. Mm, mm,
I just
mm,
it hit home for me. It did, but that just
mm.
all the more gusto and desire to run for this challenge in this battle for people that have to live with this every day.
Every day, every day. So somebody asked me, why are you having a workshop on sickle cell? Usually our Friday morning workshops teach us how to put on our eyebrows or do a turban twist or put on magnetic eyelashes. sickle cell has nothing to do with alopecia, or does it? Or and so my response to them was, why not? Anytime we are gathered together, we need to be sharing this information, because like you said, you didn't know before you got the job, and then you didn't know how it affected your family. There could be something that we could help to educate somebody about. So that's
Def-
why you're coming. That's why I invited you. It was so heavy on my heart. I said, I gotta have Miss Griffin come out. I got to. I got to.
And I totally agree. I remember today, I did another segment earlier, and the ladies are asking me. One from was from the Department of Health, one was from Bethune-Cookman, and I was telling them about the event coming up because a videographer was going to come and video me while I did the workshop, and
Good.
so they were saying, "How are you gonna like? What does that have to do with?" And I said, I can relate sickle cell to anything.
Anything and anybody.
Absolutely. Because with your organization and your workshop and your um, program this weekend, it's something that you have to deal with. It's something that you have to live with. Those that are challenged with this
Mhm.
disparity, the same thing with the realm of sickle cell. It's a challenge. You live with it. You are victorious in it, and you move forward with it.
Yeah, yeah. You're right. You're right. And it's all about awareness and understanding. Now,
Yes.
when we were at the library, I remember you saying something about how you had to be an advocate for people when they show up in the emergency room. And I don't want you to do your whole presentation now, because I want people to still come and meet you and see you on Friday. But can you tell us what you think is needed in the hospital system so that there will no longer be a need for an advocate?
Yes. So I was in a part of a symposium this year. It was a sickle cell symposium where I learned from those from Minnesota and from Washington, D.C., New Jersey, all over the world. And so, one thing that a young lady taught us was in her area, they do something called 30-30-30 rule. Means when you come to the hospital, they have 30 minutes to bring you in, 30 minutes to give you your IV, 30 minutes to give you your pain meds. That cancels me out right there. Then I don't have to advocate if they follow the 30,
Right.
and that is it right there.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Who's keeping track of the 30? But I get it. It is the effort. It is
It,
definitely the effort.
it,
Definitely the effort. If there's something you could say to a person who falls in love with somebody, and then they find out they got a trait, and this one find out they got a trait, is it just don't have children, or what do you say to them?
I would never tell anyone not to have children. I would never do that. But what I will do is um, encourage them to know everything they're getting in themselves into, everything that is in front of them, in reference to them making that decision, because that's a decision they will have to make. Not only make, but have to live with.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's that when people don't know, and my children's grandmother, I interviewed her on live, Facebook Live this year in my community health fair. She didn't know that her husband, who was in the service, had a trait. And
Because the service didn't test for it?
they did not test for it. In her family, because it was so well known, her grandmother, her aunts, they all made sure and they told her and warned her, you make sure you know who you settling down with, who you having children with. Do not talk to anyone that has the trait. So he didn't know. And because he didn't know, they fell in love, got together. Their first child had full-blown sickle cell anemia. She was devastated. She even expressed her devastation on the recording, how she was screaming out loud in hospital because she couldn't understand why her baby kept hollering. He wouldn't stop hollering.
Oh.
And that's when she found out he had sickle cell anemia. And the sad part is, I've witnessed a nurse tell one of my clients that who was pregnant in the hospital. And so the doctors told her, when she got pregnant again, to abort the baby. And guess what? Because she did not, and because she trusted God, that baby didn't have anything, the trait or the anemia. So we can never play God. We can never play, being something that we weren't created to be. Only we were created to be people. People that are able to learn, people are able to be educated, people are able to reciprocate the education that we learn. So
Yeah.
when you learn it, you reciprocate it and you share with others.
Mm, mm, mm. So, two parents with a trait could have a child with full blown, could have a child with a trait, could have a child that has no trait. No, I mean, they could still have multiple children, but not all of them have the sickle cell anemia.
And I
Wow.
went that because I met a lady who all three of her children had sickle cell disease. She's lost two of them. She has one more left. And they died at early ages. The two girls, they passed away. Her last daughter, which was the baby, she was 16. I think she was 16.
Mm, mm,
And
mm,
so
mm,
she has her left. And it, of course, it's a challenge for him because all three of her, I cannot
mm.
imagine.
I can't. I can't. I can't. Lord help. I tell you. But we keep spreading awareness, and we're going to continue to do that. I am honored to know that you're coming to the weekend retreat, that you'll be with us poolside at the Akatiki Best Western on Friday, September 16th from 10 to noon. I just feel in my spirit that you're going to have information that somebody needs to know about. Somebody needs to hear. And we gonna pray over it. We gonna pray over it, that those seeds will be planted in fertile ground, because the more we know, the better we can do.
Yes.
Oh my word. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I got a couple more questions for you if you hang in there with me for just a minute. I just have to I just have to let everybody know we have a new book out. So we'll be right back. New from Inspired, the Alopecia Awareness Special Edition. Visit laderopress.com. 9 brave souls share their alopecia journey in this Confinement Chronicles Special Edition. Online everywhere. Hashtag I refuse to stop being me. The Alopecia Awareness Edition, encouraging testimonies birthed out of the 2020 pandemic. Stories written and compiled by Angie B. and Barty Productions. Published by Ladero Press. Inspired. Reading for the whole person.
When it seemed like the world had stopped, as if our normal would never be again. Confinement Chronicles.
Still, there were those who held fast to hope. These are their stories. From teachers to dads to nurses on the front line, they have chronicled their messages of hope. Confinement Chronicles, now available. Order today on Amazon, also available in audiobook or at laderopress.com. Okay, let's bring Miss Griffith back right quick so we can hear more about some of your advocates. Am I saying it right? Advocate work. Yes, yes. And you say you're with Volusia and Flagler counties, correct?
Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, and Putnam counties.
What? How they expect you to?
So the goal is to build offices and give people jobs in those areas.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. That's good. Well, I tell you, I'm gonna put it out there. Angie B Productions is very interested in helping you to spread awareness and find the resources that you need for those people. I'm not even gonna call them patients, for those people. Okay.
The warriors.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Warrior
cool.
champions.
That's cool. Now, do you guys have a color? I know Alopecia's color is royal blue. Do you have a awareness month yet for
So our color is crimson red,
just like
black,
yours?
and yes. And our month is September, the month we're in right now. This is September. This is National Sickle Cell Awareness Month.
There we go. There we go. All right. We're going to be right there.
Greetings. I'm Larita, host of So What's the Problem TV show. It airs Thursdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook Live. I conduct interviews and I spread awareness. If you follow my page, you'll get the notifications and you will never miss an episode. A cheerful heart is good medicine and laughter is good for the soul. Thanks for watching.
Miracles, miracles, signs and wonders. Yo, they gon' follow me. I've been on my P's and Q's. I paid my dues, even when I had no following. These demons bothered me, had me all in my feelings, thinking I won't achieve my dreams, but they all lied to me. Now they all bow to me. Call out the name of Jesus and they run trembling. They know I mean business and it's my Father's G. Yes, I speak honestly. They want no part of me. They got no heart, they weak. I walk in my authority. Miracles, miracles, signs and wonders. Miracles, 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 miracles. You'll be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel Him? Can you hear Him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. Draw close to God and He'll draw close to you. His word is true. Take my hand cause I am living proof. He loves you through it all, He's here to comfort you. He knows the truth and truth is He made you beautiful. Devil, you loose these people now cause I am through with you. The blood of Jesus, I'm pleading, now you gon' follow suit. And you gon' leave here right now, Satan, the Lord rebuke you. Lift up your hands here right now, receive the truth, His love abide in you too. You'll be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel Him? Can you hear Him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. So be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel Him? Can you hear Him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. Miracles, 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 signs and wonders. Miracles, 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 miracles. Yo, they gon' follow me. So they gon' follow me. Miracles, signs and wonders. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Miracles, miracles, miracles.
What time is it?
Time, keep going.
What time?
No time, keep going.
Oh Lord, we're gonna hold these people. Let's get out of here. This is the last one, y'all. It is anyway, so thank y'all for rolling with me. I need these. It was gonna be an after party, but after this, I'm going to bed. Said it's so easy to love. Said it's so easy to love you, girl. Said it's so easy, yes. Over and over and over and over. Said it's been a long time since I've seen your pretty face. Girl, you know I need you so much. I know you ain't been able to reach me like you want, 'cause I changed my number so much. Said it's so easy, yes. It's easy to love you, girl. Said it's so easy, yes. Time after time I still see your pretty face. Girl, you know I need you so much. I never thought the chance that I would have to find another love. And it's you I'm thinking of. Said it's so easy. Oh, it's easy to love you, girl.
Moaning in the night, my moan is taking flight. Like fruit on a vine, my moan is sweet and ripe. Taking over body and soul, taking breaths as each moan rolls softly off my tongue and through my lips. My hands, my arms, my hips, moving in sync with my moan. My hands, my arms, my hips moving in sync with my moan. Moaning through smiles or tears, moaning for whichever one it is. My moan is mine to feel. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Piercing your body, making you sweat. Piercing your mind, making you forget. Piercing your ears, making you deaf. Piercing your heart, wishing you left. And yet, you still are here. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. My moan grows louder and louder. My moan opens my soul like a flower. My moan is my weakness and my power. My moan brightens the darkness in the hour. My moan is heavy, yet leaves me light. My moan is utter agony and sheer delight. My moan erases my wrongs and paints my rights. My moan moves freely in the night. My moan releases my stress. My moan has light. My moan is my passion, and my moan is my fight. My moan is. My moan is. My moan is. My moan is.
Hello, 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 hello. It's me, everybody, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. That last cup of tea is doing its job. I think I have much more voice than I had before. Welcome to the third 24-hour fundraiser for Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We are honored to be here to share the history, the passion, information on sickle cell, and to raise funds for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We're thrilled to now have our founder here, Kiana Long Hargret will be joining us in just a moment. She is live at an event. So I'm grateful that she had a chance to pull away. And Kiana, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you. Tell us about what you're doing.
So today is the last day of Sickle Cell Awareness, and I am here at the Ormond Beach Community Recreational Center where I'm doing some information and education on sickle cell. So right now we have Nurse Donna Edwards, who is up, and I'm so excited because her presentation is awesome. She's a part of the Black Nurses Association, so she's doing her presentation now. And when she finishes, then I go up and I fill in the blanks of some things that was said, and I'm so excited to be here. Today is the last day, but it's not the last day to give. So those of you all that are able to give and willing to give, you can donate all year long. This is a nonprofit organization. You can receive a receipt all year long. Tax year is coming up, so you can definitely put this in to get it back. You will always be blessed for giving to any organization. And I'm asking you to give to mine because it does help those that are living with an inherited disease called sickle cell. I was like, what's going on?
I'm so sorry, dear. We had a question earlier about the 501c3 status and that $1 million certificate. Could you explain that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So let me tell you how I found out. So I was at a health fair. It was actually a book signing of a friend, because Putnam County is one of my areas, and that includes the city of Palatka, Hastings, Crescent City, those areas. And I was at a book signing of a young lady. Her name is Cora Fales. And while I was there, I'm friendly. I talk to anybody. And I was sitting in my spot, and the photographer came by, and he was just taking pictures. And I stopped him, and I said, how are you doing? And he says, oh, good. I have a cousin that does sickle cell in Miami. I said, call her right now. So he called her, and I spoke to her. She says, well, do you know about this? Do you know about that? You have a nonprofit? I said, yeah. She said, did you get the letter from the Department of Agriculture? I said, what letter? Right. And that's why networking is so important. Why keep it to yourself? Tell everybody so we can all be blessed.
But they said closed mouth don't get fed.
It don't get fed a little bit. And so she said, you can get a letter from the Department of Agriculture, which gives you the right to solicit. So everything is a law. Everything is done in a certain order in the United States of America. And I found out from talking to the Department of Agriculture, you can receive a letter that you can send along with your 501c3 nonprofit, your profit status letter to donors to show them that by law you can solicit up to $1 million in one donation. They can give you up to that amount, and that's legal. A lot of people don't even know about it. A lot of people don't even have it. So I share it so you can reach out. I have the number to the Department of Agriculture. I call them every year. I have to renew my status. All you have to do is show them the money that you make, and you get your status. And it's just like that.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful, because I know earlier this morning I was talking about how you have to use your personal vehicle to drive patients around. And
I'm trusting God for a vehicle. I declare, I know I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it.
Declare I do too much. Declare a decree. Especially a larger vehicle. I think, sometimes the patient and their family may want to go, and you can only put so many people in your vehicle. So I'm praying with you, me and Atlas, my wonder dog right here. We praying with you.
Thank you.
I know you get ready to do your presentation. When you come back afterwards and let us know how everything went, we'd appreciate it.
If you don't mind, I can also bring some nurses on there, some nurses here, or there's someone who here, she's lost a loved one 2 months ago from sickle cell. So I can bring people on that have personally, has affected them personally in their families. So yes, when I come back on, I'll have someone on the camera with me.
That would be wonderful. That'd be wonderful. We're proud of you for being out there. We'll see you when you get back, honey.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks. Have a good day. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. That was Kiana Griffith out doing what she does for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. There's Atlas, my wonder dog, in the background. Looks like it may be nap time for him. He's doing that circle plop thing. And I'm so grateful for him and for my my daughter Angeline and my favorite blue-eyed son-in-law Christopher for allowing me to have Studio B here in Jacksonville, Florida, so that we can broadcast live. It's a very special thing when a person can open up their home to you and welcome you with a meal and a place to lay your head. And I know you may be thinking, well, they're family, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. It's still a choice, and it's not mandatory. So thank you very much for making room and making a way for me. All right, we will get back to our video in just a little bit. Before we do that, we want you to know that tomorrow is Sunday afternoon service in St. Augustine, Florida. It is coming up quickly, and we want you to know about it.
You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited.
Hey everybody, I'm Bart T, and we're coming to California. Now, we're going to have
This devotional blog was written for Hope in Christ Ministries by me, the Queen Bee, Angie B. When you are the first. Well, this is the very first devotional blog made available by Hope in Christ Ministries, and I want to be the very first to thank you for reading it and for listening to it. Welcome! If you are the first in your circle to experience this blog, please also be the first to share it with others. The very first at something can make all the difference in the world for the middle and the last. Are you the firstborn child in your family? I was, and that blessing continues to resonate in my life throughout my life. Psychologists have revealed that the birth order among siblings can affect their personalities throughout life. Jocelyn Vu from American Baby wrote an article for Parents magazine and revealed this important statement. The firstborn child enjoys ruling the roost, but must deal with parents' great expectations. This was revealed in an entertaining video on parents.com. I am the firstborn of 4 daughters, and I can relate to that statement. When you are the first, you continue to be the first throughout your life. I'm the first contributor to this blog, and I pray that this article has lived up to the publisher's expectations. Were you the first to go to college in your family? What kind of pressure was that? Gotta pass these standardized tests. Gotta pay these application fees. Gotta decide on a major. Gotta get accepted to a good school. Gotta get a scholarship. Gotta ask for more money. Gotta get a job. Let me be the first to tell you that when you are the first in your family to do something and you put your trust in God to lead you, you will experience the ultimate glorious gotta. Let me spell it out for you. Gotta, G-O-T-T-A, stands for God orchestrated those times, always. When you are the first to do something, you can set a standard that all others will follow. So let God lead you first. My first scripture introduction in this blog comes from the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 133. Here it says, "Order my steps in thy word, and let not any iniquity have dominion over me." Now that's in the King James Version. Or, as it is revealed in my favorite New Living Translation, it says, "Direct my footsteps according to your word. Let no sin rule over me." When you are traveling to a new destination, do you have your GPS navigating the way for you? What about a map? Yes, some folks still use maps, compasses, and even the placement of the stars in the sky to guide them. However, when you are facing a new living situation or a new job or even a new relationship, what guides you to that first destination? Have you asked the Holy Spirit to guide you? Jesus told the disciples that he would leave them a comforter to be with them after his departure. But what about Jesus? He was the first to allow God to guide him, and he set that example for us all as well. When you are the first, there are all sorts of opinions, comments, scrutiny, and challenges that go along with that status. Jesus was the first person that I ever heard of to be crucified. People had been put to death in that manner long before Jesus died in that manner, but because of his sacrifice, I learned all about that torturous method of execution. The Obamas were the first African American leaders to work and live in the White House, yet I bet you that there were other first families that were blessed to have African ancestral genes in their bloodline. Sometimes you are the first in a situation to grow, evolve, or lead your family to a better destination. You are the first to get that job that leads your family out of living in the projects. You are the first with an illness that teaches you a lesson of personal care. You pass that lesson along to your children, therefore breaking the generational curses of illnesses. You are the first to have a grandchild for both sides of the family, and you are the first to submit during a life lesson in order to receive love. When you are the first, you can cause stability in a situation. As you are driving down the road, are you the first to be a defensive driver, or are you the aggressive one? Are you the one to start an argument, or the first to apologize and forgive? Are you the first in your relationship to ask for sex? Or are you the first to encourage abstinence and wait for marriage? Are you the first to wake in the morning and set the atmosphere of your home, giving glory to the living God? Are you the first? My husband and I wrote our very first book together, and it debuts on August 1st, 2017. It is entitled, "In the Beginning, There Was God, Me, and You," the true love story that only God could have written. God gave us life through the first of his creations, Adam. Jesus redeemed us from death through the first and the only required sacrifice of his life. Now God has given me the first true vessel in my husband that allows me to give and receive love. When we met 4 years ago, my husband was not trying to get married again. He was enjoying the life of a bachelor after his divorce. I was never going to submit to another man ever again after surviving 2 failed marriages. We were not the first spouses for each other, but we are the first married lovers and leaders in our situations that God has ordained us to be. I want to thank Denise Walker for this opportunity to be the first to contribute to this blog. I thank my Lord and Savior, through the power of the Holy Spirit, for giving me guidance in this writing. And I thank my husband for tolerating my hot flashes. When you are the first daughter in a family that's having hormonal changes, well, that is a different story. I thank each of you that were the first to purchase our book online, available at laderopress.com, LADEROPRESS.com. And I hope that you're downloading the book on Smashwords as well. There will be book sales throughout Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia. And we have a few anticipated readers from Africa that are waiting to receive the book. Will you be the first in your family to own a copy of the book? Have you listened to your copy of the audiobook yet? Visit thequeenbee.com to order your digital download. www.daqueenbee.com to order your audiobook. Angie B Productions specializes in producing audiobooks for authors, and our audiobook project was so much fun to produce for each of you. We can't wait for you to hear it. Be the first to invite Barty and I to speak at your marriage conference or singles retreat, and we hope to see you at the next book festival. As we continue to travel with the tour that Angie B presents, we are led by God to bring concerts, workshops, book signings, and the love of the Lord through His preached word to communities and families everywhere. When you are the first to travel down a road, your footsteps can leave a path for another to follow. I pray that this reading opens your eyes to possibilities of achieving the life that God desires for you and sets your ears to hear from God. Share this article, share this word, stay in touch, and be blessed. This devotional blog was written for Hope in Christ Ministries, composed and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B.
Sickle cell. This is what the cell looks like. Sickle cell is an inherited disease caused by a defect in a gene. A person born with sickle cell has to inherit it from both the mother and the father. A person who inherits just one gene is healthy and said to be a carrier. The most common are SS and SC. The red states: eye damage, bacteria infection, bouts with pain and leg ulcers. Activating a protein in the red blood cells may improve anemia.
Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Remember me? Hello. Do you remember me? Yeah. Do you remember me? I'm was a test for me. You never know who's really free. Always being tested, the enemy or me. I fight alone, the enemy is me. Always in my mind, crisscross release. Mirror image of the girl that's standing right in front of me. Mentality. Mentality. Hello, 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 hello. Must be the mentality. Hello, 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 hello. It's mentality. We're all puppets in this little social game, hoping and wishing, hoping and praying. No, we won't be your next tragedy. We got the most high above me. Gotta learn to let it go. So much control. Lift your hands up. Come fly with me. You're amazing. Hair, skin, eyes. Don't listen to the lies. Don't paralyze your mind. Don't overthink. Just be a little clearer. You're amazing. Just look in the mirror. So strong, ambitious, a queen. Whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve. Regardless of any insecurities, you can do it. Just do it for you. Do it for you. Stay strong, you too. You got it, you're gonna pull through. I've been there, them insecurities, they don't go away unless you really dig deep. Queen B, mommy mission, I'm on the road. Here's the better days, you gotta let them know. Mentality. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? I'm not that girl that I used to be. Do you remember me? Do you? Sun shining bright, ablaze, la la la. Oh God, take this pain away, la la. Sun shining bright, ablaze, la la la. Take this pain away, la. Insecurities wash away, sunshine. Take my pain away, hello. Insecurities wash away, sunshine. You gotta dig, yeah. You gotta dig deep. You gotta dig, you gotta dig deep. It's rooted in me. You gotta dig, you gotta dig deep. Check out the melody. It's flowing in me. Sunshine, check out the insecurities. It's washed away. Check out the melody. Sit back, relax, check your mentality. Sit back, relax, check your mentality. Sit back, relax, check your mentality.
Hey, everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I'm thrilled to be here with you. I'm even more excited that the Lord helped me find my glasses because I couldn't figure out what I did, what I did with them. We are here for you until 10 o'clock p.m. tonight, bringing information, knowledge, interviews, and music videos, all in celebration of Sickle Cell Awareness Month, which is September. And of course, I'm still repping Alopecia Awareness Month because alopecia is real. We happen to share the same month, and Levi Long Sickle Cell is on a mission right now. They truly need to raise some funds to be able to transport some patients back and forth. And so we put out a call to some entrepreneurs to see if they could help. And this lovely nurse practitioner answered the call. She said, "Hey, I can help." And I said, "Well, please come on the show and tell us about your business. Tell us about what you've donated. And if you have any questions about sickle cell, we hopefully will be able to answer them. So I'm going to bring you on right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show, dear. Welcome.
Hi,
How
everyone.
Hi. Tell us your name and where you are.
My name is Mabel. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I'm located in DeBerry, Florida, so Volusia County.
Okay. And the name of your establishment is Emerald
Lux.
Mm-hmm. See, I happen to love emeralds. That's my birthstone.
Green,
So
favorite color.
I got to come out and see you.
Yeah.
So what services do you provide at the medical spa, dear?
So I'm the owner and I'm also the injector. We opened back in October 2020. So I started out with IV hydration. So, just normal saline, a lot of the natural vitamins that our body is probably, depleting, and we're just dehydrated, So I started with also injections like the B12 shots, glutathione, vitamin D, because certain things you can't get through orally or even the IV, you have to do like an IM intramuscular injection. So that's how.
Oh, yeah, like that B12 shot. Yeah.
And it also maintains sleep. So it kind of gives you a good circadian rhythm. People think they're going to be up all night cleaning their house. I was like, no, you're not going to be like an Energizer bunny, but you're not going to be as sleepy or falling asleep behind the desk that people have. The B12 shot gives them a good energy because we don't naturally build it in our bodies. So we have to get it from the environment or food or supplements.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. What got you interested in this form of healthcare? Why not pediatrics or something?
Well, I did. It's so funny. So now I have 2 little ones, but so I love like NICU, pediatrics. I worked in mother baby as a nurse, as an RN. So that's still an active license in Florida. So if I ever want to work at a hospital, COVID, I can always do that. But then I had my babies, right? So when I had my babies, I don't know if it's the mom hormones, but everything is very more empathetic and more like I'm just very more emotional and in tune with things that go on at the hospital. So I kind of just, I always had a business side of things. So, and I wanted the flexibility as a mom to be able to take off because as a nurse practitioner, when you're working for someone else, it's hard when your kids are sick, right? And then you're canceling all the appointments or your boss is mad at you that you have to cancel because my boys are sick and they need mom, right? I got into the medical spa business and aesthetics and just educating the community still. I still have, I still prescribe medications and do lab work, but more of a wellness and aesthetics.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I never thought I was going to go into it. I just thought I was going to work at a hospital, have a regular schedule, work 12 hours and have a family work-life balance, but it's hard when you're a mother. So yeah.
It is. And we don't want to take away from the fathers.
Yeah.
It's probably hard on them too, because they're, traditionally at work all day and they get to miss some of those the first walks
for sure.
But to reassure the fathers, the kids always say dada before they say mama.
Here for them to I'm like, I don't think they really say dada. I think that's just the sounds are easier. And I'm like, even though mom took care of you, right? Most of the time.
So tell us about the certificate that you donated to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association.
So it's a gift certificate worth $99 for a signature facial. So it's a 1 hour long facial. My esthetician, LaDeja, she's part of the medical spa. So it's just me and her. So she handles more of like the brow, tint lamination, facials, waxing, body sculpting, and all the skincare part. So you will be booking the appointment by calling our number 386-588-2999, whoever won. And then you'll kind of just book and schedule with her and you'll love it. I literally fall asleep. So yeah.
Well, I'm excited to announce that we did this 24 hours last weekend, Friday and Saturday, and someone made a generous donation. They won the certificate and they said they wanted to gift it to Kiana because it was her birthday and she's the CEO of the Levi Long Sickle Cell. So I think she's the one who came and picked up the certificate.
Probably. I did have a client, so I just saw some lady there that I was just like,
"Yep,
you're here to pick up. Like, you're not my client, but you might be the one that's So she was like, "Yeah," and really quick, yeah. Yeah.
So she was very emotional. She said, "Oh my goodness, it's so sweet," and she's looking forward to it. And then she said, "I need a facial too." So that just worked out perfectly, and we are so grateful.
Oh,
We
so
are so grateful.
so she won the facial technically.
Mhm,
Okay, good.
She
Yeah,
wanted,
tell
yep.
her yes.
Someone from out of state made a donation towards it, and so if you're watching us, this is our 24-hour broadcast fundraiser, and entrepreneurs have donated certificates and gifts. And this hour we're doing an auction for this lovely bracelet earring combination from Paparazzi Jewelry, and we're going to be doing the drawing for that in just a little bit. You can send a text to the number that you see at the bottom of the screen and put in a bid. Say, I want to bid $5, $10, $15, and we will already package it up and send it to you. So that's good. So tell us some more about your location. Why did you decide on that location, and what else is available for your clients when they come
Yeah,
see
for
you?
those of you that don't know where DeBary, Florida is, it's between Orange City and Sanford. So if you think about, I just feel like it's just a great location where you still don't have the Seminole County taxes. You're still in Volusia County, but it's like it's probably one of the most growing cities in Volusia County itself. They're building everywhere. They have a good school district, especially for the elementary school. So my oldest now goes to DeBary Elementary. And now, so I've been living in the country club here, and then literally my Met spa is like 3 minutes away. So I'm very spoiled. We chose a good location, and I definitely hope to expand.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. So as a nurse, do you have any experience, or do you know anything about sickle cell? Do you know anyone? You have anything you like to share?
Definitely. When my early years, I'm originally from Philadelphia. Moved down here in 2014. So when I initially started on the medical surgical floor up in Einstein healthcare system in Philadelphia, like on Broad Street, if anyone's familiar with that area near Temple and everything, we had a lot of obviously African Americans, more demographic with sickle cell, a lot of teenagers, like 16-year-olds that would come with active sickle cell and will just need IV drips with, a high, more of medications like morphine, so it was literally around the clock, every 2 hours, pain medication, because it needed to give them relief, so I just remember like a lot of teenage boys specifically that would come on in the medical surgical floor. And I was a new nurse, I would say a year in at that time. This is before 2014, before I moved down here. So, but it was just an interesting experience, the patients, my heart definitely goes out to people who deal with sickle cell itself and the family members around it for sure.
Teenagers.
Yeah.
Earlier we were trying to describe the level of pain, and we really didn't have anything to compare it to. But as a teenager, I can imagine. I can only imagine. That is so tragic.
I was a nursing instructor. I still love teaching. So I still do it on the medical spot owner's business side. But when I used to teach the nursing students about how sickle cell is and how, it's genetics and you can get early testing for it, because sometimes a lot of people don't know that you might be a carrier, and then you might, have a baby with someone else who's a carrier. And then again, then your kids might actually exhibit the symptoms. You know what I mean? So it's a little complicated. And people just assume like, is it like curable? It's pretty much, you're pretty much living with it. And then you just hope to maybe not have your kids, go through the things that you went through. It's tough. But definitely I learned and taught a lot about that in nursing school too, for my students. And some of my students definitely knew a family member that did have sickle cell. So it's actually more common than we think.
Well, maybe you can answer a couple questions. We have a young lady out of Jacksonville, Florida, that asked 2 questions. She wanted to know what causes sickle cell and can anyone get it? You think you can answer those questions for us?
more common in the African American population specifically. It's not something like, it's contagious, or, this we're around someone like COVID, you can't get sickle cell like that. It's passed down through genetics. So you can be a carrier for it, but you might not have symptoms, right? But usually the symptoms will be if maybe dad and mom has the sickle cell trait that can be dominating in the actual child. Yeah. So usually if they do early testing, right, if you know you're a carrier, like sometimes, and it doesn't mean that just because mom has symptoms, the child is definitely going to have the symptoms too. Like it's going to be, they might just be a carrier, but as long as you give that information and be like, hey, it runs in our family, make sure you get that checked. If you are planning on having babies, because it's pretty painful when you're going through it. I can't, tell you, but I just know that when I worked as a nurse, they were on really high doses of like morphine, like Q2 every 2 hours. I would have to come in and because your cells, generally are like a spear, red blood cells, but when it's a sickle cell, it's like this, right? It's like a hook. So imagine your bloodstream being irritated by hooks like everywhere, like and your bloodstream's everywhere, right? Like it goes to the brain, your organs. I don't know why I'm getting emotional, but I can just talking about it, I feel like it's painful. You know what I mean? Like it should be a nice, like blood cells all nice and flowing like round, but no, it's all hooked up and like getting caught everywhere, right? So imagine when you're having a flare up, I guess you can say, because it's when they have the flare ups, it's so and that usually can be flared up during seasons like temperature change. I forgot about that, why they get the flare ups can happen when they have different elevation changes. So things that going on in their lives, they can exhibit more of the flare ups. But yeah, they're definitely they live with it pretty much and just manage it. Yeah.
We had a couple of images that were given to us.
Yeah, it's like
that. Yeah. And when you talked about the sickle and the hook, I'm thinking Peter Pan and Captain Hook, but yeah. And then even
I guess
this image, right? This image where it showed the sickle cells getting clogged up, and oh my goodness. And you were talking about babies and this I just
and
we had
so if you do carry it, at least if you can avoid it, knowing that your partner doesn't have it, genetic testing will be the best. Like, they do blood testing on that too. You want to prevent stuff, right? So if you already are a carrier or you're going through it, if you can prevent it, that would be the best thing you can do for your babies. Yeah.
Well, I know that Levi Long Sickle Cell Association does go to organizations and agencies, and she will do trait testing. And so maybe that's something that we can arrange with you for her to come out to the spa, because if you're, I like to say, of childbearing age or interested in having a child, you should know, and you should disclose that before you guys decide to raise a family like yours. Maybelle, I'm so appreciative for you. I know I reached out to you in the Facebook group, and thank you for your donation. Thank you for your education and your support.
Oh, you're welcome. Let me know. I'm always here. My medical spa is definitely open to you and the community.
Wonderful, wonderful. We look forward to working with you again. Thanks, dear. I appreciate you.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. That was nurse practitioner right here in Central Florida. She came in and not only made a wonderful donation, but she was able to give us some education on sickle cell and answer a couple of questions too. I always imagine sickle cell like Kiana describes it, as a sickle shape. But when she said like a hook, which, I guess visually it's the same thing, but the hook sticking to the walls and grabbing, I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine. This is the Queen Bee Evangelist Angie B. Yes, I have gum in my mouth to try to keep this cough at bay. Praise the Lord for lipstick and makeup and just having an opportunity to dress up and feel good today. This is our 24-hour marathon fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Please make your donation using the payment methods that are now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Please, ma'am, please, sir, we will be grateful for you. Okay, coming up in this next hour, we have another set of jewelry coming from Paparazzi Jewelry. This is going to come up in our silent auction. We've got a lovely dangly set of earrings and a matching bracelet. The way we're doing this silent auction during the fundraiser is that you may send a text to the number that you see on the screen and you put in a bid, $5, $10, $15. Your donation not only is going to a 501c3 nonprofit organization, but we will ship these items to you absolutely free. And so we're excited to be able to share. The winner from last hour said that they want us to continue to receive bids from this piece because they said that they are a him and they would not be wearing these items. And so when we looked at item 1 and item 2, it's almost like they match. You know, I'm not a paparazzi consultant, so I don't know if it's the same set or not. But what I do know is if you want dangly earrings to go with this, you know, it almost looks like they match. Along with, if you're a little more bashful and want to wear these little bitty tiny earrings. So for this hour, we're going to say that both sets will be going up for auction, and we're going to start the bid at $10 since it's 2 separate sets. A necklace, a bracelet, and 2 different pairs of earrings. Your 100% of your donation for this set will go to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And again, postage will be absolutely free. We will send it to you. If you are watching the replay and you'd like to make a donation, please do so, and you will still receive a free gift. And so we're very, very grateful for that. We truly are. Thank you to Pastor Mary Hope from It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. She called to check in. The ministry made their donation last weekend, and we're very, very grateful for that. We truly are. And we're also excited to let you know that if you're in the near King College in Union, New Jersey, in Downing Hall, please stop by and see author Avalon S. Brown. Author Avalon is there today introducing her book. She'll be there till 6 p.m. This is what she looks like, so you'll see her. I think today is a chilly day in New Jersey, so she's got on a black coat, looks like, and a blue lanyard. But please stop by, check out her books. Our team was thrilled to narrate the audiobook for Mommy, Why Do I Have a Cold? You'll see that one. And the special thing about author Avalon is that she strives to create a book for each and every one of her grandchildren. So her grandchildren are featured in the book. So again, we invite you to go out to King College in Union, New Jersey, and go check out Downing Hall. She said there's a book festival there from noon to 6 p.m. And the video that she just posted on Facebook when she went live, it looks like there's tables and tables of authors. So go out and look for Avalon and You won't regret it. You won't regret it. All right, if you are in the Daytona Beach area and last night, or if you just wanted to come out and support Levi Long, the Night to Remember program took place last night, and I got pictures to show you. I got pictures. The program. Let me see if I can move some of this out of the way so you can read the program. The program included music by Retro Flow. There was a prayer, the welcome and occasion, the introduction of Dr. Chester Williams, and the musical guest. They gave the history, academic information, stem cell patch information, which we were thrilled to learn about from Kiana last weekend during the 24 hours broadcast. Then they presented In Loving Memory. Okay, that was what she wanted to do to give a memorial to those that have passed on during their fight with sickle cell. Then the dinner performance was live music by Retro Flow and a request for silent givers. They had a speaker and in honor of and the thanks and the recognition. So what I want to do now is I have just a very special song I'd like to. No, I'm not going to sing it, not with my voice acting like this. But I got a couple of special songs that I want to play coming up next and dedicate them to Kiana as she continues to spread awareness about sickle cell and to truly ask you to do your best to give. Do your best to give. We'll be very grateful for you. You're so fine.
It's set in the heart of man.
Dedicated to Kiana.
This life is hard. Our legs weak. How can we stand? There has to be something more to this life. There has to be a more fulfilling plan. The rest for the weary and burdened in a dry land. We need an answer to fill this vacancy. Show us the plan and fill this emptiness in me.
My soul cries, my soul.
The heartbeat of humanity is searching for some sanity, something to fill this emptiness, this vacancy, this vanity. We chasing after everything our eyes can see, running after things that just don't satisfy our needs, needing love and a reason to live. God came and gave his son our sins, he paid the bill, but we riding in the darkness like the three blind mice. Our souls crying out, man, we tired of this life. I'm realizing that the only satisfaction is in the Christ that came, and I'm tired of seeing pain in people's eyes. Chasing after lies, fortune and fame, walking there playing with life like chance. This ain't a game. Vanity, all insanity. Filling it with things, but the emptiness remains. We play church, but no change. We gotta be real with God and stop playing games. We can't remain the same.
My soul
you're the cure that I'm needing. I ask you, redeem me, lead me, teach me. You gotta walk me through. Show me the ways to get closer to you. Your presence is the air I breathe, the reason I'm still alive. The essence of your love, it brings a supernatural high. It's the essence of your love, I sing, I'ma do it till I die. I go home with this thing, it's you for which I try. As the deer pants for water, my soul longs for you, Father. My tears are my supplier. Evil's desire opens fire. The enemy had me in a trance, prisoner of war. Fell for counterfeit romance with sins that I explored. Given a second chance by you, a vacancy restored. Baptized, was a girl gone wild, now I'm a girl gone wise. That's why.
My soul cries.
you don't hear my pain. We gotta reach the lost. God's soul keeps crying out to humanity, searching for a lover that will love him for eternity. So he's on a journey to ignite our yearning, our hearts set aflame with such passionate burning. Victory comes in the presence of a great king that loves to turn our bodies into great things. So my soul will sing, worthy is the Lamb, Lord the great I am. Here I come and here I am. My passion sets the tone as I enter into his throne. With praises, more praises until I'm consumed in this song. God love letter 66 in the book. Got me so hooked, my God, I'm so shook. He wrote to us like Noah in the notebook. Our souls long for his presence like the fish bones through the brook. Our soul cries for love.
My soul longs for you, as the body dies without water. My soul dies without you.
DJ Shaheem on the track. DJ Shaheem on the track.
Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YEP program.
Hi, my name is Jalen. I live in Michigan, and yep, I'm an author.
YEP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yepI'manauthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by NGB Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yep, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yep, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by NGB and Barty Productions.
Good evening. This is Kiana Griffin with the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. I am the CEO, and I'm happy to be here today. I'm grateful for Mrs. Angie B and Miss Laretha Simon for this opportunity to be on. And we're talking about sickle cell on this evening. So we have some comments and we have some questions. And so my goal is to answer them to the best of my knowledge, my research, and my ability. So the first statement is, I heard about sickle cell in the 1970s, but I haven't heard anything more. So the main goal for me as an advocate is to get sickle cell out more in the community to be talked about. You guys probably have heard more so about cancer. You may even heard more about lupus, but sickle cell is a hushed disease and it's not talked about as much, which needs to be. So I can honestly say since the 1970s, it has not been really out there, but let's make it about sickle cell and put it out there so it can be talked about because it is a very serious and inherited disease. So let's go to the next question. Why would a person have a child if they already have the trait? Irresponsible. So the first thing we don't do, we don't use our opinions to dictate how a person should and could not respond to having a family. So if a person has a trait, a lot of times I found out in this field, they did not know it. Even close to home, my children's uncle, he was born with the disease. His mom knew, and she had been taught by her family to specifically not talk to anyone with the trait. But her husband, who had been to the military, still not tested because after 1988, it was not a mandated test. He had not been tested. And so when her baby was born, which is my children's uncle, he was crying and he had the symptoms as a baby would. Swollen hands, swollen feet, excessive crying. And when she took the baby back to check him, that's when they found out that he had the actual disease. And she screamed hysterically because she had been taught and it was instilled in her that you don't get with someone that has the trait. And a lot of times people don't know that they have the trait. And so, no, I would not say it's irresponsible. What I would say is a lot of education that needs to be out. The reason we're having our marathon is so that I can give the trait test to those, especially in the college years, that are not parents yet, so they would absolutely know if they have the trait or not. Let's go to the next question. They told me my daughter had the trait, but they didn't tell me what to do about it. So that comes with education. When a person has a trait, you don't have the excessive symptoms that a person has with the disease, but your cells are not as hydrated, meaning the person will be tired more so than a person that doesn't have anything. The person will need more rest, but they won't be in and out of the hospital. So when it comes to what no one says, we have to self-educate ourselves. No matter what we don't know, we need to make sure that we do know. And I know in reference to the trait, there is a lot of information. You're welcome to reach out to me to get information on what to do when your child has the trait. Next question, please. Is sickle cell on the rise? I thought it was cured and gone. Yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. I personally can say that the FSCDR, the Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease Research Organization in Hollywood, Florida, has brought their clinic duplicated to our area. It will be in New Smyrna Beach at the health department, in which I will be running the clinic. So yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. My goal is to put advocacy in every area that there's no advocacy. And in reference to, I thought it was cured and gone, sickle cell will never be gone because it's an inherited blood disease. Persons are born with it. And yes, there is a cure, in which is through stem cell treatment. Next question, please. Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Definitely. Sickle cell is a definite disability. Yes, and I encourage those that have it to definitely apply for disability, whether it's a child or an adult, because it is definitely on the list. Next question, please. Tell us more about stem cell treatment. How can I get it for my child? So stem cell treatment is a real serious treatment. And the way you can get help for it or information about it is you go to your primary care doctor and you ask them for a referral to go to a specialist, just like you would when you will need surgery. And it is an actual procedure in like surgery. And when you get the referral, you talk to the specialist, but it's just not like that. You have to have someone that's a match. And just like it is with kidneys, you have to have someone in your family that's a match that does not have the sickle cell disease or trait. And the way you get it for your child is you first start off by asking your primary care doctor, and then you get a referral to the specialist. And then that specialist, more than likely in our area, you will get referred to Shands in Gainesville, or even possibly in Orlando. So if you have any more questions in reference to that, I would also like to give more information depending on the specific questions for it. But it is a cure and it is help out here. Any more questions? Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Yes, definitely apply for disability because it is definitely out there. And actually, I remember going to Tallahassee and speaking to legislators from different areas in the state of Florida who let me know personally that sickle cell is not going anywhere. And now there are two representatives that are not like us. They are like others, another descent, and they're fighting in the state house of representatives to get more money and more funding, because now they see that it's not a black only disease. There are Caucasians that have the actual trait and the disease, because love does not choose who gets it and who doesn't. People come together and they match up all the time, and without knowledge and education of their background, that's how sickle cell continues to spread. Next question, please. What is the difference between sickle cell SS, SC, sickle beta plus, etc.? So there are different types of sickle cell. And then I want to explain or just state SS, SC, sickle beta plus, and it all is a part of the gene mutation, because we know that sickle cell is formatted in our bloodstream, and that's how a person is born with it. So the different types of sickle cell is according to the types of It's according with DNA and with the blood types in our streams. A lot of people don't understand that we have different blood types within our blood levels, and that's really scientific. So I had to Google it to make sure I found the right question answer for you guys. So the sickle cell disease is caused by a mutation in the beta globin gene. So when you hear stuff like globin, that's really like our blood. And then our genes, that's a part of our characteristics and our makeup. When I go out to do education, I always explain we get our makeup and our characteristics from our parents. Everybody has a mother and a father, no matter where you go. And you get your nose, your eyes, your lips. Every formation that we have comes from our parents. So in the beta globin gene, it's in our blood makeup. And so this can result in an abnormal hemoglobin called sickle hemoglobin, or HB. And the different types of sickle cell disease that are on the rise based on whether they're hemoglobin beta S gene, which is probably Spanish or another language to you all, because this is all scientific and it deals with our bloodstreams. So there it comes from the gene mutation, which is our different genes that we have. And I hope I answered that question to the best of you all liking. And for me personally, Kiana Griffin, I would like to publicly thank Commissioner Barbara Gertman for believing in me and inspiring me to press on in spite of everything that's trying to go against sickle cell these days. I thank the city of Daytona Beach and Mayor Derek Henry for all of the communities that surround us. Thank you for your contribution to me, Commissioner Reed. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I say that, Commissioner Reed, for her donation to me for $5,000. I appreciate you greatly. I also want to thank the Women's Symposium organization for recognizing me on last year for my hard work in the community, Bethune-Cookman University, which is also an alma mater. Thank you to Mrs. Joyce Cusack, who her son Alan was one of my clients, and all of the sickle cell organizations all over the entire world. Thank you also to the FSCDR, which is the Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease and Research under Dr. LeBronte Hall. They're responsible for us having a clinic in our area, and I'm excited because that will lessen the mistreatment and the in and out of the hospital visits for our sickle cell families and individuals. I want to especially thank my sickle cell individuals and families, Mr. Ethan Johnson and the staff at the health department, and Akesia especially as well. Special thanks to my production and promotions team at Angie B and Barty Productions, Lolo Social Media Promotions, Business with a Heart, and Angie B Productions. I greatly thank you guys. If you can see at the bottom, you will see the ways to reach out to me. You can also see ways to donate. Oh, and I cannot neglect to say I thank the Jacksonville Jaguars so very, very much for an opportunity to come there and raise awareness as I'm working, and I have a travel team with me and we go to the games, and I'm grateful from my heart for the Jacksonville Jaguars for that opportunity. I am currently covering Volusia counties, east and west, Flagler County, St. Johns County, Putnam County, and as of today, I will have a discussion on Thursday to finalize me having the responsibility of Tri-County Sickle Cell, which is also in Orlando, which will cover Osceola, Orange, and I'm missing one, and Seminole counties. So as you can see, I have my plate full, and sickle cell is not going anywhere. And I'm grateful for this opportunity, grateful for just the press on my heart to run this race. I am a human rights advocate. I'm a sickle cell advocate, and I stand for the right and the treatment of sickle cell individuals all over. I have clients in New York, Connecticut, anywhere there's no advocacy, I make myself an advocate. And I thank you so much for your time this evening. Please stay tuned because we will be having a 24-hour telethon January 28th, 10 a.m. until January 29th, 10 a.m. If you would like a part of your business or organization to be spoken about or talked about within this segment, please let me know. Reach out. You'll see more advertisement all this week and all next week up to the time we will have our 24-hour telethon. You can donate funds because we're doing sickle cell treatment information. We're doing also getting ready to do sickle cell testing. I need to do trait testing. And for me to be able to do trait testing, the kit for 100 tests is $772. I've done it before, but now I need your help to go ahead and submit donations so that I can go ahead and get this again. The way right now you can get tested for your trait is through your primary care doctor. You will have to get a referral to go to either LabCorp or Quest Diagnostics, and then you still have to pay for the test. But if you go through me and my organization, it is free. I do the test, and it's a simple prick to the finger. You will get your results in a few minutes, close to almost like the COVID test. So I've done it before for Bethune-Cookman athletes years ago. So now it's time for more trait testing to be done. I greatly appreciate you all for your time tonight. Thank you so much for those that have been in this with me, have been encouraging me, praying for me in the background, talking to me, letting me know that, they're with me. And I can't thank you enough. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And let's continue to advocate for sickle cell everywhere.
Woohoo! That was our founder, CEO, director, Kiana. That was a replay from our January 2023 fundraiser. Right now, we're in the middle of our live fundraiser, and Kiana is with us. She is off site somewhere educating and advocating, and I don't know where she is, but she gonna come on and tell us a little bit more. Hey, Kiana. Hey, girl.
Hello. So we just finished the last sickle cell event for this month, and I have a lady here. She's learned some things today, and so hello, Miss Jackson.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, so
everything was very instrumental to everyone because it was great information that we really didn't know. So it was good to learn. Yes, thank you.
So that's one I view. So we have some more people that want to share, the things that they learned today. I'm coming over to the daughter of the person that did the event. This is Samantha. Hi, Samantha. Tell us something you learned today.
I learned about sickle cell and the rigid blood cells and the straight blood cell and how much pain people endure when they have sickle cell and how important water is to the life of someone with sickle cell, keeping yourself hydrated.
Wow. Thank you.
So going around the room, because I already told them we was in my telethon and we're going live. You want to say something on the telethon about the things you learned today? This is the president of the Black Nurses Association.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aaron. I'm the president of the Daytona Beach Black Nurses Association. Please come on out and support Healthier, Wealthier, Wiser. Very good information provided. I'm a nurse, been a nurse for over a decade, and I learn something every time I come. So please come out and join.
All right. Well, listen, you get his contact information, Kiana, and tell him to call me.
I will.
Yeah, because we want to hear more from him.
Okay. I'm going to a lady who put on this awesome event. Miss Davis. I'm going to show you the lady who put on this event. She did an awesome job. This is not my first time coming to an event. She's invited me to, I think it's my third event she's invited me to.
Oh my goodness.
Before I go to her, let me grab Miss Donna Edwards, who did she did the full presentation today. She's a nurse. Her son has sickle cell. She's his advocate, and she's teaching him to advocate for himself in high school, so he knows now how to advocate for himself. So I'm going to let Miss Donna say something.
That's so good.
This is Miss Donna.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Miss Donna.
I love what I do. I'm a nurse, and I have a grandson that has sickle cell, and I love educating about sickle cell, just the things that you need to know about it, what you need to do to prevent it.
Yes,
and it's not difficult, but we have to share that. I do work at Halifax as well in mental health with kids. It's an outpatient setting. So every time I get an opportunity, if you have an opportunity, call me too. I'm ready.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is wonderful. Oh.
We have Dr. Sadie here with us today. She's going to bring greetings. Hi, Dr. Sadie. Did you enjoy today?
Oh, my goodness. Did I enjoy it? It was wonderful. So informative. Please learn about sickle cell anemia. Learn about your family members, the traits. Right. Just learn all about this disease. It's all through our community, through everybody's community. But we all need to learn about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait,
that's wonderful.
You too. Come on, sweet lady. Tell us, did you enjoy this awesome thing today?
This awesome seminar today was really wonderful, and I am so glad that I attended. Even as a retired nurse educator, I learned something even though I've taught and knew the content. So I would encourage any of you that are experiencing sickle cell or you know someone with sickle cell, understand that it is manageable and that God still has you in the palm of his hand.
Yes,
Sickle
yes.
cell and your illness does not mean that life is over. You still have a full life to live out the plan that God has for you, and he definitely has a plan. God bless you.
Amen. Amen. Tell her the Queen Bee, Angie B said, hey.
The Queen Bee, Angie B said, hey, this
Hey,
is
Queen. Hey, Queen. Look at you. Looking beautiful as ever. Take care.
Thank you, baby. See you later.
So we have a child here. Come here, big girl. Tell us, what did you learn today about sickle cell here today?
I learned that it can harm many people of their cells, and it was like it makes like a crescent shape.
Yep.
When it's like when you have the disease,
Mm-hmm.
and you drink plenty more fluids than you used to, and that's all I really know.
Good job, big girl.
How old is that baby? Uh-oh.
The origin of this. Oh, here she is.
There she is. How old was that child?
Big girl. She's 10. How old are you? Oh, she's 12. I'm sorry. She's 12. She's 12.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So I'm going to get this young lady right here. Carla. Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, okay. Okay, you ready? So this is the originator of this organization and this awesome today.
Okay. Hello, darling.
Hello. I'm Carmen Davis, and a couple of years ago, I was working at home with COVID patients, and I started praying, saying, God, it has to be something else. We must bring this medical knowledge to the community. All can't come out to a hospital or to a site. We need to bring it to them. So January 2022 is when we launched Healthier, Wealthier, Wiser. If you were healthier, you could do more, you could bless more people. If you're wealthier, you can share that knowledge. And if you're wiser, then you can continue on learning about medical management, how to manage your health care, how to be an advocate on your own behalf, and of course, help your family and others. So here we are today, because September is Sickle Cell Month. We must share and get the word out to sickle cell patients and their families so they can too live a better life.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, God answers prayers, doesn't he? God will answer prayers. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, let me get my stuff together. So that cleaning up, I gotta put my stuff away, because I've been trying to make sure I have people come on, and I'll be coming back on. Let me get out of here because they gotta clean up.
Okay, try to come back around 2:00. Your next guest is Diana Hill. From up north, and we want to hear about her book project.
Oh,
and
definitely.
And yeah, we want to be able to talk to her.
2:00.
Thank you,
Okay.
Kiana. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. Everybody, that was Kiana Long, the founder, CEO, and director of the Levi Long. What did I call her? Kiana Long Hargret. It's Kiana. That's what she was. From Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. I appreciate her for introducing us to some of the presenters that were at the health fair today. It was just so good to hear what they learned from her presentation. And did you see that 12-year-old that talked about what she learned? Education. There's even something in the Bible that says, in all things, get knowledge, wisdom, understanding, education. You've got to get it. So at the top of the hour, we will have our very special guest, Sister Hill will be joining us. She's going to talk extensively about the things that the Lord has placed upon her heart including an upcoming book project that she's going to be working on. I can't wait for y'all to see her earrings. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. So we're going to get ready to bring her on at 2 p.m. And just as a reminder, the month of September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. So we wear red, and our rubies, we wear red for sickle cell. And September is also Alopecia Awareness Month. So I'm still wearing my blue because alopecia is real. We did receive some gifts from Paparazzi, and they are available through the silent auction. You need to send a text to the number that you see at the bottom of the screen and put in a bid for these items. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to Levi Long Sickle Cell. There we go. Levi Long Sickle Cell. There we go. Short earrings, dangly earrings. Earlier today, we had the owner of a medical spa who came in and talked about her donation, and because she was a nurse practitioner, she also provided some information about sickle cell and another way to look at the way the disease affects our blood cells. You know, Kiana has taught us that our normal blood cells are round and they just kind of bounce through and go through our veins like they're supposed to. Little balls just go in and bring in oxygen and nutrients to our bodies, just like that. But with sickle cell patients, the cells are shaped like the letter C or even a hook, like was described to us earlier. And the hooked cells tend to clump together and grab hold of something that they should not. And so instead of going through our bodies normally, they end up clumping up and they can cause pain. And so we are grateful for the information that we have learned today. God is good, and that he has allowed his mercy to give us a better understanding of the disease and to be able to raise money for Levi Long Sickle Cell. Now, if you're just joining us for the first time, please put hashtag replay in the comment section. If we're not live, tell us what city and state you are watching us from. And in about 10 more minutes, we'll have our very special guest. Now, this next video we're going to bring you is a fundraiser from the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. It's a fundraiser for Levi Long Sickle Cell. This is our Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Means Business online digital magazine. We call it an e-zine, electronic magazine. And this was our August issue. This is the video of it. If you would like to secure a copy of either the August or September special edition for only $10, then those proceeds will be donated to Levi Long. So here's the video, and we'll be back in just a minute. Hey everybody, it's me again, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. And even though the T is helping my voice, my nose is still sounding funny. So please forgive me. I will we go lay some hands on it and see if we can open some things up. We are here in 10, 11, 12, 1, in the third, almost fourth hour of our 24-hour marathon. We are raising funds for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and we have had a wonderful time this morning. We started out with some technical difficulties, and we bound that up in the name of Jesus. We sure did. And we've had just a variety of guests to come in, a nurse, some guests that are currently at a health fair, joined the founder, Kiana, and it's just been a wonderful thing. But we promised to also tell you about some alopecia awareness Alopecia Awareness Month events that are going on, because sickle cell awareness and alopecia awareness, we share the same month. That's why I wear red for sickle cell and blue for alopecia awareness today. So just want to tell you about Camille's Divine Unity Annual Alopecia Awareness Walk and Picnic. It takes place in Memphis, Tennessee at Overton Park Pavilion, which is 389 East Parkway, again in Memphis, Tennessee. This event is brought to you by our fellow alopecian Camille Barnes. And again, it's a unity walk and picnic. So registration for the walk began at 8 a.m. this morning. It started at 9. But at the end of the walk, there'll be a picnic at the East Park Pavilion. There you can make some donations for her alopecia awareness event. Send a text. Well, just text me, and then I'll send you the number out. Just in case this is the replay. Ain't no sense in everybody trying to get in touch with her, But we are excited about what Camille is doing today in Memphis. We're also excited about BaldyCon. I tell you, there's been so many exciting events that have gone on this month. Of course, we kicked off the month with Sharice over in Houston, Texas, All For You Boutique. We kicked that off with her Labor Day weekend, and then came back to Daytona Beach for our 7th annual weekend retreat and beauty bazaar. At BaldyCon, there are special appearances by models, and even Brielle, the 9-year-old, who is embodying fearlessness, bravery, and unwavering confidence. Not only is she a straight A student enrolled in a talented and gifted program, but she's a successful model who landed her first print job when she was only 6 weeks old. And so we're excited to give a shout out to BaldyCon up in Atlanta, Georgia. We know several of our alopecia sisters are there. Tiffany Tyson Green is there. She graced the cover of our first magazine. Sharice is there from Houston, and so is Tracy Etheridge. She served as one of our very first models when we launched the Beauty Bazaar. So now we're going to bring in Sister Diana Hill. We're going to change it up just a little bit, because Diana has a new book coming out, and she has several books, but the one that's coming up is just we're just very, very excited about it. We want to be able to introduce that book to you, and as soon as Diana is ready to come on camera, we will bring her to you. Diana is just an overall precious petal of God. And we are excited to have her as our guest. Okay. While we are getting ready to transfer to her interview, we want to tell you about a couple of other books that are coming out. Okay, just a couple.
Hi, this is author Avalon Celeste Brown. I am the visionary of this project. Recently, I've been speaking to different nurses who have been expressing and voicing their challenges and their frustration while working in the field. So I decided to reach out to different nurses from different specialties and bring them together to create a book so that they can write about their experiences, their challenges, their frustrations that they experienced in nursing and how they overcame them and why those challenges did not make them quit. This is going to be a very important book for the next generation of nurses because they can see that they are not alone out there. The nurses before you have gone through these same type of challenges, these same frustration, but they never allowed it to make them quit because nursing is their passion. And this is what we want you to know. Keep your passion. Never let them make you quit.
Audiobook produced and promoted by Angie B. Productions.
Hey there, family. It's me, Angie B. And Sister Diana, are you ready to join us now? We would love to have you to join us. We've even got Kiana, the founder of Levi Long Sickle Cell Association here. Hey, Kiana, I'm going to bring you in. I know you riding in your car because you always going someplace. But I want to introduce you to Sister Diana Hill. She's going to tell you a little bit about her upcoming book project. Okay. And I want to give you guys a chance to talk. Sister Diana, this is Kiana, founder
How you
of the
doing?
organization.
Good. How are you? I can't complain. Glad to be here today.
Okay, where are you from?
I'm from Philadelphia, PA.
I hear that nice accent there.
So
I'm excited about what's going on. And I always love Miss Angie B on who she represents and how she represents herself.
Yes.
And how she represents alopecia.
Yes.
And she represents it with excellency.
Yes, she does.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. So, Diana, tell us about your upcoming book project.
Okay, so I have 3 things that's going on within the next 18 months. First and foremost, I have an upcoming anthology that's called The Precious Petals of God. And it's an inspirational anthology. It has something where you have to, first of all, women are precious petals of God. That's what First Peter 3:4 and 5 tells us. That we are the precious petals of God. Not the men, but the women. We're very significant. Even though we're their helpmates, we're significant. And the second part is you choose a woman of the Bible, summarize it, and how did that woman represent you, or why you chose that woman. And then at the very end of it is a third component. Mind you, it's a women's empowerment project. Give a word of encouragement to women, how to empower a woman that may be going through something, how to empower them on how they can look for hope for tomorrows. That's the first project. Then the second project, so first of all, I have a book called The Other Side of the Storm that was published in July. And that made Amazon's bestsellers list within the first couple of days. And I have a book 2 to that's going to be coming out sometime next year as well. I haven't really named the title, but that project starts in November. And then for Women's Month of March 2025. I'm having a conference, a women's conference around both books.
And
So I guess I have a lot going on within the next 18 months.
in Philadelphia. I
Yes.
never been, so I'll have to get Kiana to come over.
I've been there because I have family that lives in Pittsburgh. My favorite team is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It's gonna be at a hotel, so it's gonna be very nice. And then for whoever want to have hotel accommodations, then I can have rooms blocked off as well.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. Now let's go back to Precious Petals. You said that a component of the book is women going through things. Can you?
No, it's basically the last part is women's encouragement. Like, what can you encourage women who may be going through something that and just encourage them in Christ first and foremost, because it's a Christ-like book. So to encourage them in Christ in your own words, and just how to encourage them how to be a better woman within themselves.
Well, I want to make a recommendation for you because I know a lot of books have like a preface or a foreword, something written by someone. And
well, you know what, Miss Angie B? Why don't you do the foreword?
I was going to recommend Miss Kiana do the foreword because she can talk a little bit about sickle cell, how to encourage those mothers that have children with the disease. That's who I would recommend. I think.
Okay.
You think about it. You pray over it. You think about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Kiana, would this be something that you even want to be interested in being a part of? It's a small fee broken down into 3 different parts. You think about it. The deadline is sometime the end of October. So you let me know. And as a matter of fact, Miss Angie is my publisher. She's publishing in this book for me. And she's also doing the marketing. She's doing everything.
She's mine too.
I got a fabulous team. Praise the Lord. But
so you let her know. You let me know, but you let Angie know because there's a deadline. So you let me know.
Yeah, I think Kiana can write 3 or 4 paragraphs just for the beginning, just to open it up and give encouragement. And but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Yeah.
And encouragement, you can write about the sickle cell at the end because the beginning is the main part. It's about the petals of God and the women of God.
That is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
So nice.
You can put that in your bio. You can make that about your whole bio.
So good. So Diana, do you know anyone with sickle cell?
I actually do know the people that I know that had sickle cell. They're unfortunately they all passed away. One of my good girlfriends had sickle cell. She lived to be 40 plus years old, but she got killed. Sickle cell didn't kill her. She got shot. So, and she died. But an old boyfriend of mine that I used to deal with, that I knew all my life until he passed away, his whole entire family had sickle cell. And at his funeral, his sister was in the hospital with the crisis. And they allowed her to be discharged for them couple of hours just to go to her brother's funeral. And she had to go back to the hospital. Like, she was in a crisis in the hospital at her brother's funeral. And she was like, I don't care if y'all don't discharge me, I'm discharging myself. She's like, I just want to leave for a couple of hours and come back, but I can't miss my brother's funeral. And then she passed away like 18 months later.
Oh, Jesus. Kiana, does stress bring on a crisis?
Oh, definitely. That's one of the main factors of a crisis, stress.
Really?
Dehydration, yes. And that's why I advocate so hard, because even if my clients have a notice or anything to not get evicted, all of that can bring on a crisis.
So the change in seasons is a crisis on your body, allergies and cold weather and hot weather. Okay, but the emotional stress can also bring on a crisis, right?
Yes, definitely.
Ooh, Lord.
Wow.
Yes,
It's
Kiana.
a lot.
Is sickle cell, is that an autoimmune disorder?
Oh, it's an inherited disorder. You're born with it.
Right, you're right. Because everybody that, and my god sister, daughter, my niece, she didn't have sickle cell, but she had the trait from her father's side.
And when you get someone else that has the trait, that's what brings the children on with disease, because it's a trait plus a trait equals the disease. That's the only way you can get through your parents. That's the only way.
And I appreciate what you said earlier about how you don't catch it like COVID. It's not like out in the air. You catch it. Yeah.
God bless you. It's a real inherited disease.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. So Diana, congratulations on that book that went Amazon #1.
Yay!
No, it takes a great effort to do that when you're working with other people, and
Yes.
you still got
And
room.
guess what? This book that you're in, Miss Angie, that's
Yes.
going to be an Amazon bestseller too. I prophesize over that. You know, I told you that weeks ago,
You did. You told
and
us.
I'm saying it again.
That's it.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. Well, Sister Diana, please do me a favor and share this broadcast with everyone and ask them to make a donation to Sickle Cell. Ask them to seek out a Sickle Cell association in their area and volunteer. I tell you about Kiana. Kiana founded this organization, and the reason she's in her
Kiana, do you have sickle cell?
I don't, but I lost 3 cousins from it. My children,
Okay.
their mom disease. So it's in my family on my father's side. It's in my children's family on their father's side.
Do any of your children have it?
No.
Well, that's a blessing on itself as well. They just carry the trait.
Nope. They don't have a trait.
No, that's a blessing all in itself right there. When I say that's a blessing because sickle cell, I mean, I seen that whole family, that whole entire family all my life. I seen that family in and out of the hospital. I seen my girlfriend suffer. I seen her suffer.
I tell you that is tragic, absolutely tragic. Diana, I want to put some pictures up on the screen.
Oh my gosh! About ooh, Jesus.
Kiana taught us about this. These are some of the signs and symptoms. When babies are born, their hands and feet look like this. They're born in a crisis. And Kiana has just taught us so much. It just,
and it can affect them at different ages. Last night, I was just gonna say, not to rudely interrupt. They can affect that crisis can affect at whatever age. The baby of the room last night that received an award, she was 7 months and she had just first experienced her first crisis last week at 7 months old.
Oh baby.
And her parents are young, so I was glad they were there.
Yeah. Kiana, I'm so grateful that you are a precious petal. Whether you are going to be in Diana's book or not, it takes a precious woman to be an advocate for a disease like this. You're out in the community today at a health fair, interviewing people and talking to people and speaking on sickle cell awareness. And Kiana is going to be an author. Kiana's been working on her book.
Oh, awesome. What's the name of your book?
Yeah. It's gonna be 2 parts. Part 1 is from Millbrook to Daytona. that's I was born, and that's the pastor where I ended up. I'm here in Daytona. I've been 34 years. And then part 2 is all grown up.
All
So
grown up.
from your birthday, it shows my start here, and I got here when I was 12. And then part 2 is all grown up, shows my journey from being here, how it led me to starting my organization. And
I'm
I'm
proud
also
of
going
her
to do
for
a
writing.
production. Levi Long Sickle production that Miss Angie B is going to produce me. A production of my actual sickle cell journey. I'm so hyped.
I'm so hyped for you. And I'm hyped that also that you will be coming to the empowerment. I got to somehow, some way. Do you talk about financial literacy or anything?
I'm about to. I am, because I'm doing right now. I'm going to school to become a financial educator.
Well,
So
how about
yes.
this? How about I need a woman? I need a woman that's going to be talking about financial literacy.
So I need the dates. I need the dates, please.
Oh, it's going to be March of 2025, Women's Month.
Okay, it's 2025 is the year.
Yes, 18 months from now.
Okay, and then what's the dates in March?
I don't have a date, but I will
Okay.
let you know. I don't.
Okay, I'll be good
I'm
and
in it.
ready
As a
then.
matter of fact, Miss Angie, I've been so busy this morning. I just got off the phone with my marketing team
Woo,
just a few
marketing
minutes
team.
ago on
That's what's
getting my
up.
landing page together, how much the tickets is going to cost, how many people I'm going to start off, how many tickets I'm going to start off with.
Let's go
I'm starting
then.
off with 25, and just to know that y'all will be my first two
Woo
and you're
woo.
going to be a speaker. That is so awesome. That is so
Woo, let's go
awesome.
then.
And how about this? I just for that, I will pay for your hotel stay.
Oh, me and Miss Angie B, we gonna stay together.
Can I stay with you, Kiana?
Please, can I stay with you?
I will pay for your hotel stay.
I'll bring the
I'm
cheese
so
and crackers,
elated. I'm
Kiana.
so
You know why?
excited.
Because you just don't even understand what Miss Angie B is doing for my publishing. It's just so
Yes.
amazing. It's
Isn't
so
she a
amazing.
godsend?
And
She's a
one thing about me, I believe in giving back. I believe in sponsoring somebody. I believe in that. You know, sometimes people worry about the money. My money is in the Lord. You understand what I'm saying? My increase don't come from people. My increase come from the Lord.
You
So
right
how
about
about I
that.
will pay for your hotel stay?
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
And y'all just pay for the conference and I pay for the hotel stay.
Yes, ma'am.
Amen.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am. Yes,
thank you,
ma'am. And we'll
thank
get
you.
there. We will get there.
We
We will
will,
get
we
there.
will, we will. Listen, the next fundraiser for Levi Long Sickle Cell is January 21st through the 22nd, 2024. So put that date on your calendar, people. We want Diana to come back and talk some more about the conference. We want people to donate airline tickets so me and Kiana can get to Diana's conference.
We getting
And
there.
we want people to support spreading sickle cell awareness. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Diana, I'm grateful for you. Thank
I'm
you,
grateful
dear.
for you, Miss Angie.
I was just obedient. The Lord said you two needed to meet, so I was trying to figure it out.
Yes, and who would have known that? Listen, divine connections. That's crazy.
Always.
Divine connections. All day long, I
I
had a
know
divine
it.
connection.
Yes.
Y'all just don't eat.
Obedience is
This is
better than sacrifice.
crazy.
Obedience
All
is
day
better.
long.
Good. Well, Diana, listen, tell everybody how they can get in touch with you. So if they're
I can
interested in the
be
book
reached.
or
I can be reached through my Facebook, Diana Hill. I have a Facebook group called the Everyday Woman Transformative Group by Coach Diana Hill. If you want to join that, and my IG handle is Diana1788.
okay. So when you hang up, put all that information in the comments in the broadcast. People will be able to
Okay,
get up with you.
and I can share my email address and all of that.
That'd be good. God bless you, my sister. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming on. We are grateful for you, Sister Diana, and I will talk to you later. Oh, that was wonderful, Kiana. Look at God.
That was
Look at God.
perfect. That was perfect.
Look at
Perfect
God.
timing, perfect everything. That happens when
Mhm.
you are obedient. It works just itself out right then. It was
Yes.
perfect.
When you say
Ooh, and mom
God,
would have got on him, got blessed
I
with a
know.
hotel trip. Oh,
I know. She is just a blessing. She truly, truly is. I tell you. Now listen, Kiana, you've also been invited. Let me put this flyer up right quick. And I'm gonna put you backstage for a second so I can read the flyer to you. Kiana, you have been invited to come and share a brief testimony about sickle cell at in St. Augustine, Florida, at It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Okay, the teaching ministry. Pastor is Mary Hope, and she is the host. The conference takes place November 10th through the 12th, 2023, at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. The conference is based on Luke chapter 22 through 24, which says, "And being in an agony, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was his sweat was as if it were great drops of blood falling down to the ground." Have to excuse me. I'm still struggling with my voice just a little bit. I sure didn't mean to mess up the word of God. But that is Luke chapter 22 through 24. So, Kiana, you've been asked to come and share a testimony or a song and spread a little of sickle cell awareness at a conference presented by It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry in St. Augustine, Florida. The title is A Gethsemane Moment, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And I truly believe your testimony about sickle cell will be well received by the attendees at the conference. We've got the MCs and the speakers lined up. And Kiana, I hope you can attend. Again, it's November 10th through the 12th in St. Augustine, Florida. Blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, Kiana, I know you're making a transition from the vehicle. Just wave at me when you are ready to come back on screen. And thank you for saying you'll be there. I know Pastor Mary will be grateful. Very, very grateful for that. And we've just got so many things that we're grateful for. Kiana taught us last weekend that a stem cell surgical procedure is currently the way to cure sickle cell. But the price tag of that surgery, which is not covered by insurance, the price tag is $39,000. Plus, you have to have a family match, someone in your family that matches. You also have to have transportation. There's just so many things. And so this is part of the reason why we're spreading awareness about sickle cell. Keep in mind that, there are people that need a kidney or need a lung or need other things. And we have them in prayer, but the price tag is $39,000 for a stem cell treatment. And you have to have someone in your family that matches. So we're going to continue spreading the word and asking you to make your donations for sickle cell awareness. Okay, we're going to give Kiana just a few more minutes to get in and get situated. And Kiana, when you get back, we want you to share some feedback about last night, the pictures have been uploaded, and we want to share them with everybody. So we're going to bring you another musical interlude, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Run it up, kid. See, I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? God told me go, I'm sliding. You just something crazy, Joe Biden. Give me what up, never an option. You don't want no problems. Already won by a landslide. Throw your meat bound like hands tied. Been under my feet, got my cap tired. And I ain't stepping off like a landmine. It's up and it's stuck like it's Enoch. Cause they hung y'all from that treetop. They splintered his hand and his feet up. But the rock steady, this beat pop. Rose on that tomb out that cemetery. Came through like who wrote this obituary. It was big man, why you looking scary? Can't see my God like he wizard killer. Won't I? Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Say I won't hit up the club with Glow Nation. Tell them all put on Stomp by Kirk Frank. Low saving that we headed to the radio station. Got power with us since we creating they whole place. Kanye West ain't the only one rapping about Jesus. Go to rolling louder with these sarcasms and all the demons. In the middle of my set, and I'm really from the West. Throw money in the air, but I really ain't impressed. I got jewels on my crown, now I'm shining big time. Living for the Lord, you don't know when the end time is. Devil sitting at a table with these, they big plotting. What we gonna do with Miles, you know he a big problem. Hell's most wanted, got my poster on the wall. I done been in war, pulling holes in the wall. But I got heaven armies sliding through whenever I call. Why when I tell the world about what he did and what I saw? Won't I? Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? They won't make your church sneeze, cause God really can. Glow Nation, they been on top, we call them ceiling fans. I've been trying to get it, press go, we call it praise advance. Don't try to doubt what Jesus can, he's more than a man. Stunning on the I've been shooting shots like he told me. I've been leaning back like I'm Kobe. Darkness can't hold me, still seeking Christ, watching him mold me. Know that these trials, they gon' grow me. I'm still holy stepping, I got holes in my socks. Big weapon, no guessing, got glow, don't need rocks. From heaven, still revving, big sword, don't need glocks. Straight guessing, ain't question, praise Christ, don't make bops. Still on attack, I've been keeping division. We're all living, don't pivot division. Looking to get with the world, giving, don't play. Don't care what they gon' say. God's plan, this ain't my way. Where we gon' stay? Won't I? Won't I? See and I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Won't I? Say and I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
You have to learn how to advocate for the families. You have to learn how to communicate with the individuals. You have to learn how to communicate with the hospital staff, with the states, with reaching out for funding. Oh my gosh, Kiana, it's enormous.
Yes, it is.
It really is enormous. So tell us a little bit about how you deal with the individual families. Do they contact you when they're in crisis? Do you find out when they're en route to the hospital? How do you find out?
So the same clients that I started out with in 2009, I still have some of those same
Right.
clients. And then, of course, I have newer clients as well. I even have babies.
Oh, my.
And so they know me. I know them. It
Mhm.
doesn't matter if they're going to the hospital and they need me, they'll call me. Or if the most recent as of last night,
Mm-hmm.
if they're in the hospital, they've been going to that same hospital every time. But then all of a sudden things change. and the orders that the doctor has left are not being followed.
Oh.
Then I have to go to the hospital and I have to advocate on their behalf physically. I like doing it via phone and letting things get done, but if I have to go there physically, then I have to, really look at the situation and ask them what is going on physically from their mouth so I can hear it, and then go to the nurse. And that happened last night.
So do you have, what kind of authentication do you have? Do you have a badge, or do you have some type of documentation that certifies you to be an advocate? What do you have to show to them, or what do you say to the hospital staff that will allow them to accept you as an advocate?
So specifically for me, I do have a badge. I have my badge with my picture on it, with my name of my company. And I have a few badges because some I use in the hospital, some I use in education in the community. And so honestly, if you're advocating as an advocate, you don't have to have anything. You just go and talk to nurses and the doctors with sense. Advocate on their behalf. Because this is my company and because I am an advocate and I do this with them specifically, and I want the hospitals to get to know me. So I wear my badge. I put my badge on last night, went to the hospital, and the first thing I did was I asked for the charge nurse, or the DON, the nurse that's on duty right then. That's the first thing I need to know. Then when I asked for the charge nurse, the lady that I asked, she said it wasn't her. So the next thing I want to know, where's the nurse for that specific patient?
Right.
And I got to speak to her. And thankfully, she was a travel nurse. So she wasn't a nurse that's there all the time. But because she was a travel nurse, she treated her differently, meaning she treated her with more kindness.
And
she
respect.
was one of us, and that made a difference.
Right.
She was an African-American female. And when I shared with her, because it was just simply as this, my client goes there all the time. The doctor's order states if her hemoglobin goes to 7.5, some may not know what that means. That means the blood level. Right. Hemoglobin is a main word talked in the sickle cell world. If her hemoglobin gets to 7.5, she needs a blood transfusion. That's another word that's used a lot in the sickle cell world, blood transfusion. They get many. Right. So she had gotten down to 6, and they refused to give her one. That's why I had to go to the hospital.
Oh my God.
She was in pain. And so
she was in severe pain.
She was in pain. And so this is the sad part. While I'm talking to the nurse, and I told her, first the nurse said, it's okay if I talk to her about your information, because that nurse was a travel nurse. She didn't know me.
Right.
So my client said yes. So I'm standing there in front of my client and the records, and we're talking about this situation. I told her, if the records say this, why are the things being changed? I said, I don't like it when they're being used as guinea pigs. And they're trying to, okay, well, let's try this. That's not time for that at all. Absolutely not.
No.
So I just want them to adhere to the record so she can get out of there. And this is the sad part, that my client, and this is the same client that I went on 106 radio station about.
Right.
And she said, I'm afraid to even hit the button to ask for help because they're going to mistreat me.
Oh my gosh, Kiana, that's horrible.
That's so sad.
It is.
Your job is to be a nurse and to, help people. You took an oath, take oath. But for my client to say she was afraid to push the button, and so when the travel nurse said, "Oh no, ma'am, you always push the button," I said, "Oh, I know you're in the hands, and I'll check on you later." And I was able to leave.
Right.
Had she said anything else, I would have had to stay. I'd be there for hours. I've been taking my children to the hospital to visit clients.
Oh my God.
It is that serious.
Oh my gosh. And it really is sad that they have directives. They have the directive and they refuse to follow the directive. And so what's the recourse when something like that happens?
Take their name, speak to the doctor that's on staff, even call the client her primary care or hematologist. That's the blood doctor that they see normally.
Right.
Contact them and report that nurse. Don't let it go. Report it. Because if you let it go, they'll think it's okay. They can continue to do it.
I absolutely agree. You cannot let it go. Now, Kiana, let me ask you about, well, first of all, let me give you testimony. I don't think I've revealed this so far, but I am going to probably make a little short video to share with the world the fact that my husband, I've only been married once. My husband was of Haitian descent, and he had full-fledged sickle cell. And so did 2 of his one of his brothers and one of his sisters. And he lived to, when I married him, he was 45. And he only lived for 6 years afterwards, mostly because he refused. He was terrified of a blood transfusion. I mean, he was simply terrified of it, and he refused to have a blood transfusion. But he had several crises while we were married, and it was extremely difficult. It was difficult for me because I wasn't familiar with the disease until we married. And though he did share it with me before I married, I still didn't realize that I was going to end up being a nurse. I just didn't know. You know, he was a little tall, you know, he's a little fine, you know. Yeah, I said, girl, it can't be that bad. It was that bad. It really was. It was sad. We were constantly in a hospital dealing with the disease, and I didn't know to search for an advocate. I didn't have a clue what to do. We were at the mercy of the nurses and the nursing staff and the doctors at that time. But his downfall was he just refused to have a blood transfusion. But you need the blood transfusion. So tell us, Kiana, why do you need a blood transfusion? What is it that's in the blood that needs to be refreshed?
So when a person has a sickle cell crisis, they go to the emergency room. That's the step. Because they're in so much pain. A lot of times they don't even want to go to the hospital at all. They'd rather suffer at home, take their medicine and don't even go. But when it gets to a point where they have to go, they will go. And they will sit there most times for hours, unless they have an advocate to push to get them in. Wow. And then by the time they get in, they get their IV to get some medicine, some help, some relief. So their cells are shaped like this. They're whole, right? So when they start to sickle, they start to come in shape like this. So in our small veins, they're trying to go through, they clump. Right. Because they're flowing through our bodies. Right. Those of us that have whole cells, that's our body makeup. But when you have a sickle cell, it starts to take on this form, this shape. And trying to squeeze through this vein is so very, very, very hard. So when it clumps up, that's when the crisis occurs. So you have all of this, and you're trying to get them to come back to this cell. Right. So the blood transfusion, it helps to replenish, to get the blood back flowing as a whole cell. Right. But, and I understand his point. I've had a client who did get a blood transfusion once, and the blood was bad. Right. It didn't agree with her body. She ended up in ICU all the time. We almost lost her. She's young with one child. Wow. So I can understand his fear, because there's no guarantee. You remember we did the blood drive. Yes. Because more of us, we need to do more blood drives. We need to give and donate more, because we need to, because there's blood that needs to go to our people. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Well, I am an avid believer in participating in blood drives, and I do it on a regular basis. And we need to do more to encourage people to donate blood. It doesn't cost you anything to donate blood. It's just a little prick. And, you know, they can draw quite a bit of blood, and then you can give blood on a regular basis. You can give blood on a regular basis, and it really does save lives. And if you're an organization, you can set up your own blood drive free. They'll do your advertisement. They'll give you all the paperwork, and it's the red blood bus, the red bus. Right. They'll set it up for you for free. The only thing they ask is that you allow them to be there for a minimum of 4 hours. But everything is free. They give you all the publicity. They'll post for you. You can share it on Facebook and all social media platforms. And it's that simple. And it's free. And it's free. Okay, so what we need more than anything else is a brick and mortar. If we had a brick and mortar, that's another one of our goals, Kiana, is to have a brick and mortar so that we can have sickle cell drives to give free testing, so that we can have the big red bus, the bloodmobile, come. So I do have a brick and mortar. Oh. And so it's at 984 Orange Avenue. Oh. I came on Facebook last year, and I solicited to open the doors. I did open the doors. And then the bill is $1,600 a month. But I believe
Hold on, Kiana. Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
That's ridiculous.
1 second. I'm so sorry. 1 second.
Okay, take your time, Kiana.
So,
did you hear what she said?
It is.
She said the rent on the brick and mortar was $1,600 a month. That sounds like a three bedroom, 3-bath apartment. We'll be back in just a moment. We have got to hear the rest of this story.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why sometimes I would see people going into it who looked like they were in pain. I knew nothing about it. And as I got older, I learned that one of my favorite singing groups, TLC, had a member in that group that had sickle cell. Her name was T-Boz, and she would talk about, as years went on, that there were times she would be backstage and in so much pain that she couldn't go out and perform, but she would push through the pain because she knew that her fans were looking forward to seeing her. And she really was the face of TLC, and she still is. T-Boz, I have a lot of respect for you for fighting through that pain of sickle cell. At this time in my life, I still
New from Inspired, the Alopecia Awareness Special Edition. Visit laderopress.com. 9 brave souls share their alopecia journey in this Confinement Chronicles Special Edition. Online everywhere. Hey everybody, it's time for today's health tip. Today's health tip presented by your wellness coach, Kim. Visit her online at krbutler.goherballife.com. And now it's time for today's healthy tip.
Hey everybody, it is Coach Kim here. I just want to share something with you about the curious person who is looking to lose weight and maybe trying to figure out how to do it and how to get started. Well, we have a 3-day trial pack, and in this package, you'll find 6 packets of our cookies and cream shake. That is the most popular flavor tasting, and it is so yummy. And you'll get 6 of our teas inside. You'll get 3 of the lemon and 3 of the raspberry. And what this will do is it will give you an introduction to the Herbalife way of doing things, meaning that we have 1 to 2 shakes a day. We'll have 2 colorful snacks and 1 healthy meal. And we get to coach you along the way. So when you purchase this, which is $35, you will get me as your coach. I get to walk the whole journey with you for the next 3 days, however long it takes. And I'm looking forward to it because I'm going to be a guest next month, and we get to have a challenge. Talk to me at krbutler.goherballife.com, or call me or text me at 240-281-7865. And I look forward to introducing you to the Herbalife way with this 3-day challenge.
Well. Thank you, Coach Kim. We appreciate today's health tip. Better You Nutrition. We appreciate you, and we're looking forward to the challenge.
I am the way, the truth, the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The way, truth, and life, Jesus Christ. God came in the flesh once he comes again. How long will his people keep rejecting him? How much more does he have to endure while you're testing him? Why don't you rest in him? Why you keep wrestling with my angel set? You better just repent, there ain't that much time left. And I don't wanna see you go down that road, you know it leads to death. There's so many on their way, why don't you change directions? Let the word of God be your GPS, and he will show you the way. Call on his name and be saved. I ain't saying that it's gonna be easy. Matter of fact, it might be just as hard, but at least you'll have God on your side when it comes time. For what? You don't know this is war, and before you know, it's gonna all be over. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is serious now that you feeling me. Yeah, I'ma speak the truth. It's about to hit you like 100 proof, and the spirit's proof. Ain't that enough for you? How about his love for you? Y'all acting too cool, he shed his blood for you. See you too comfortable, this shouldn't be old news. Yeah, he made me brand new, so I can't keep doing what I was doing like it's all good. I see it just won't do, because he lives in me, just like he lives in you. Jesus, I gotta live for you, so I ain't doing what I want to. Yo, I'm doing what I got to.
Oh man, it's been 27 years and I can't believe it. I'm still in love with this thing called teaching and learning. I mean, I never knew what type of impact that I would have on children's lives, but for that, I just want to say, thank God, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. Step into the room at last. Every student that I teach gon' pass. Yeah, we had a 1 to 23 ratio, but it doesn't matter. I'm committed, you could do the tricky math. How we gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You're what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Coming out the gate swinging, fighting for my students and I'm believing. Ain't no meaning, money, no rock, paper, scissors, or a glow. The real ones engage at the door. Hit it with an anticipatory hook. Always intentional, so you know they had to look. I'm committed 180 days, and all my teacher friends, man, they feel the same way. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. You can do lesson plans all weekend. Teach a lesson, hope the lesson is speaking. Kill the youth, making sure that it's children proof. I got the formula. What is it? You wanna get it? Pursue. How you gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Gotta engage at the beginning. They gon' emulate your energy, so watch what you're sending. It could be the end before you get started. Miss whatever you do, don't put the standards before the heart. A gradual release will fall apart. Understand it by design. Backwards planted, that's a vibe, y'all. That's a vibe, y'all. If you know it, then you know it, that's a vibe, y'all. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, where you at? California, New Jersey, Ohio, I'm a teacher. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Florida, I'm a teacher. Virginia, Illinois, and Georgia, I'm a teacher. Louisiana and Maryland, Texas, New York, I'm a teacher. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher.
And I'm the student.
Yes.
Have a place where, and it's already set up. I've given, I had a grand opening. The city says they want me to do another grand opening.
Good.
I gave the keys back to the owner.
Oh,
it's okay. Even though I gave the keys back to the owner, nobody wants the space but me. But we know in business, money is business and business is money.
Yes.
I didn't have $1,500 anymore. I exhausted my income tax last year.
Yes.
All that I could. So my plea to everyone that can see this video is, if you have funds, if you know how, I do have a grant writer now.
Yes.
Have a researcher now.
Okay.
My owner said, you want the keys? Whenever you want them, just come get them. It's my space, right? That's the favor of God because he has
That is the favor of God. Did you just say the owner said if you want the keys to come get them?
Come get them.
Girl,
He
that's
said
Jesus.
he has the sickle cell trait.
Really?
So when I gave him my vision and my plan, he brought people from out of town to come and walk through my building because he was so excited that I was excited about helping people with sickle cell. Again, it's business. I can't keep a sickle cell door open without your help.
No, you absolutely cannot. And you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to, Kiana. I mean, look how much you're doing. You're making a sacrifice. This is a huge sacrifice for you. And we appreciate it very much. But we need help. We need your help. We need everyone's help.
I strongly believe in the first hour, we're going to get the $800. We already have.
Absolutely.
So all of the money that's coming is going to go toward the face of the building.
Yes, absolutely. And I might as well go ahead and add the fact that Kiana and the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association needs a vehicle. So God, we are asking and believing and standing on the word that she will get a vehicle, because right now she's using her own private vehicle that she needs to transfer toward her own family. And so we need so many things. And we are going to get everything that we need. Everything. God is going to supply everything that we need.
Yes, He is.
Kiana Griffin. Yes, they are. If you have any questions, audience, please text them to 407-914-6519. Now, let's move on to a cure. Some people think there is a possible cure for sickle cell. Even if there is a cure, Kiana, I'm sure it's probably on the very expensive end.
So the details of the cure, and there's an absolute cure. And somewhere here in Daytona, I plan to have a video with them expressing and explaining the process of them going through that process of getting cured.
Okay.
So the cure is that the stem cell treatment.
Okay.
So this is what it entails. In our culture, a lot of families don't have the same mom and same dad, right?
Right.
This cure, it entails a sibling that has the same mom and dad to go underneath the stem cell treatment with the sibling that has sickle cell disease. So I've met people that have gone through that, but again, it's rare in our culture.
It is. It really is. And I'm sure it still is expensive. I've also heard it called a bone marrow transplant. Kiana, is that the same thing?
It is the same thing. Yes, it's a different name. Same thing.
Wow. And you're right. It is rare. As a matter of fact, I have some information here that states that the sickle cell trait is more common among people whose ancestors come from Africa, the Mediterranean region, the Middle East, South Asia. However, anyone can have the sickle cell trait.
Correct.
Do not think that just because you don't have melanin in your skin that you could not possibly get the sickle cell trait, because that's just simply not true. Okay, so someone has sent a question and they said, they told me my daughter had the trait. Oh my goodness, but they didn't tell me what to do about it.
Okay.
How can you answer that, Kiana?
So with a person that has the trait, they would need to make sure that they stay hydrated. They will need to make sure that they dress the weather. And we have in Florida, we know when it's going to be cold. We know when it's hot.
Right.
And the sickle cell crisis is the one that has to go in and out of the hospital. But the trait is a less pain at all. But they just have to have the knowledge of not meeting someone else that has the trait to not get the disease, and educating that daughter that has the trait. So she too will not date and marry and have children from someone else that has the trait to get the disease.
Wow. And let me tell you, that is easier. That is easier said than done, because I definitely have some sickle cell traits in my family. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if I have the trait, Kiana. My husband wasn't He wasn't interested in becoming a father because he had the full-fledged disease. Both his parents had the trait, and that's how 3 of the children ended up with it. But I tell you, it is extremely difficult to get people of African American descent to go to a doctor, let alone to go to a doctor to have a sickle cell test. I mean, I have a doctor's appointment on Monday, and I intend to ask my doctor, how can I get tested for the sickle cell trait, just to see how he's going to respond to the question.
Write it down, because I want to compare notes of what I've received as an answer.
Okay.
Okay. So what I've been told, and I want to tell you the same thing. What I was told was you have a primary care doctor, so you've already gotten that part done.
Right.
You have to get an extra referral to go to a LabCorp or Quest Diagnostic, a lab. And then when you go there, you have to pay for it to get the test done.
Oh,
so
really?
So that's why I have to do trait testing for a lot of our young people that don't have a primary care doctor. A lot of athletes, they can't get on the football field without a trait test given to the school as record, because the young man got on the football field with this trait. And
oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, so someone else is asking, Kiana, what is the difference between sickle cell SS, SC, sickle beta plus, etc.?
We are going to come back real soon so we can get that answer from Kiana. I want to thank Laretha again for helping us to spread alopecia awareness by conducting that extensive interview with Kiana, the founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And so Kiana is going to be with us in just a few moments, because we have a very special guest that's coming up. And I don't want to mention their name yet, because it's a surprise guest for Kiana. Now, anybody and everybody that knows Kiana knows that she came from one place and moved to Daytona and entered to learn and departed to serve. And in January, when we did her 24-hour fundraiser, our goal was to raise $700 some odd so that she could get testing kits, so that she could test people for the sickle cell trait. And the first people that she wanted to test were the students at Bethune-Cookman University, her alma mater. And so she remains very passionate about the students there, because, you know, some of them could be interested in starting a family. And if you know whether or not you have the trait, you can plan a little bit better about who you start a family with. And so Kiana has been an advocate. She's just been running around all day. She had a health conference to go and speak at, and we've had interviews, and we will be live with you until 10 p.m. tonight, raising awareness and raising funds for Levi Long. Now, let me tell you about Kiana's night last night. Now, I'm going to make this real quick. She had a Night to Remember program. Of course, she had it at Bethune-Cookman because she loves her alma mater. And this was the program last night. These were just a few of the guests that were in attendance. We had to wear black and red because, you know, those are the colors. She had very special guest presenters, and some of her very special friends attended. The musical performance was by Retro Flow, and I understand that they even performed during dinner. They did a pre-dinner show and a during dinner show, and it's just so good to be able to share what transpired last night. Last night was her annual fundraiser. I love this picture with the hand on the shoulder. It's like, it reminds me of the book of Titus, where it says the older women are supposed to teach and guide the younger women. That's what this picture reminds me of. Not that anybody's older or younger, but when I first saw it, that's what it made me feel like. Passing the torch along, sharing the information with others. And so Kiana has had a very exciting weekend, and the guests were just all just very, very excited to be there. So now this is, going to really be a blessing today, because the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association needs a vehicle. Right now, if there is a patient in Volusia County that is in crisis from sickle cell, they can call Kiana and she will go pick them up in her personal car and take them to the hospital. Levi Long Sickle Cell Association is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and it needs its own vehicle. So your donations this weekend, because we will be here with you until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, your donations will truly, truly help. Kiana, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Praise God for internet connections.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, dear. Kiana, I've been bragging about how much you do over at Bethune-Cookman.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the live. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulties. I hope you guys can hear us. So today has been an awesome day. Today was a health day in Ormond Beach. And so I got a chance to speak up a little bit about sickle cell, as well as Nurse Donna Edwards. She got to do a presentation. Her grandson, Donovan, is suffering with sickle cell, but he's doing well. She's an advocate for him. And I encourage everyone. It doesn't matter if you are close-knit with the person. You can be an advocate. I was sharing how I've called New York from Daytona Beach, and I've advocated for those. I've called Connecticut, and I've advocated. So you don't have to be in the same city or state that a person is in to be an advocate. You can advocate from anywhere. It's so important that we let our sickle cells, those that are living with sickle cell, know that they have an advocate. They have someone fighting on their behalf when they can't fight for themselves.
That is perfect.
Lipstick
and
on,
Kiana,
but last night was an awesome experience. Oh my goodness. I remember my first banquet was in 2021. I couldn't have it last year because we had two hurricanes. We had Ian and Nicole. So that my
oh no, I hope we didn't lose her. I know she said her internet was acting up. Lord have mercy. It's just been one of them days, I tell you. But we not going to give anybody but God the glory. And I'm going to bring in this hour's very special guest, Dr. Bethune. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Greetings. Welcome. It's always a joy to spend time with you. Always.
I'm so thrilled. I know Kiana is going to kick herself, but that's all right. She said it knocked her out, but she's coming back in. So
very good. Tell her, don't let technology defeat her.
I know. We not. That is so good. Oh, man. It is wonderful to see you. Okay, Kiana, your special guest is here. Let's see if the internet hangs in there. And how's the weather where you are, Doc?
It is absolutely beautiful today. You know, the seasons are changing, but the sky is clear, and it's beautiful.
That is good.
Beautiful. Yes.
That is good. Okay, tell me about the Family Legacy Incorporated.
Well, I tell you, we Bethunes are always on the move trying to uphold our part of the responsibility of maintaining the legacy of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. As you know, that's my grandmother, and we are now one family. For years and years, folks tried to have one side battling the other. We decided that we're not gonna let somebody else decide how we manage our legacy. And so we are one unit. This is the family legacy because what we do affects our children, our grandchildren, our great grandchildren. And, if we're not careful, folk like DeSantis will draw a line through our name and we won't have a legacy. Okay.
Yeah.
So, because he's trying to erase history or at least write it the way he wants it to be written.
Yeah.
And so part of what we do is make sure that our history is told correctly, that it is connected to where we are today, because our strength is built on the legacy of our descendants,
right,
and our ancestors.
Right.
We have to constantly connect, help our young people connect, so that they understand greatness is on our DNA.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled about that.
When you contact me and said sickle cell, I have a long history of being connected with Daytona, Volusia County sickle cell. When I was in college, I was the office administrator for Miss Williams at the sickle cell office when it was in Pine Haven Project. And it was so funny because when I graduated, my oldest daughter, Elizabeth, took my place and she worked for Miss Williams with sickle cell and making sure that the sickle cell clients got their information, that their appointments were scheduled. And, the resources have always been scarce for dealing with sickle cell.
Why do you think, somebody asked me that why is there not a cure yet? And if the stem cell is a cure, why is it so expensive? Why is that? Why has there not been historically the support?
For Black and brown people, there is always a shortage of resources. And because it is Black and brown people that are primarily affected by sickle cell, it is our battle to fight.
Wow.
And we have to not just fight on local level, but we have to engage at the level where policy is made, because policy determines the flow of cash. Okay, it is necessary for us to understand the dynamics of the politics.
Yeah.
Right now they have lowered the price of insulin and things related to diabetes, because it's no longer just affecting Black and brown folks. It's affecting white folks too.
That's what my mama used to say. Ain't gonna be no change until it hits home for the white folks.
It was the same thing with AIDS. When they were pushing AIDS primarily as a gay disease, and it was not landing in their living room in their household, there was no help. But when Rock Hudson died from AIDS, and his best friend Ronald Reagan was president,
because they were actors together.
Things changed.
I get it now.
And that's the nature of where we've always been. I mean, that is not new. And so, it's like we have to fight. We have to keep it in the forefront. And as I was saying, I was in college and we were fighting this battle. When my daughter came to college, we were still fighting this battle. My grandson, 31, we're still fighting this battle. When his children come online, we'll still be fighting this battle.
Well, I tell
And
you.
the reason is we have to change policy. We have to vote. We have to add, we just have to get out there and fight the battle like we always do. We can't
Yeah.
ever sleep on it. We can't ever think that, it's okay because folk that don't like us will get in and change policy. Affirmative action is dead. Okay. We thought it was alive and well.
Yeah.
So here we go, all over again.
So we just got a text message, a question that came in and said, how do we fight? And I know you just said voting, but how else can we fight?
Well, we have to also contribute. We have to write a check to the organizations that are advocating for us. We pay our dues when we, our organizations, our sororities, our fraternities, thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But we won't write a $50 check to Sickle Cell. Okay. We won't pay $10 dues to the NAACP. But when something goes wrong, we want them to step up and handle our business.
Right.
We have to be the ones writing the check, because my dad used to tell us whoever writes the check determines the direction of the focus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if corporate America is paying the bill, they're going to decide what you can talk about.
Right.
We have to pay our own bill.
Right. Just like your grandmother did. She
Absolutely. Sweet
paid
potato
her.
pies. Yeah. Okay. She put a college on a garbage dump. And look at it today.
Kiana has graduated from it. She goes back and have her fundraising banquets there. She let me find these pictures. I brag on her so, because I don't know where she gets her stamina from, but
listen,
she's got pictures on the campus.
Now you know where she gets her stamina from.
Yes,
because you run that race yourself. Okay.
Yes. Look at, she had testing kits and
I love it.
Hands, right there at the campus. She's the first one to be out there, and it's
and that's what I have to do.
What I've learned from her is that the babies, when they're born and in crisis and their hands look like this, and we all hear that the shape of the blood cell is a sickle, but that really doesn't, but she taught us that it's not only sickled, but it's sticky, so it doesn't flow through,
and it's very painful. It causes swelling. It causes the inability of your cells to pass oxygen, so it can be difficult to breathe. Your body organs suffer because they're not getting oxygen and nutrition. All of those things.
It's just each one is teaching one, and she's been teaching us so much. She talks about how this is her favorite little coloring book, even though she doesn't color in it. She loves it because it breaks it down, individuals and couples and families and loved ones. But
yes,
I do have a question for you. Since you were an advocate a couple of years ago, did they push trait testing back then? Because if you knew you had the trait, you might avoid making a family with somebody else.
They did to a point. Most of the advocacy came from within our community and the sharing of information. But we also, like most things, we don't like going to the doctor. And unless it turns into a crisis, we don't go to the doctor.
Yeah.
And in many cases, treatment is almost unaffordable. It's very expensive for treatment for sickle cell diagnosis. People struggle, they suffer, and it's almost overwhelming. I've known people who thought and considered putting their children up for adoption so they could get treatment within the state system? Imagine that your option is to give your child up so that they can get what they need.
That is a shame. Lord have mercy.
That is the system within which we live. And so we have made some strides, but they're not the strides we should make. It's like, why haven't we cured the common cold? And it's because somebody makes a whole bunch of money selling cough medicine. Okay.
Kiana, I see you and I'm bringing you in. I'm thrilled that you're here with Dr. Bethune. I'm thrilled. Can you hear me, Kiana? Kiana, honey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can.
Oh.
That signal is still shaky.
Yeah. I don't know if the two of you have ever. Yes, we can hear you. I don't know if you've had.
Good. Hello, Dr. Bethune. It's so good.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, Wildcats.
Oh my goodness. It is so good to see you today. Happy today. Happy Saturday to you. It is so good to see you today.
It's good to see you as
you
well.
Greatly. Thank you. Thank you for remembering me.
You are doing
so
great
much.
work.
It's so good to see you.
Great
work. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to know you. So grateful to have attended the university under your family's foundation. And so that's a great part of my life, my whole life. Me attending Bethune-Cookman has really been a great part of my life. Growing up, from a teenager to a young adult with people from all over the world, people as children, just matriculated there. And I'm still friends to this day. My homecoming up.
Yes, we'll be coming into town for homecoming as well.
And so I'm just grateful for all of these things.
Well, hopefully I can get to see you while I'm in Daytona. I'm going to look for you, okay? Well, Kiana,
it's her internet again. Yes. I'm sorry about that. We're gonna get it together. Now listen, I want you to talk briefly to us, Dr. Bethune, about the t-shirts and the new book. Tell us, because I'm getting my text messages and my email.
I'm really excited. We started a t-shirt campaign because our intention is to have a movie on the life of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, because many people they're making movies about would not have had the space they had she not created it. And so we want folk to know all of the story, not just part of it.
Good.
So what our hope is not a documentary, but a big screen movie, and then a series, like similar to Netflix series, because Mary McLeod Bethune's life was deep and wide. Her hand is in every organization that you can call the name of, whether it be the military, the American Red Cross. She's there and present. She made sure that Black nurses got recognized and could participate. She was part of making sure those Black women were allowed to go to Europe and get mail distributed. The Tuskegee Airmen would not have been able to leave the ground were it not for her making sure funding was in place. So when they're telling these stories, they should be calling the name of a Black woman who navigated like none of us are doing today.
Wow.
She used her access to make sure her community was okay, and her folks, her people, had access, visibility, and were allowed to grow and thrive. That's what she did.
And I know she has a whole new fan club now that we have the statue. Yes. And when the statue came out, I was tickled because I got to see it here in Daytona. I got to see wave at you when it was unveiled down at the riverfront. But when we traveled to Washington, I was even in a wheelchair. I was so determined to get to it. And when you get to, Statuary Hall, they got to take you on a tour. You got to see a movie. And I'm like, okay, when is all this? I just want to get to this.
When can we see the statue? The one we came from.
Oh my goodness. And when the tour guide took us in there, I waved and blew him a kiss. I said, I'm out, and I made a beehive over to it. Of course, it was all white. I mean, everything else is bronze and whatever.
And there she is.
She's gleaming. She's gleaming. And then me, the girl born and raised in Detroit, when I looked to my left, there was Rosa Parks. And I lost it.
Yes, ma'am. They are holding court together.
I lost it. The two of them right next to each other.
Yes.
And I said, look at God. Look at God. They're still working together, not, opposite sides of the room. Whoever did that placement.
What they were doing.
Thank you.
Excellent plan.
Thank you. And so to come back now and tell my 11-year-old niece, okay, you're coming to Daytona to go to college, and the Michelle, it's opening up a whole new fan club, if you like. If you like. And so when we saw the email come out about the t-shirts, we put it in our brand new August.
You always support.
Always try, and I'm excited. Now tell me I know about your book as from the perspective of being the grandchild, but what is the new book about?
Well, the new book is how to take the lessons of Mary McLeod Bethune and transform your own life. She was a major player. Mm-hmm. And I say this all the time. My grandmother came from parents who were enslaved in this country. And prior to her being born, 14 of her brothers and sisters were born into slavery in this country. Mm-hmm. She was the first born free in her family. And so for her to be able to come out of the cotton fields of Maysville, South Carolina, and have a statue in Statuary Hall in recognition of her international, global accomplishments.
Global reach.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
She has many lessons that can be learned from her methodologies and how she did things. Her institutions still stand. Bethune National Council of Negro Women.
Yes.
UNCF. Okay, she was the longest running president of ASALA, the Association for the Study of the Life of African American History.
Now go back to UNCF. I know we talk about Lou Rawls doing the telethon. And
Mary McLeod Bethune started UNCF.
I was just about to say, I need you to say that because I told somebody that. Ma'am. I was like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "I'm gonna find a way for you to."
Here we go. You see, when you talk about Mary McLeod, you can't talk about her in 5 minutes. There's too much.
You can't talk about her in a documentary because there are people that want to be entertained. They don't want to learn nothing in a documentary. So I get it.
That's why we're striving for a movie that can draw people in and engage them in a dramatic kind of way, so they can understand the fear that she was supposed to feel with the Klan standing there with torches. And she trusted God and turned the lights on and got her students and started singing, and the Klan went away.
My God.
See, that's when you understand who God is. And they can't ever leave out the strength of her faith when you talk about her. That was her driver. Right. And so we have to connect. When she talks about the drums of Africa still beat in my heart, because she understood where her parents, her grandmother came from. They taught her that she came from royalty.
And I learned from the statue presentation about the black rose and the significance. Oh my goodness.
Her travels in Switzerland. Today we're afraid to get on a plane and fly across the state. Oh, I can't fly. What's wrong with you? Get on a plane. Understand the world is bigger than
Then
what
just
you're
your
looking at right
hometown.
here.
Right. Right.
Yes.
I tell people don't be born, raised, and die in the same place.
And
Go to
never
the next,
experienced anything else.
go to the next state over. Go to the next country.
Listen,
Even if
I
it's
had
a
a great
year.
awakening talking to students one time, and this child in Daytona Beach said to me they had never seen the ocean. I said, how is that possible? When all you have to do is go across the bridge.
Because
that child said to me, my mama said that ain't for me.
And I remember you telling the stories about how we could not go to the beach.
Yes, ma'am.
And your grandmother made a way for
Yes,
that.
she did. She said, oh, we don't have to go over the bridge. We can go to New Smyrna and relax on property that we own.
Yes.
So she organized a group of investors and they purchased 3.5 miles of beach and riverfront property in New Smyrna. It still has Bethune Beach on it.
Amen. And you ran into a child that still was in
and not
prison.
seen the ocean. It broke my heart because I said, how limited is that vision? This baby has not seen the ocean and he lives 5 miles from it.
Jesus. You're right.
Say for us,
you're right.
We cannot limit our children by saying what's not possible, because so much is possible. My grandmother is proof of that.
Whew. I tell you, Kiana is proof of that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
that's carrying the legacy forward.
She sure is.
When you step on that hallowed ground, when you go to Bethune-Cookman, you leave there with something you better than a degree. Okay. You leave there empowered.
A purpose. Oh, that is so wonderful.
It's what she's doing. She benefits so many people.
Yeah. I see it.
And she's just so excuse me.
Yeah. She's
in it.
She gets me choked up too.
Absolutely.
And then when she opens her mouth and sings a praise to God, you just feel it, all the anointing all over her. She came to one of my alopecia awareness events, the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. She came to the weekend retreat.
Oh, wow.
And, the day before the Beauty Bazaar, which is the fashion show and the vendors and all that, we have an informal gathering poolside just to fellowship and commiserate and share different techniques. Well, how you do your eyebrows, or how you do your, just little things. And she came because she'll come to any group to spread sickle cell awareness. And she came and opened with a song that just broke all of us. Just, if we had a yoke, it was busted.
It was gone.
And she did a 30-second spiel that had all of us understanding and wanting to learn more about sickle cell, and then left because she had to go get a patient to the hospital.
That's her.
I finally got a chance to talk to her. I said, well, do you have a color? Do you have a month? She said, well, September is sickle cell awareness month. And I said, well, it's also alopecia awareness month. So we have always, since then, we've said we're going to do something in September. So I can wear my blue for alopecia awareness because alopecia is real, and I can wear my red and my ruby. And because the what she's taught me now is that stress can bring on a crisis, and the change in weather can bring on a crisis. And September is a absolutely perfect time to have that storm coming in. It's automatically some trouble. Kiana, I think I see you. I'm gonna try to bring you in, see how your connection is doing. Kiana, can you hear us, dear?
We see you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. And it kept kicking me out. Like now, it's giving me a little bit of problems. Now I'm able to be in, and you guys are not able to be in all the way.
And I think it just kicked Angie B out. Oh, she's
No,
back.
I'm here. I was trying to see if I can give y'all time to talk a little bit.
Well, we did chat a bit previously.
Yes, we did.
And it's great to see her again. I'm going to try to see her when, we're coming to Daytona for homecoming, of course. So I'm going to look for you to see if you're in the house.
That'll be good, Dr. Evelyn. So I'm gonna be sure to have the information about the book in the next newsletter. Okay. And I'll show it to you, and I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute so I can play this video just in case you didn't see it, because I want you, let me see where it is. I want you to see, this is the video version of the August magazine issue, Dr. Bethune, and you'll see your t-shirt effort in here.
Shaheem on the track.
That is it for the video version of thank you, Dr. Bethune. That's just the video version. If you want the full digital magazine, just email us and we will email a copy to you. We are trying to highlight baldies, alopecians, and people that are bald by choice. We're trying to build acceptance by showing them actively doing what they do, and they're not the only bald people in the room doing it. So Dr. Bethune, I'm honored to feature you and your endeavors in this magazine. Please email me your information so we can do more of a feature on you and what your family's doing. After I finish getting over this upper respiratory stuff, I want to audition to be the voice for your new documentary because I want to tell the story of Dr. Bethune. And I promise I'm not going to get too emotional, but I learned so much about her from Jarvis. We were sitting in the radio station together and he just kept talking about Dr. Bethune and how he wanted to put a gospel radio station in Daytona Beach, Florida. And I tell you, he spoke it into existence. And even though I'm no longer in Daytona, I'm in Jacksonville now. I'm still not that far away, but man, her legacy ran deep in that boy's heart. Ran deep when he was on the keyboard at the church house. You know, it just ran deep. And I pray that I can help continue to spread that word. So let me know if you need a narrator or somebody, and I'll be here for you. Thank you, Dr. Bethune. I appreciate you. I love you. Have a good one, everybody. Have a good one. Okay, we're going to get back to this episode of this show that was previously going on, where Laretha was asking Kiana, what are the differences in the different types of sickle cell, the beta and the CC and the this and the that. So we, as promised, we're going to get right back to that.
Okay, so those are different scientific terms in the sickle cell world.
Okay.
And those are what shows the levels that your blood form is in with sickle cell. Sickle beta plus. Then we have cell thalassemia. So those are the different terms for sickle cell in our bodies. Well, those that have sickle cell, for the doctor to determine the type of medicine they get. So it's determined by a lot. So those are different types of sickle cell. The difference is that it shows the different types in the bloodstream. Those have it, they know exactly which one they have.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been going to the doctor all of their lives. They know
Wow.
what medicine to take. They know everything.
Mm-hmm. So Kiana, does how does insurance cover? I mean, some of the patients that you have that have sickle cell disease, is it covered by their insurance companies when they go into crisis?
Definitely. Everyone that has sickle cell automatically you qualify for Medicaid for the rest of your life. You can qualify for disability for the rest of your life. So they're taken care of. They don't have to worry about it. Sometimes they may have a small copay depending on which form of insurance they have. So under Medicaid, you know, we have different HMOs. We have Health in the state of Florida. We have a lot of, there are newer ones. So they may have a copay when they get their prescription for their medications, which won't be $8. And if please reach out to me because there's a way that you can get it for less than that.
Right.
So I know some of my clients that I take personally to the pharmacy. I take them, pick them up from the hospital, take them to the pharmacy, get their medicine filled.
Right.
I know the copay.
Okay.
So they qualify for Medicaid.
And so because it is a disease, they can actually apply for
disability.
A disability, yes.
Absolutely. And on Advocacy Day some years ago, I traveled to Tallahassee with Mrs. Lillian Williams, and I met with legislators from all over Florida.
Okay.
Sickle cell is not going anywhere. Where would it go? It's an inherited blood disease.
Exactly.
So you qualify. Just apply. And if you have any problems, please reach out to me.
Yes.
Because I have a free lawyer who will take the case, and you will make sure that you get your disability.
Okay, now, Kiana, I want to get back to the brick and mortar. I'm really interested in this brick and mortar. You say it's on Orange Avenue in Daytona Beach, Florida. And so you're going to what? What are you going to do to get us in the building? Or when are we gonna what are we gonna do here?
If you guys want to come, because the owner is just waiting on me. He just said, let me know what your plan is. He's from Africa. What is your plan? Let me know.
Okay.
So I need to let him know that the community has my back.
Yes,
door open. We're gonna make sure
yes.
We're gonna make sure and it's a blessing today. I got a message in Facebook Messenger. Physiologist wants to partner with me and have space in the building and rent space. So I'm like, yes, ma'am. My church, Lifeway Church, want to partner with me because we have our own at our church. We have a nonprofit organization. We feed the hungry, pay co-pays for people in the hospital that can't afford it, buy things for those in the hospital. So they're going to partner with me. My goal, this is my vision.
Awesome.
On that side of town, which is the Midtown area, I've already spoken to the UMC. I don't remember what it was. Well, anyway, it's on North Street. The food to the homeless. Partner with them so we can have our own food drops right there in that park. We need it. Food is going up so much.
It is, and guess what? The people will come to get the food.
I already have it planned
out. The people will come to get the food.
I already have it planned out. And guess what?
We just need to encourage them to give the blood.
Yes.
They don't understand how critical that is for us.
Another thing there is, so I share the down south in Hollywood, Florida. There's a FDSCR, Foundational Disease or Research, Sickle Cell Research, right? So they put me over our very first sickle cell clinic, which will be in New Smyrna Beach, in our health department there.
Oh.
So we will have our own sickle cell clinic.
Awesome.
If I have to transport Daytona to New Smyrna or whatever I have to do to get them there to see their own doctors, sickle cell doctors, I went to Hollywood, Florida.
Okay.
They had a tour. It's going to be a part of the videos at the telethon.
Yay!
We're going to have hydration chairs in the building. I'm excited. I'm so excited. I told Fast.
Oh my gosh. You should be, Kiana, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask you was, what about clinical trials? Is that something that will help?
Yes.
Is there something that would help?
Yes, and not only us, there are clinical trials being done currently in Daytona Beach. And I can't remember, but I know one young lady that works there. Her name is Villa Hopkins. Yes, she's there, and
Mhm.
she's working at the clinic, and she's giving me information. The doctor is Dr. Tina. They offer clinical trials with sickle cell clients. I gotta just keep pushing,
Kiana, hold that passion, girl. Hold it. Because we'll be right back in just a
Okay.
moment.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why sometimes I would see people going into it who looked like they were in pain. I knew nothing about it. And as I got older, I learned that one of my favorite singing groups, TLC, had a member in that group that had sickle cell. Her name was T-Boz, and she would talk about, as years went on, that there were times she would be backstage and in so much pain that she couldn't go out and perform, but she would push through the pain because she knew that her fans were looking forward to seeing her. And she really was the face of TLC, and she still is. T-Boz, I have a lot of respect for you for fighting through that pain of sickle cell. At this time in my life, I still don't know a lot about the disease. However, I have had my daughter tested because her father passed away when she was about 2 years old, and I don't know if that was a trait that he carried. I know that I don't carry the trait, but I also know that the different strains of sickle cell can show up even without there being generational traits. My suggestion is for you to look into the area that you live in and see if there is a sickle cell anemia center near you or that can give you any information about it. Other than that, I pray for everyone who carries the disease, and I'm praying for your pain, praying your pain is managed, and that one day we'll have a cure.
Moaning in the night, my moan is taking flight. Like fruit on a vine, my moan is sweet and right. Taking over body and soul, taking breaths as each moan rolls softly off my tongue and through my lips. My hands, my arms, my hips, moving in sync with my moan. My hands, my arms, my hips, moving in sync with my moan. Moaning through smiles or tears, moaning for whichever one it is. My moan is mine to feel. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Piercing your body, making you sweat. Piercing your mind, making you forget. Piercing your ears, making you deaf. Piercing your heart, wishing you left. And yet, you still are here. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. My moan grows louder and louder. My moan opens my soul like a flower. My moan is my weakness and my power. My moan brightens the darkness in the hour. My moan is heavy, yet leaves me light. My moan is utter agony and sheer delight. My moan erases my wrongs and paints my rights. My moan moves freely in the night. My moan releases my stress. My moan has light. My moan is my passion. My moan is my love. My moan is. My moan is. My moan is. My moan is.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful. It is me, the Queen Bee, NGB, and you are watching our 24-hour live fundraising broadcast. We are raising awareness for sickle cell and raising funds for the Volusia County Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Okay. If you don't know anything about sickle cell, don't worry, just keep watching. We started at 10 a.m. this morning and we'll be with you until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Our goal is to raise money so that Levi Long Sickle Cell, the 501c3 nonprofit organization, so that they can secure a vehicle, because currently the CEO of the organization and the founder, Kiana, is transporting patients in her personal vehicle when they need to go to the hospital. So the Department of Agriculture has approved for Levi Long to raise up to $1 million per session. So if you've got a vehicle that you can donate that's worth less than $1 million, we would definitely receive it. We also are continuing to raise money. We started in January of this year to raise money so that Levi Long could go into communities and provide sickle cell testing. Why do you need to be tested? Well, if you're of childbearing age, you need to be tested to see if you have a trait, because 2 traits could produce a child with the full-blown disease. And we will have more information about that later on. But right now we've got Natasha waiting, our very special guest. I tell you, I love to connect with people on Facebook because they don't know you. They don't know why you're wearing red for sickle cell and blue for alopecia awareness. They don't know. They just know that you ask, do you know about sickle cell? Can you come on and talk with us? And Natasha was good enough to say, sure, I will. So thank you, Natasha. I'm grateful for you. And we're going to bring you in right quick so everybody can say hello to you. Hello, Madai.
Hi, hi.
How are you today?
Good, good. Thank you so much for inviting me for this amazing event, and thank you for organizing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just serve the Lord with gladness. I do what he tells me to do. And I have a daughter that is very fond of paintings, original paintings. So she's going to be very excited to learn more about you and what do you do. So tell everybody where you're located and tell us about what we're seeing in the background.
I am located in Longwood, Seminole County. You can see one of my work.
Wow.
It's acrylic painting. Sea turtles is our acrylic painting. This is my poster. And this is couple works for pizza place. I cannot move my computer because microphone will get out. So I'm mural artist. I do also pet portraits. I paint landscapes. I paint a lot of stuff. But murals, my my heart, because it can change house or business place or organization place so amazing way.
Right, right,
You can
right.
make space bigger, even small room. You can
Yes.
paint something what will make this room
Bigger.
look much
Yes.
bigger.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
you can add light, you can add colors, and so right color in right place or right picture in right place can make people more health or more happy, or like harmonize their emotional
Yes.
situation or
Yes.
even relationship. Just
Yes.
right painting in right place.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Why art? Why painting? What got you interested?
I loved art all my life. I even studied in art school for children in Ukraine. I am Ukrainian originally. But after I finished art school, I never painted again because I believed I have no talent. I believed it so much, so I didn't want even try because I thought, oh my god, I will upset again. It will be horrible. See, it's still emotional for me.
Yes, yes.
So, anyway,
Someone planted that in you. Someone lied about, because what I see behind you and what I've seen on Facebook is just breathtaking.
it
So,
wasn't like this always. When I was in art school, they taught us work with watercolor and graphic, like calls, and it wasn't my materials. So now when I am adult and I tried another materials, I know. But then who could know that?
right, right,
And
right,
when I
right.
moved to United States, I got married. I moved here because I got married.
Okay.
And my husband didn't want me work. I stayed home. I had nothing to do. And I have psychology degree, so I decided, okay, I will write book. I will write book about self-confidence. It was my personal pain about
Yes,
self-confidence, so I worked
yes,
a lot on that.
yes.
And I wrote this book, but I was need second part for this book. What to do with this? Okay, you know how it happens, so you don't have self-confidence, you shy, you. So what can you do about this?
What
And
happens?
my idea was to show people so everybody has talent. Absolutely everybody. And it's not just my belief, I know this 100%.
Absolutely.
So I decided, okay, I will start from my own, I will paint. I don't have talent in painting, but I will try and I will show how it works. So I started paint and I got in this so much. So I forgot about my book. I forgot about everything. I just painted and painted and painted.
Oh, how lovely. How
And
lovely.
when I tried to paint murals, I understood, so I found myself. It's exactly
Mm,
what I love to do and what I can do,
mm,
what I do good, and what people love.
mm.
So this is
That
my
is
life now.
that is beautiful, beautiful. Now, do you still have family and friends in Ukraine?
Yes, I do.
After we keep them in our prayers. We
Thank you. Thank
definitely
you.
do. Now, what is your inspiration behind the turtles? or the woman with the headdress that we see? What is your inspiration?
My biggest inspiration is underwater life. Dolphins, corals, manatees, everything underwater. But
Mm,
also I so much love Florida nature. So it's everything here inspire me. All
that's
these trees, Spanish moss, birds.
good, 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 good. Well, I want to introduce you to the founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. This broadcast is a fundraiser and for her nonprofit, and it helps us to build awareness. So I know I asked you if you knew anything about sickle cell or if you could ask some questions. So before we go into that, I want to bring in Kiana Long Hargret, so that we can uh, get the answers to the questions straight from the person that knows them. Straight from.
Yes, please.
Yep. Now I know she is an advocate in Seminole County. That's where you are in Longwood. So maybe there's something that she can share with you that you can share with others in your
Mhm.
county. So Kiana, this is the
Hi, Kiana.
Hi, nice to meet you. So I figured out what my problem was because ever since the storm, my modem went out for my internet. So I'm only able to use it in the car because I have Spectrum. And with Spectrum Towers, you have it all over. So that's why I could not get in touch with any, and I'm so not happy because the guests were coming. But I'm so happy to see you. Nice to meet you, Miss Callahan.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
And so you're in Seminole County, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just recently got Seminole, Orange, and Osceola counties.
Oh, nice.
So I
Nice.
do case management for them. I do assist with advocacy, but there is an actual local sickle cell organization there, and that's the Tri County area. It's called Tri County Sickle Cell. I do the case management for those that have sickle cell there.
Oh, thank you. I want to appreciate you. Honestly, I know absolutely nothing about this disease. But my idea why I joined to your event, uh, what people usually do, if something scary going on, like disease or something bad, they just sit scary and do nothing. And you do totally opposite. You try to help. This why I'm here. I just want to help any way I can. So I would
Okay,
appreciate
okay.
if you tell us what we can do, what regular people who don't have this disease, and I hope will don't have it, how can we help?
So I'm glad you asked. So because I'm smiling so big because I love to educate on it, and the fact that you're like a newbie with sickle cell because you don't know anything is so it's so happy for me to tell you the fact about sickle cell. So if you don't have it, the best thing you can do is give facts and information that will educate someone else. So when I share with you, you can share with someone else what you know about sickle cell. So sickle cell is an inherited blood disease. What kind of disease?
So this is like inherited. You don't have it like infection.
Right. You can't catch it. Exactly. So it's inherited, meaning you're born with it. So are you born with sickle cell?
No.
Yes, you're born with it. Yes. Are you born with sickle cell?
Not
That's the
sure
only
I
way you can
understood.
get it. Yes. You can that's the only way you can get. The only way you can get sickle cell is from your parents. What's the only way you can
Oh,
get sickle cell?
okay. Okay. Okay.
From your
I understood.
yes. You only get sickle cell from your parents, meaning you have to get a trait from your mom and a trait from your dad. Those two combined equal the actual disease. That's the only way you can get it. That's it. No other way. And so
How can
then you
we
have to say it again.
how
Ask
can
me.
we help people who have it?
You can help by being a donor. You can be a blood donor. because a lot of times people with sickle cell have to do blood transfusions. You can give blood. Sometimes you may see a blood drive, or you can look it up. You can Google blood drive near me, and it'll show you
Yes, I
that there's
saw
a
that.
blood drive. You can definitely give that way. That's how you can help. You can help by knowing the facts and information about it, so you can tell someone else. So anybody who's acting weird, like, oh God, they have sickle cell, you can't catch it. You can't catch it. You can tell them the facts and educate someone else who don't know. That's a big way to help. And the fact that you know that the only way you can get sickle cell is from your parents.
So
And it's looked at as a disease that's only for African Americans, but that's not true. All different kind of cultures can receive this disease because there's so many mixed relationships and mixed loves. And so it's a part of the red blood cell. It's a I want to say a fraction of the red blood cells. That's where it derives from, not the white blood cells, but the red blood cells. Now, HIV affects the white blood cells, but sickle cell affects the red blood cells.
oh, okay. So should people, when they couple and when they want produce baby, should they do test for that? Is it any tests?
Say that one more time. Something about a test.
Is it any medical tests what can show this disease?
Yes, ma'am. So if you have the anemia or the disease, it's the same thing. Anemia and disease is the same thing. If you have that, you will know as a child. You will know because you would have had a crisis already. But our age group, we have to get something called a trait test. So that's a little small blood test, a little prick to the finger, and it's put in a little vial, shaken up, and you'll get your results in less than 10 minutes to show if you have the trait, if you're positive for the trait. Now, if you're positive for the trait, it's very important that you don't get in a relationship with someone else that has a trait. So it has to be talked about. It's a conversation that has to be had so there won't be children with the disease.
Yes, I understood you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, yes. So what can you
And now we've got to get Kiana to sit still, because when you driving around, we lose you sometimes, Kiana.
Sit
And
right now? I
I
had
know
to
you
leave.
had a health. I know you had a health fair this morning and something else this evening. I appreciate you for spending time with us. But Natasha had a donation that she wanted to make,
Yes,
and I want her to tell you about that right quick.
I want to donation 100 gift certificate for art lesson for 2 person, or for mural, for windows painting, or for my original work. So for any what person choose, it will be $100 gift certificate.
That is so nice. Thank you so
So
much,
I hope
Natasha.
it will help you with what you're
We gotta
doing.
put encourage someone, yes, that wants to do that. Someone that has that gift and that talent for them to come there and get more practice because you're a mural artist. That's awesome. That is awesome. And thank you so much for thinking of
Thank
the Levi
you.
Association enough to give us that donation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha. And I want you to know that if other people have questions, they can reach out to Kiana. If other people want to make cash donations, that would be wonderful. The donation avenues are scrolling below. We need to get funds for a vehicle. Right now, if someone in crisis calls Kiana, she picks them up in that same little car you see her riding around in now, her personal car. And this organization needs its own vehicle to be able to transport people. And Kiana purchases those tests that she told you about, the fingerprint test. And she goes on college campuses where they don't really talk to each other. They just procreate sometimes. She provides the sickle cell trait test to them so that they're more informed. And I like to say, if you're of childbearing age, you need to know if you have the trait. So you asked some really good questions, Natasha, and I appreciate you. Did you have any other questions for Kiana?
No, I think I understood I understood the idea, but I guess what we should do, just tell like all students, all young people who going to produce baby
Yes.
or who can produce baby without Plan Z.
Yes,
So they just should do these tests
they should. They should.
just to avoid risk.
Natasha, thank you so much for being a guest. And we'll be on until 10 p.m. If you think of something or know someone and like to come back on, please join us again. And I
Yes,
am
I
grateful
will.
for you. And we are
Thank
still
you.
praying for your home country. We still are.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Kiana, a $100 gift certificate for one of her original pieces of art. She's so talented. Did you see?
I
Oh,
did.
oh, my daughter is just gonna be thrilled. Mom, I need this and this and this. And I love that she's in Longwood, and so she captures the local, the local feel. Oh, it was so good to meet her. Let me know next
Yes.
time you go into Longwood. We'll call Natasha, see if we can have lunch or something.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Oh, that's good. Well, I know you got to get on the road, so I will check in with you in a little bit. We looking forward to hearing a count how much we've collected today. I appreciate that. And you be safe, Kiana, because I know you running. I know you're doing some running, so be safe, okay?
Okay,
All
I'll talk to
right.
you soon.
Thank you, dear. God bless. All right, everybody. We're going back to our program that was originally underway. We did a 24-hour weekend fundraiser last weekend for Levi Long. We said we're going to close out the month with 2 weekends. And so what is coming up next is the replay of what we did, who we talked to, and the questions that were answered. I pray that you enjoy it.
Premiere so far at different theaters.
Congratulations.
So that's been exciting. I do have one coming up September 30th in Tampa in West Shore, not downtown, but West Shore in Tampa. It's the AMC 14. So I have one coming out that day. And, you know, I do act on my spare time. So I just went up to Miami and did a judge show that'll be on Apple TV, Pluto, Nosy, it's a streaming service, and a few other things. So that was fun as well, acting on that judge show.
Oh, is it one of the television judges that we're familiar with?
Yeah, it's a huge show. I can't release it yet due to it not
Okay.
coming out yet.
Okay,
But,
all right.
but it'll be out
I am
soon.
big
I
on
will.
court shows. I
Yes.
understand what you. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well,
So
you're a
it was
lawyer,
fun.
so okay. I see. NGB is. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, we have a
I see
couple
you
of
popped in.
questions. We have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. One comment I definitely did not want to put on the screen because I ain't want all y'all blushing, but they said how you get all them good looking women on screen at the same time. So look at the blushing. And so my response to that was they all have a passion for raising awareness and raising funds for sickle cell. So make your donation. Make your donation. Okay, we ain't just here looking cute and sounding cuter. Anyway, the other text that came
Yes,
in.
yes. And let's know. Let me jump in for 1 second there, Angie B. We
Go
just
ahead.
want to remind everyone that we are raising for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and our CEO of the Levi Long Association is Miss Kiana. It is her birthday today, her 47th. She may not want me to say that, but it is her birthday today, and we are doing this telethon, hoping to raise $2,000 for sickle cell awareness. The ways to donate are scrolling across your screen. Cash App, $long sickle 07, or Zelle 386-795-0965. And if you put Angie B in the notes and comments section, you'll receive a free gift from the Queen Bee. We also are accepting PayPal. I believe that email address was levilongsickle@gmail.com. And if you still write checks, we also are accepting checks. We are just believing God to raise $2,000 in this 24-hour telethon. If you are watching this as a replay, please put hashtag replay. And we have a few challenges. But Angie B, what other comments did you have besides our compliments that we all received this morning?
Okay. So 2 or 3 things. One, if you're watching us on YouTube, please share on your Facebook page. Facebook is having an issue today and will not allow us to stream. So I'm hoping Candy and Shanita and Sonia will share the stream on their Facebook pages. We are live today on YouTube. Search for Volusia Businesswomen. You'll see us on YouTube. We're also live on Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. That's ANGIEBEE. And we're also live with Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. Now, search for us on Twitter. You'll find ANGIEBEE Tour, ANGIEBEETOUR. So if you could please share. I believe Facebook is just mad at us because we've been on the air for consecutively since 7 o'clock p.m. So they just don't want to accept anything else from us. Okay, so the comment that we received today said, "Good morning, happy birthday to Miss Hargret. Thanks for the very informative and teachable webinar yesterday. We have to remember that this really is information, and we hope that what we're sharing is helpful for someone. We also had a question for the teachers. Is sickle cell a topic that can be taught in the schools? And if so, how? Now, before you answer that question, Shanita, I know that in January, we did a 24-hour fundraiser for Levi Long. Kiana wanted to raise $800 to get testing kits so she could test the students at Bethune-Cookman University. Okay, that's great because we can imagine it could probably be some shared traits going on in college. But she also shared with us that as young children, sometimes they know their trait. They know if they carry something, but is there anything else that could be taught in the schools? And if so, how? Is that something we need to advocate for?
Shanita, I appreciate your response.
Thank you. I believe that with the schools, it's they try to be safe, try to coddle the kids. A lot of things they may not want the kids to know. That's probably why religion was taken out. It's a sensitive subject. Um, Sickle cell would be an illness, a disease. Even when I was diagnosed, they rallied together for me. And just the kids, even knowing that their hero, Miss Brown, was sickened, it was hard for them. I feel like they should somehow put it in as far as, like they have sex education. Um, if they could add that into maybe like a special instruction, something like that for the kids. But like you said, a lot of kids, they know from their parents or from them taking medicine, they know that something is wrong. But I don't I don't know if the schools will bring something like that so sensitive into the schools. um, that will have to be done through the school board. Superintendent will have to definitely, bring that to the table and go from there. But it will be good to have an instruction for that, even maybe even cancer. I've been, I've taught kids with cancer. It's all sensitive subjects. So, and everything's a process. So people would have to rally together, like you said, and kind of, put a group together and maybe take it to the superintendent and go from there.
It is really a different time that we're in because these kids are different than we were as kids. They are more knowledgeable because of social media, and they actually understand and can regurgitate what they've learned better than we could as children. I know for myself, children were to be seen, not heard, period. And these kids now are outspoken, and it's very interesting to me how there are some things that are seen as cute that they share, but we still want to coddle them from real life. It's not cute to me to see a YouTube or a TikTok of a little girl singing WAP, or even some of these songs that are in the Barbie movie. I really I don't want to get do whatever, but that Barbie movie was not a kid movie. It wasn't. And Barbie was for kids when I was a kid. And how about we have an alopecia Barbie? Why don't we have a Barbie that has cancer? Where's my little cancer thing? I am a huge advocate of breast cancer. I had a very dear friend that lost her battle with breast cancer just a few years ago. And also my grandmother and my great grandmother each lost a breast to cancer. So for you to say you are a stage 4 survivor, that is such a blessing. And I do think that we, as not only educators, but just as women, should teach our children that there are some things you can't be quiet about. You need to learn about them.
And like you said about the social media, a lot of the kids do know about the social media, and I think that's why they still also try to coddle the kids, because at all the schools, most websites are blocked. You cannot go on their Wi-Fi and use Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is.
YouTube.
You can't use it. So they do still try to coddle the kids, and they do try to protect them from what's out there from social media. And they only do certain things in the schools. And also, when you were saying about the Barbie movie, it was banned in a lot of countries because of what's in the movie. It was banned. So
Yes.
I mean, I haven't seen it. So
I haven't
I'm
seen it
like,
either. I haven't either.
I'm like,
I've seen it, but
what's going
Oh,
on? Why did they
oh,
ban?
what did you think of it, Candy? I mean, did
I
you
just
think
didn't think it
it
was
was
it was. I watched it. I didn't go to the movies and watch it. I actually watched it on bootleg. But I don't think it was. I don't think it was a good movie at all. It wasn't kid friendly, like you say. It was very kind of raunchy, like. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend seeing it.
Yeah, I haven't took my grandkids, but you know what? I rushed to take them to see Little Mermaid. So.
Yes, especially with Halle Berry, and I do see that.
Halle Bailey,
and it's not. Is it pronounced Halle? I know there's a difference between
Halle Bailey.
Halle
Bailey.
Halle Bailey. That's okay. I knew that there was a difference between Halle and yes. Okay, yes, I do see that she is about to come out. Oh my gosh, on Christmas Day. I can't wait. A new version of The Color Purple. I can't wait. She's gonna be in that. Oh my gosh, I loved The Color Purple. I read the book. I love Alice Walker. I saw the movie. I could watch the movie 8,000 times and still do the patty cake and cry. Oh, it's but I love my sister. My sister to me. Okay, we have a question. What type of alopecia does Candy have, and did sickle cell cause your alopecia? Now, I just want to reiterate from what I've learned about Candy that though her parents have the trait, she does not.
I do not.
Okay,
I do
so
not.
I'll let you go on and answer that, Candy.
Okay, so yeah, so to piggyback off of Sonia B, I do not have sickle cell. It was my sister and my brother. So no, sickle cell did not cause my alopecia. So the type of alopecia that I suffer from is called CCCA. Now I have it on my phone because the words is kind of So it's centrifugal cicatricial alopecia. All those things. But basically what that is where you lose hair, you start to lose hair in the center. I don't know if you guys can kind of see, I have like a little, it's like lighter than, the other part of my hair. So the hair starts to leave in the center and it starts to get thin. So eventually I would have this whole George Jefferson thing going on up here because hair grows around here, but not here. So it just was. I went to a dermatologist, so that's how I know what kind of alopecia it was. And of course, they said, you can do the steroid shots. You can take this medication, and it'll make your hair grow. And I was like, I'm probably not going to do either of those things. And then the dermatologist that I actually went to, she said, well, at that time I had on a wig. And she was like, but if you don't want to, your wigs are cute. So she actually said that. And it was kind of like, okay. And so I actually I went home and I was like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried everything on the market that said that they would make my hair grow back, and none of it worked, or maybe I just didn't use it to its full capacity. So I'm just not gonna buy any more products. I'm gonna save that money, keep it in my pocket, and I'm just gonna go buy a razor and I'm just gonna shave it all off. And that's what happened. Like, I was in the bathroom one day and I said, you know what, I can no longer part my hair in the center without it being like an eyesore. So I said, I'm just gonna cut it off, and that's what I did.
So many men, you mentioned George Jefferson. I know that my boyfriend also has that chrome dome, as he calls it, in the center. And, it's so acceptable for men. But when it comes to women, then it seems to be so controversial, in terms of, our crown. You shaved off your crown and glory. No, my crown and glory was under the hair, and it still is. So my Angie B, what type of alopecia do you have?
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm about to get this.
I'm coming. No, I have. I'm sorry. We had two more questions coming in, and I'm trying to get clarification. What do you mean? Okay, so
I have alopecia. No, it's okay. You're good. I have alopecia areata. It's where you lose
Rihanna, yes.
patches of hair, like little circles. It could be a little circle in the back and the front and the side until all the circles decide they want to meet. I think my brilliant niece, your daughter, had the most wonderful question years ago, um, because she has no filter. She was gonna ask a question, right? Auntie, why you keep shaving your head? Why you don't just let your hair grow like regular people? And I think she literally folded her arms and stood there looking at me with a look on her face. And I had to, what they call these, Shanita, a teachable moment. I had to say, okay, woosah, let's take a deep breath and just say, okay, my hair grows like your hair, okay? But my body says, hey, hair, you're not supposed to be here. So it attacks it. And all these little demons come out. And I showed her one of the bumps that I get on my scalp. I said, you see this bump? She said, yeah, it looks like it hurts. I said, imagine trying to have it on the back of your head and you can't sleep. And then her arms went down and her mouth fell open like the light bulb was coming on. I said, when those little demons attack my hair, they turn into these painful, irritating, just just horrible. Oh, auntie, I'm so sorry. I said, no, don't be sorry. It just is a way to answer your question. Yes, my hair grows, but my body don't like my hair. So, some people just are meant to have adorable, round, shiny domes like mine.
That's
and
right.
and it
Like
was cute
candy.
because over the years she would always say, auntie, you going outside with no wig on? What? And so because of her questions, I'm now on a campaign for acceptance.
Yes.
Accept me the way I am. If I'm not hurting you, accept. I know they may have a new FDA approved cure, but that don't mean I want to take it. I know there may be wigs that would look great on me like candy. Lord have mercy, them wigs. How she? I, but
I became a pro at it.
Yeah, but I would much rather donate that money to Levi Long sickle cell, or
Yes,
to
yes.
spreading alopecia awareness, or I'd much rather do that because I know I can rock my bald head. Now I'm getting over pneumonia and COVID, so I can't rock nothing today. But Jesus, Jesus. But awareness and acceptance. And I appreciate the person that texted us that question about, sharing it in the classroom. It is tragic what we no longer share in the classroom. It
Yes.
is tragic the way our students are graduating high school and don't know how to manage their money or save or even know how to volunteer. We're all
Right.
volunteers with Levi Long, and these kids are like, well, what's in it for me?
Right.
And that is frightening because in college, my first year in college, I had a dorm mate who was this tall, beautiful young woman. And when she would go into crisis, the moans and the screams. I mean, Shanita, I know you're a filmmaker, and they always talk about you got to get a good woman screaming on camera. Oh my God, blood curdling. If I never heard of blood, it was. And I've been in labor. I've been with people while they were in labor, Sonia. I've been there. And there was nothing like the blood curdling scream of someone in crisis. And praise God, her boyfriend, they had been together for years. He came to college with her, and he would come over and help her get warm and under blankets and warm bath and just try to soothe her. But her crisis would go on for hours. And when we hear Kiana talk about going to the hospital with patients in crisis and trying to expedite their treatment, I just don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, but what I do know is we've been on the air for an hour. I don't want anybody to go. We do have a couple of videos and some news and information that we want to share with each and every one of you. Please don't go anywhere. Please use this time to post and share on your Facebook page. And when we come back, we'll have the birthday girl herself.
Woohoo!
Be joining us. Let me go put on some red lipstick right quick. Yeah.
DJ Shaheem on the track.
You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited.
Hey there, hey there, hey there. It's me, the Queen Bee Evangelist, Angie B. We are in the midst of our 24-hour fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and Dr. D is waiting in the wings to come on and join us. This is my first appearance. At the top of the show, we were talking about how Jerry Lewis and his 24-hour Labor Day telethon for muscular dystrophy, he would come on and he had his hair in place and his tuxedo and had the Rat Pack, singing and dancing along with him. And he just looked all put together. And as the show dwindled into the 5th, 6th, 7th, 24th hour, his hair would be out of place and his tie would be crooked. I see you, Dr. D, laughing in the background. Yeah. So this is my first appearance where my necklace has gone somewhere. My earrings have gone somewhere else. I think I might have some residual of some lipstick. Don't know where my bracelets are. and my glasses are somewhere, but I know Dr. D is here and she's going to come and bless us indeed. So Dr. D, thank you so much for being here. The last minute. Thank you, sweetheart.
Oh no such thing as a last minute. Always right on time.
Right on time.
Right on time. Always.
Well, I know you don't have a lot of time, so tell me where you are and what you're doing. I want to hear all about it, girl.
Well, first of all, hey Angie.
Hey,
good
girl.
to see you. It's so good to see your beautiful face in the place. I am right now at BaldyCon as we are winding down Alopecia Awareness Month. I am celebrating. It is almost 200, if not 200, beautiful, brave, bald women. And we've had a full day. We've heard from so many phenomenal speakers today, and we keynoted with McKenna. She closed us out, and she was great. We've heard from Kim Roxy. We've heard from so many amazing people today. From Paula, I always forget Paula Fontes, I think, or Fontaine. I always mess up her last name. But we've heard from some amazing people today, and it just met. You know what it's like when you see I wish I could have been at your event, but don't worry, it's on my calendar for next year.
We do the third weekend. I think BaldyCon does the fourth weekend. Sharice does the first weekend. So if we play our cards right, we just bouncing around all month long, and that is wonderful.
Get the dress and the party will come. What's better than getting dressed up and having a good time?
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
And especially for such a powerful cause.
Yeah.
Right?
So tell me about Divinely Crowned.
Oh, I'll be happy to. So Divinely Crowned is an empowerment ministry for the fearfully and wonderfully made woman. We stand on Proverbs 139:14 that says, real simple, I praise you, O Lord, because I am fearfully and wonderfully made, and marvelous are your works, and my soul knows that indeed. So I like to provide a well-rounded experience for the fearfully and wonderfully made woman. So some days you might get some ministry and a word, or you may see me and catch me selling some of my beautiful, one-of-a-kind or very unique accessories or even custom creations. So it just really depends on what is the flavor of the day. But what I really take pride in is that I have started with motivational ministry and speaking. So I'm spending a lot of time now talking to specifically hairstylists. Spent a lot of time talking to that audience this past month, just about being sensitive and being aware of the impact that they have on their clients. I don't get into the trichology. I don't get into don't do this hairstyle, that hairstyle. That's not my call. My call is to minister to the hairstylist who has to turn to support the client, and just trying to coach them and encouraging them to being mindful and being sensitive to the needs of their clients who are on a hair loss journey.
And Dr. D, I'm so grateful for that, because my testimony began when my hairdresser, back when I was in my mid-20s, 24, 25, when she saw something but didn't know how to address it. And really what she said was, well, I see something, but don't worry. I got this new thing called a glue in weave or whatever. I can just put something up there and cover it up. And you can feel, you can feel some thinning or whatever, but in the back of your mind, nobody can see it. So I'm glad you're doing that, because if she had said, oh, okay, I see something, go to the dermatologist, but she went straight into what she could do to fix it. And I know women today that are still they still don't know what they look like back there, because the hairdresser still continues to cover it up.
So I don't fault them, because oftentimes they're not properly educated. And there's been a movement in the past probably 40 years, 30 years around trichology, which I am no expert in at all. I encourage people that when they get that spot, plug in quickly to a trichologist, to your dermatologist and to your primary care physician, because it could be something going on with you internally, right? Because alopecia is an autoimmune deficiency, as well as it could be hormones. I mean, there's so many things that you really should go in and get some support. I like to talk to cosmetologists around the sensitivity and the awareness that they need for their clients, right? Just being real mindful. Maybe you have a special day or a special time that you service your customers or your clients that have alopecia, or maybe even something as simple as getting a privacy screen, right? So that they can have the comfort of being able to take off that weave in a
Right.
shop full of people. I can remember being in rooms where there were multiple other women, and I'm getting my weave taken out, and everyone's going to see my bald spot.
Yeah.
Or the humility of being in a room with people I don't even know. Luckily I had a hairdresser crew. We would go to the hairdresser together same time. So I felt comfortable with most of them. But there were times where sometimes there was someone new and I didn't know them and I didn't necessarily want them to see me,
Right. And I've heard stories about women having to go to the barber shop to be and just being the only woman in there. And then, so yes, I applaud you for that effort. It is so needed. And I appreciate you for sharing, because this is still Alopecia Awareness Month. Sickle cell and alopecia share the same awareness month. So I promised to kick off the beginning of the month in my blue, my royal blue, and I still got all my jewelry. But today we're in red, and we're trying to share information on both topics. And I'm so grateful you had time today, because I wanted to be able to introduce BaldyCon to viewers and to let them know that there is still work to be done in alopecia awareness.
Absolutely. So listen, when you reached out to ask for some support, it kind of pinched me, because my family has a history with sickle cell. My mom my mom carried the gene, and so and the trait. And so we were just fortunate that so far it hasn't shown up anywhere else in our bloodline, since her. So my children, I'm fine. My children are fine. So we'll see when they have children. They're young. They're not old enough to have kids. I hope they're listening. No. But we'll see if it shows up. But that was always a concern for me. In understanding that sickle cell is a genetic condition, and just being really concerned about passing that on. And so I would love to be able to talk about that, because again, there's so many things I think that we don't talk about out of fear, right?
Mental illness, pedophile, sexual abuse, domestic violence. Ooh, goodness.
Yes.
Dr. Bethune was here earlier and just reminded us we don't go to the doctor because we don't want to know.
No,
but what I have learned since we started helping to spread sickle cell awareness is you can have your children tested to see if they have a trait. It's just like a finger prick, like checking your blood glucose. And if they have a trait, now is the time to start talking to them to say, now, before you decide you want to have children, or before you decide to sleep with somebody, even ask them, do you have a sickle cell trait? Because 2 traits can end up with, so yeah. So, and there were some other people that said, well, I don't even know how to find out if I have a trait. And so praise God, that is one of the reasons we're raising money for Levi Long sickle cell, so that they can purchase the testing kits and go to colleges and universities and test these teenagers for free, because they're studying more than just books in college. And if they know they have a trait, if you know better, you can do better. And so now is that time, because what we all know is we can't determine who we're gonna love. We can't
Mm-hmm.
determine if we're gonna hang on to our hair or not. We can't, we can't, but we can gather together and share comfort, fellowship, and support and knowledge with each other. And that's what you've done with me today. So
Yes. Well, thank you.
thank you. Thank you. So what's up next for BaldyCon?
Oh, well, tonight is the big night. We have the gala this evening. I'm at 7 o'clock this evening. So it's going to be wonderful to see a room full of beautiful, bald women dressed to the nines. I can't wait.
So wonderful.
Can't wait. I still haven't decided which one I'm wearing. I have like 2 dresses to choose from. We'll see. Who knows?
Good for you. Good for you.
Who knows?
Have a wonderful time. Look for Tracy Etheridge, the diva, the model. Tell her Angie B said hey. And look for Sharice from Houston. Tell her Angie B said hey. Miss Tiffany's from Florida. All my alumni from the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. They're all there, and it's so good to see pictures of all of us together. But one more question for you before you go. You're in the upcoming anthology.
Yes.
You want to tell us a little bit about what you wrote about, or no?
So I don't mind giving a sneak peek, because look, we are always so serious about life.
Yeah.
And so I decided to share a story that I would have. I call it Hair Today, Gone Tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a great debate between me and my wig named Connie. And Connie is my mother's name. And so Connie and I would have these debates. And so that's the story I chose to tell, about how Connie and I had a knockout drag out one afternoon about, do I take her off or do I continue to wear her?
Yeah.
And I'll just leave it there.
That is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have fun tonight. Get some rest. Be safe coming home. And I appreciate you again, Doc. I do.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for the opportunity. God bless you and keep you. May his face shine all upon you.
All right. Bye-bye, dear.
Bye-bye.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday, hooray.
Yeah.
It's your birthday, hooray. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
I love it. I love it.
Happy birthday, Kiana.
Happy birthday, Kiana.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Kiana. Happy birthday to you.
I love it. That was great.
Had to find something that was worthy of the day. Worthy of the day. Kiana, thank you for allowing us to spend your birthday with you. I did my best to find something with some red. And I got my red light on in my little studio. So I got up off my bed of affliction just to tell you how grateful we are for the education that you're providing, Kiana. There's so many people that need to hear from you, because we don't know. We only got so many Candy Greens to go around. And Candy shared her testimony about losing her sister, and it just there's just not enough of us. And we need you. We need you to survive. We need you to thrive. And folks, we need each of you to make your donations today so we can raise our $2,000. Okay, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna let you and Sonia take over. Thanks, Kiana. Love you, girl.
Love you. Thank you. so much.
Happy birthday. And I
But good
am
morning to you,
good
Good
and
morning.
you.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are joined now this morning by our birthday girl and founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, Miss Kiana Hargret. We are so blessed by so many things that she taught us yesterday in the beginning of our 24-hour telethon. And we've been sharing those this morning with our guests and also the audience. We just want to remind everyone that we are raising money for sickle cell awareness. Your tax deductible donations may be made via Zelle at 386 795 0965. Also, Cash App, $long sickle, or by PayPal, LeviLongSickle at gmail.com. Checks may also be made payable to the Levi Long Sickle Cell, and we will provide an postal address if you choose to go by snail mail and writing a check. But we are hoping that everyone will make a donation to this very worthy association. As I said last night, it is the last quarter of the year, so we are getting ready to do our taxes, and those tax deductible donations add up. You can write off up to 50%, I believe, as an individual of your gross income to charitable donations. So if you make a donation to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, that is a 501c3, and you will receive a certificate for your tax purposes. Also, a loving thank you from everyone that you are helping to support. Yes, ma'am, Sister Angie B.
Okay, so somebody wants to know, because they said I missed the beginning. Does Candy have sickle cell? So we want you to share that, Candy.
Okay.
But Kiana, we do have a surprise for you. Shanita Brown is here, so we're gonna bring Shanita in, and then we'll let y'all say hi, and then Candy, could you please share your story again about what you know about sickle cell?
Sure. So sickle cell anemia affected my family in 2008. Well, it's been in my family, but I lost a sister at the age of 29 to sickle cell disease. She suffered from sickle cell, the SS, and I also have a younger brother that has sickle cell SC. How they got sickle cell disease, of course, is through our parents. My father has a trait, and my mother also has a trait. So those two coming together, 1 out of 4 of the children will get sickle cell disease. I, being the oldest, I did not get sickle cell disease, but I am anemic. But my sister and my brother in the middle, they both have the disease, and then my younger brother does not. So my bit of education for sickle cell is, I know people, I've heard this before, when you're dating or if you're looking for a partner to be, to marry, you always want to ask the question, do you have sickle cell or do you have the trait? I was actually married, and my husband had the trait, but none of our children, we have 2 children together, and both of our daughters do not have the trait, but he does carry the trait. And because I do not have the trait, our children do not have the trait as well, but I do have an aunt with the trait as well as a cousin. So that's always the thing when you're dating somebody, do you have sickle cell trait? Because there is a 1 in 4 chance that your children could develop the disease. And it's not a fun disease to have. It is a very painful disease to have. And sometimes it affects families in different ways. It's the hospital bills. It could take the life of a loved one. Like I said, it left my 3 nieces without a mother, my mother without a child, my dad without a child, me without a sister. So it affects people in different ways. So I encourage everyone who's watching to please donate, please get involved. If you know somebody with sickle cell disease, know that it is a very serious disease, just as well as cancer. And if you have lupus, all of these diseases are very, very bad diseases that, you know, affect people's lives in different ways. And if the more information that we can get out about these diseases, I feel like the better the world will be and everybody will be educated, because we all need that education when dealing with these type of diseases that there are no cures for at the moment.
Right. We do. And knowledge is power. I don't care what you're learning about, whether it's a disease, whether it's how to learn how to write cursive, whatever, you know, having the knowledge gives you the strength to do more for it. And that's why we thank God for Sister Kiana Hargret and her passion for educating about sickle cell and also beginning this association so that she can help those who are suffering from sickle cell, their families, and everyone that she advocates for. Shanita, did you want to say happy birthday to the birthday girl?
Happy birthday, my friend. She is one of the sweetest, most amazing people that I have ever known or encountered, and I've known her for a long time. She's always had this big heart. When you see her, she's going to be smiling regardless. She is amazing. So for her to be doing something like this, it fits her. It suits her because she is amazing and she cares about people. And I know this for a fact, just listening to her talk about sickle cell and everything. This is her passion, and I'm just glad that she's the one that's doing it.
Thank you so very much. So much. Thank you for taking time out too to come on here and to support me. You've always supported me. We've been friends since, oh my goodness, probably, oh no, over 20 years since we were in school. We were in high school together. And I always admired Janita. I knew she was going to be awesome when she got older because she was just so talented and so smart while we were younger growing up, you know. And a lot of times, Miss Candy, I thank you so much for sharing. And something I didn't even touch on yesterday in reference to with sickle cell, people living with that disease. You know, when you look good, you feel good, even though, you know, it attacks the body and it causes pain. When you look good on the outside, you feel good on the inside. And so I always encourage the sickle cell, you know, clients to make sure you dress for the weather. You know, make sure you dress the part. You can be cute. I got on my socks and my Crocs right now. I'm still cute, you know, but I know the weather has changed and I don't want my feet to be out because it's going to be fall weather. And I know sickness can get into anybody, you know, but it is a little worse. And so Shanita, my friend Shanita, she has her own clothing line. And so I was just so amazed when I saw the things that she's been doing in her life. Not only that she's an actor, she's an actress, she's a producer, but she also is a clothes designer. And I wanted her to share, please, some of your clothing stuff that you've been doing.
Oh my gosh! Wow, we've been on with Shanita for a while, and we did hear about her filmmaking and being a survivor. Oh, that is beautiful.
This is one of my hoodies. So, you know, we all deal with life. I have here's a gold one, and it's getting chilly, so I have my gold hoodie with the white hoodie with the gold. I also have sweatshirts for the cold weather as well.
Oh, what does DLC stand for?
DLC stands for Dice Life Clothing. No matter what life throws at you, you have to roll the dice of life.
Right. I love it.
So it stands for DLC. I have regular t-shirts. I also make different shirts that can benefit the community. I am Black
All
History.
right.
Um, I have sweatpants, dresses, all different things for the different types of weather. I came up with this clothing line back in 2013. Um, Actually, no, it was 2016. I'm sorry. I was thinking of my daughter and her acting. 2016, because I was at a point where I was struggling. I was just not too long diagnosed in 2015, and I knew that the storm was coming. So, because my doctor had explained to me all the things I would have to go through and deal with in order to survive. So, I was dreaming a lot through that period. You have night terrors. A lot of cancer patients have night terrors. Um, and that's one of my movies. One of the movies is called Dream World because we had a lot of night terrors. So I would love for y'all to see it one day, but it's a great movie. And I thought about, okay, so what's going to be thrown at me now? I've had all these things thrown at me. I was diagnosed. This happened. That happened. Um, I was like, you know what? No matter what is thrown at me, no matter what life throws at me, I'm gonna roll a dice and I'm gonna roll 7 and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna get 7 for luck. And if you look in the logo, it rolls a 7.
Yes, yes. I love
So
it.
I came up with this line and people love it. I mean, with people, they take things the way they want to take them. So I take it as I'm dealing with life. I'm handling whatever life is throwing at me, and some people might think, oh, I'm a gambler. I'm getting that shirt because I'm wearing to the casino. You know, so it works both ways for both people, and I love that. I love that either way I can support people, and then I can also have them looking nice. Um, my family supports; they wear it every day, and it's just a great feeling. It's a great feeling. If anybody want to purchase anything, they can cash app uh, Dice Life Clothing. It's just put in the subject line, the size, the color, or send me an email at Dice Life Clothing with your address, and I can ship it out. I ship out within a day or so. Shipping is very fast. I deliver in the Daytona Beach area locally. So I stay busy with it too.
And is that DICELIFE clothing?
Yes.
Okay.
DICE Clothing, Dice Life, DICELIFE Clothing, CLOTHING at Gmail.
All right. And your cash app again is
It's
dollar
Dice Life
sign
Clothing, $.
DICELIFE clothing. All right. All right. Awesome.
You some more questions in the chat, Shanita. Are you able to see the chat? If you click on the chat button, it's some questions for you in the chat. Are you
Yeah.
able to see? Like, do
Yeah, yeah. In the
you have
private
a
chat, we were
website?
asking, can uh,
Website?
can we
Oh,
have
can
your
yes,
website? How can we purchase?
Sonia,
And also,
yes.
okay.
And also, how can we purchase? Yes, through Cash App and through email. Yes.
All right.
Square. I have everything.
All
Um,
right.
okay.
So it would be wonderful. May we raffle off in this next hour that beautiful white hoodie with the gold dice and the sevens on it. That would be awesome. We're
Yeah.
asking our viewers and our listeners if you would love one of these Dice Life hoodies. We are going to raffle that off. Angie B, can we do that?
We can do all things through Christ who strengthens us.
Amen.
Praise the Lord.
Philippians 4:13. Yes,
Praise
our
the Lord.
favorite
Praise the Lord.
scripture.
So,
Yes.
yes, what we like to do for the raffle is after you make a donation using one of the payment methods at the bottom of the screen, send us a text message. I'll put in the number right now and send us a text, and then we will put you in the drawing. Yesterday's drawing was fabulous because everybody who sent in a suggestion wanted Kiana to go home with the gift, but
Yeah.
since Kiana and Shanita are friends, we not gonna do it that way. This is gonna be a actual gift that's gonna go out. So we're definitely
Yes,
gonna do that.
that would be awesome if
I
we
got her for her birthday.
yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. What did you say, Shanita? About her birthday?
I said I got her for her birthday.
All right. All right. I love it. Yes, that's mom.
Do you do one and done? Meaning, so you have that one white one with the gold. Do you make duplicates of the same color, or do you do just one of each color? You do duplicates?
No, I can get red, white, black, whatever.
And then your hoodies. How much are your hoodies?
The hoodies are 40, the shirts are 25, the sweat pants are 20.
So that's a good gift. You're asking off for $40. That's a good gift.
Yes, that is such a blessing. Thank you so much for that donation. And I'm sure that your dear friend, Miss Kiana, will send you a tax deductible certificate so that you can write off that hoodie after
I
our
do
winner
my own
receives it.
taxes. I'm a tax preparer.
Oh, that's wonderful. That is great.
Okay,
Yeah.
we have a couple of questions that have come in. The first question, I guess, is for Candy. Is September? I know. The Candy. Is this alopecia or sickle cell month? So both. Yes, we're blue and red. Yes.
Yeah.
And the next question for Candy is: can you tell us more about how you select your wig? Somebody said they're struggling.
They're struggling. Okay.
With how to select a wig. Yeah.
So, dang. So how I got started wearing wigs was because, of course, I started to lose my hair at the top, and I was no longer able to wear a middle part, which I love. Shanita, you're doing a great job of it. But when I was no longer able to do that, I started to watch YouTube videos, y'all. Because y'all know everything is on YouTube. So I started watching more and more YouTube videos, and then I started, okay, let me dibble and dabble a little bit. So I started buying wigs, testing them out, seeing if I like them, learning how to put them on. All this was done via YouTube. I had to learn how to do it myself because I looked at the cost of having someone else do it, and it was just better if I did it myself because it can get really expensive. Oh, look at that. It can get really expensive. So I became a jack of all trades. Like,
oh my God, are these all you?
A new hairstyle.
These are all you?
Yes, every week I had a new hairstyle, and it was because I became a lover of wigs. And then all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna drop the wigs for a while. Now, hey, I still have all my wigs now because it's getting winter time and it's gonna get a little cold.
Yeah,
a little cold. So I do still have all my wigs, but I wear synthetic wigs. I wear human wigs. I'm not gonna put anybody's name out there because they're not paying me to do that. But I shop everywhere for wigs. I just, it just became a talent of mine, and I actually do wigs for my mother. My mother suffers from alopecia as well, but she's in denial that her hair is leaving, but so she continues to wear the wigs. I've told her, Mom, just let it go. And she was like, I'm not doing it. I want my wig on. So we continue to put wigs on her, and I've had the opportunity to actually model wigs for companies and actually show how I install wigs for companies via YouTube. So I've been actually blessed to do these things, and I want to continue to do these things, but also want to embrace my baldness because bald is beautiful now. At first I didn't think I could do it, but it's become something I got courage from following groups like there's a lot of bald groups out there on Facebook. You can kind of search them up, but following these groups, listening to stories, whether it was for personal reasons they cut their hair off, whether they were sick, they cut their hair off, or whether they just wanted to just be bald. I just learned so much from other people, and I was like, you know what? It's my turn. And so I just took the leap of faith and I just did it. But I'm still wearing my wig, y'all.
Hey, you gotta keep that scalp warm. It gets cold in Houston at night. I understand. But I definitely
we have our first challenge of this hour. Thank you. Okay, so the challenge is, and this came through the text message, if you are wearing a wig or a weave, we challenge you to make a donation to Levi Long.
Well, I guess we see that I wasn't born with purple hair, so
That's a
I
combination of
guess.
the royal blue and the red, Sonia. You're right
Yes,
in there.
yes, yes. I
So
did.
that's
I
the
put it
first challenge.
together. That's
If you're
right,
wearing a
blue and red together.
wig or weave,
All right.
make a donation to Levi Long, and put in the comments and the notes your email address, and you will get a free gift from Angie B Productions. So please make your donation. Let us know that you did, and your free gift will get emailed to you. So that is the first challenge in this 11 o'clock hour. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So, Candy, do you have a website? Because you say you make wigs for people and you model them. So, do you have a website? Like, if others wanted you to make their wigs, like the lady that came on, she's struggling. So, do you have a website and do you do tutorials for people
So
that?
let me clear something up. I don't make the wigs. I buy them, but I do know how to install them and things of that nature. I haven't gotten into making wigs. That is a cumbersome process. Because I have made one for myself before, but it's just a cumbersome process. But I do model them, and I can, give a tutorial. I can be found on Instagram at CG on Trend, and also on YouTube at CG. It's CG on Trend on YouTube as well. And I have some videos of me installing units and the products that I use, and things of that nature.
That's awesome. I definitely, my nieces do a little bit with wigs in terms of altering them. I'm not sure that they've gotten to the full joy of making them, but my dear sister Angie B has worn wigs over the years. And let me ask both Shanita and Candy, in terms of wigs that don't have clips, and I know this is probably a stupid question, but I've never been bald. So how do they stay on? Because the wigs that I wear, well, obviously this is flat hook, so this is just in there. But the wigs that I wear have clips, and I braid my hair down and then I stick them in the clips. So how do they stay on when you don't have something to clip it to?
Well, I use different products. I use glue. A lot of people are irritated, so you have to make sure that you're not irritated by the glue or the tape, because those combs, those actually irritate my scalp. So I usually cut them out, and I don't use those. So I actually use a adhesive, or I would use like a spray. Like they got to be spray is another spray that's out on the market. I use that sometimes to adhere my wigs, but I don't like my wigs to stay on longer than a day or two. So I'm usually ready to take it off after a day or two. Because I mean, it's just like it kind of like, all the hair. I love them. Don't get me wrong, but it's sometimes it can be irritating because I've always been a girl who I've had hair, but I always rocked it short. So I've never really been one for all the hair, but I mean, once I got into wearing wigs, I started to like it, and I like the different looks, but it gets irritating after a while, and so after 2 days, I'm ready to. So I don't glue them down to make them last forever. Like my mom, I would say my mom, she likes her wigs to last for like 3 to 4 weeks at a time. And so I make sure that I glue hers down really good. But mine, I'm be ready to take that thing off.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't
What
use
about
it. I use that adhesive. So yeah.
I if I have a wig with a comb, I use wig grips. You have to buy those online. They're wig grips. So what they do is you put a cap on, like a stocking cap, like the caps men wear, or women wig caps, and for extra protection, I might put 2 on, and then the wig grip. No matter how you pull, it's not going to come off. I don't use glue because my head is sensitive. When I was bald and I had the combs, I would use extra caps because they help with softening the comb. And the combs can lay flat. They don't have to be dug up in your head. They're flat combs, so they lay flat, and they just never really bothered me. So I would just keep the combs in. So I don't know. When I was bald,
yeah.
And they're making wigs now with this grip with a elastic band in them now. So they're able to stay on. If you don't want to use the comb, you can use that elastic band. And it's just, it normally it would stay. Unless you're doing something, crazy. Usually most of the time, they stay on pretty good.
I would tighten it. I would tighten the band to fit my head, so I wouldn't need the combs. So.
Yeah.
We hear that birthday music.
We got a couple of comments that came in. A couple people said, "Happy birthday, Kiana! Happy birthday, happy birthday!" And the birthday challenge is, if you also have a birthday this month, we ask you to make a donation to Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We know there are a lot of nonprofit organizations that could use your support, but let's support Kiana on her birthday and make a donation. Make a donation. Okay, so somebody wants to know about Kiana's upcoming event. So Kiana, we're gonna do like we did yesterday. We're gonna put some stuff up on the screen and let you describe it to us, okay?
the actual flyer for the event. And the title is not Remember. So it's a banquet that's going to be sponsored by the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Your proceeds and your donations is going to actually help this to be an absolute success. The more it's going to be held at the CCE building that's right behind U-Haul on International Speedway, Bethune-Cookman's Presidential Dining Hall Suite. And it's going to be an all-you-can-eat buffet. And it's going to be a night to remember those that have gone on from sickle cell complications, and those that are still here, we're going to honor those. They never get honored. They never get remembered. So this is going to be their night to remember how special they are and how they mean much. And even though they're battling this illness, they're still important to us. So the single tickets are $25, and a table of 8 is $100. I've sold right now. I have 6 tables sold, and I have 4 more tables totally. No, 5 more tables to sell because I do have accounts, and I have to give that final count to Bethune-Cookman on Tuesday morning, so they'll know how to prepare the food. So go ahead and give those donations. If you would like a table, please, you can cash out the $100. I have everything written down. I send a receipt as I get them, so you'll know I have it. And this is also a nonprofit organization field banquet, so you can get a nonprofit receipt stating that you did give toward this banquet. So I'm looking forward to it. The attire is all black. There will be a live band there. I don't know if you remember the Spinners. It's a group called the Spinners. It's an old school group. And so one of the members of the band is an old member of the Spinners. And so he come back and he asked some people with him, and they sound so nice. And so they're going to be the live band performing that night, next Friday, September 29th. And I do still have tickets. And actually, I have 4 tickets to raffle off for free. I have 4 tickets to raffle off for free. This is a picture of me at my alma mater, Bethune-Cookman University. And it was last year before school started. They had a day where when the students came back, they offered the community partners to come out. And so I was able to reach out to some of the students that were there that had sickle cell, so they would know that they have an advocate in the area. This is a picture in one of my books, and it's a very explanatory picture. It shows what is sickle cell disease. It plainly tells what it is. It shows the human body. It shows how round and whole cells look. It shows how sickle cells look in the body. And so it shows the shape and describes it, because sickle cell shapes are hard, they're sticky, and they come in a crescent shape. But our whole cells, if you don't have sickle cell, our cells are soft, round, and smooth. And so that's what causes the crises in the body when those hard, sticky cell shapes try to go through the blood vein. This is a more scientific picture, and it's called Consequences of Sickle. It shows within our human body what happens and how it occurs when the cell goes to the body and when the sickle cell goes through, because the operation of a cell is to carry oxygen through different organs of our bodies to stay alive and to stay healthy. So when those cells sickle, they get clumped together and they get stuck. And so the oxygen is not able to get to the parts that it needs. And so that's why they have to hurry up and get into the hospital, hurry up, get an IV so that they can get those cells back shaped circular to continue living. It used to be a long time ago that the lifespan of a person living with sickle cell was in the 30s. Then now I know someone who's 66 who's on my team. She's on my board actually with sickle cell, living healthily with sickle cell. She's managing well. And I know a lady that's 90 that has sickle cell. So again, it's how you live while you're living, and it's just taking care of yourself, drinking your fluids, staying hydrated, because a crisis can come at any time for any reason. This is another picture that shows a closer view of how those cells look in our veins. And this is a very good view. It shows how our veins look, and I think this is a 3D picture. And it shows the circular cells, and it shows the sickle cells and how they carry through and they carry the oxygen to our organs. A lot of times people with sickle cell have to get surgery because their organs are needing to be repaired. I know those that have had to have a hip surgery. They had to have gallbladder surgery because their cells, because they sickle so much, they don't get that oxygen, and so they have to get more attention to their bodies in the form of surgery to help them sustain in this life. This is a picture of a baby. So sickle cell is something that you're born with. And we know that it comes from your parents, your mother and your father. So this is a baby that had a mother and a father that had sickle cell trait, came together, and this baby was born with the disease. And this is a detection of a newborn baby. When they have swollen hands and swollen feet, it's called the hand-foot syndrome. That's a detection of a baby that has sickle cell. And they go into pain. And I was saying yesterday in the telethon, you know, as a mom, there are certain cries we listen for when our babies are hungry, when they're wet. But it's a different cry when they are in pain. And when they have sickle cell, it's a way worse cry. And so this is what that picture details.
Thank you so much, Kiana. It is now time for questions for Kiana. We're going to have a few questions. If anybody backstage, Shanita, Candy, or Sonia, if you have a question, just raise your hand. I can see you. But Kiana, we've got a few questions that have come in that we really want you to address. And the first one, I get it every time I talk to you, and it's so difficult. But the first one is, why would two parents that have the trait decide to have a child? And I would love to bring Candy in as well. She may have something to say about this, but why would two parents with the trait decide to have children? That's the first question.
So it's a three-part question, three-part fold answered question. So the first part would be the part of not being educated. Because I know a lot of times before, it wasn't as much education. And some people didn't know they had the trait. Because after 1988, it wasn't mandated. So if these people were born in the 70s, which I'm sure Candy parents were born probably in the 60s or the 50s, you know, they wouldn't know. They would not know. And so that's one part. Another part would be we can't control who we love. And a part of that is still not education, not knowing, just not knowing. And then the more people know, the more educated they'll become, because they'll learn more as they go on.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. I think I was gonna say we can't control who we love, and again, like you said, my mother was born in 1950, so it was mostly, you know, just not being educated. My sister was born in 1978, and so when the diagnosis came about, I don't even think they knew when she was first born that she had sickle cell. I think it took her having to go to the hospital once for whatever reason, and then them doing blood work to say, oh, your daughter has sickle cell. And we're like, what's that? You know, my parents were probably like, what is that? And then it just became, you know, a thing. Now we have to deal with this, you know, daughter. But as she was younger, she didn't have as much pain as when she developed into becoming an adolescent and then into her teenage years is when it really, really started to affect her a lot. So I feel like you said, it's education. And back then there was not a lot of education. I know now when you have a child now, because all of my kids were tested at birth, it's something that they do at birth now. But back in the day, they didn't do that.
Two things to piggyback on what Candy just said. In 2006, it was made mandatory for every state, everywhere, to test for sickle cell. So now, and my youngest was born in 2006. My other was born in 2002, 2004. But me being a lead case manager since 2009, I tested myself. It's a quick test. And my children, I had them tested because you can ask. And I know here now it's mandated that those that have scholarships for sports, they have to get a sickle cell trait test. And I know the Halifax Hospital here in Daytona Beach offers that test for free. But if you don't live here, you can reach out to your local labs, like LabCorps everywhere, Quest Diagnostics. But when I called them, they said that you have to have a referral from your primary care doctor. A lot of adolescents, a lot of kids they don't go to the doctor unless, they have to get their shots for school or something mandatory, right? And so I asked them if they partner, if they say Levi on sickle cell, can they get a discount? Because if they don't get a referral, they have to pay for it. So that's two things.
That is incredible. That is incredible. Incredible.
And I remember someone saying earlier about the military. My ex-husband, he did not know he had the sickle cell trait until he went to the military. So like I said, there is a lot of information out there. It's just not given to the people that need it. And it's not put in the areas where people need it. So Kiana, kudos to you for getting it out there at the colleges, because sometimes you have kids that are going to school that don't know what they have, and it's just about the education of it all. And finding out what do I have and where did it come from, and learning more about it. So kudos to you for even, starting this foundation. It's great.
Thank you so very much. So that's what I remembered. I remember what I wanted to say. You said your sister, she didn't get it, it didn't get more complicated until she got older. So one of the important factors of my role is as a case manager, I have more adults on my caseload because as a baby and as a child within sickle cell, those pediatricians really take care of those babies. They really take care of those children. But when they cross over into adulthood, it's a whole different ball. The care is denied. It goes down, it's decreased greatly. And so that's when I step in. My advocacy goes up. And all the time when I go to the hospital, it's for adults. It's there for the children because the parents are there for the children. The pediatricians don't play about the children, but it's the adults. Even with the National Association, sickle cell is not just, local or in the city, in the state. We have a national association in Baltimore, Maryland, and this year they just gave me my welcome letter to become a part of the National Association. I'm so excited for that. So I'm excited, and I call all over. I call different states to find out if they have sickle cell there, how are they doing? Because I want to work with everybody to help make this better for us. And it's looked down because people think it's a Black person's disease. So it's racially frowned upon. And that's one of the first things I say when I educate. It is a myth. It is not a Black person's disease. And actually last year, I attended it was a Democratic something. It's called the Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune something now, where all the Democrats came. And I was introduced to this millionaire as a person that had my own Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And she said, and I was like, what? She was like, my Caucasian friend, she passed from sickle cell complications. And I said, oh, can you do a video for me? Because people don't believe Caucasians have it. And they do. They really do. In the Mediterranean, Western Greece, all over the world is sickle cell. Not just in Africa. That's where it was found because of malaria, but it's everywhere. People love everywhere. And that's what keeps me thriving, keep me going, because I know it's so much work to do in this venture.
Now, Kiana, we had another, and Candy, I'm gonna put you backstage so you can
Okay.
take a little break. But Kiana, we had another statement that came in from a viewer, and they said they learned about sickle cell in this last Transformers movie. And I think I text you from the movie theater, Kiana, because in Transformers, the main character's little brother had sickle cell. And it really, aside from the plot, I love the way they represented sickle cell. The mom had to go to work, single parent, had a big brother who had finished the military, and a little brother who had sickle cell. And so when the little brother went to into crisis, the mom would tell the big brother, take him to the hospital. They're going to ask about the bill. Tell him I'm working on it. And there was actually an instance where the head of the hospital said, we cannot treat your little brother until you do something about this balance. And I was like, where is Kiana? This little kid.
What?
This little kid, yeah. So they sent him home, but the big brother learned how to see some of the symptoms in the little brother. Like he fixed him breakfast, and the little brother used his other hand because the one hand was in pain. And this is all in Transformers. How they spread alopecia? I mean, not alopecia. How they spreading sickle cell awareness in Transformers. So the brother was telling the baby brother, you have to let me know when you're hurting so I can put warm compress so I could, do something about it. And I love the way the movie ended with, something wonderful that happened. But I have to admit, we were in the theater, and the Caucasian, the non-melanated woman sitting next to us whispered, like, what's wrong with the boy? And we like, he got sickle cell. And she's like, and you can see her Googling, in the movie theater. It's still so tragic. And the characters in Transformers, they were Hispanic. So it was, I see Shanita. Shanita, I'm bringing you in. I see.
I didn't realize at first that that's what it was, because I did recently see the movie and I was like, they're Hispanic. But I knew that it's not only Black people, because Kiana told me about last year. Remember, you told me about the Caucasian lady that died from it. So I knew that it wasn't only Black people. And when they put that in Transformers, I was like, that is amazing. And I'm glad you brought that up, Angie. I'm so glad, because a lot of people, they didn't catch on. Even the lady said, what is wrong with the boy? Because she didn't understand.
Girl, I was sitting there Transformers like, I know what's going on because Kiana taught me. I know. And the end of the movie just had me in tears. I don't want to, but I was like, oh, yes. So,
as usual, it's amazing.
Yes.
The Transformers are all amazing. And like, when I was amazed when she told me about the Caucasian lady last year. But I want to ask, are there I can kind of know that there's levels to it, because some people are worse than others, right? When it comes to sickle cell, there's different levels.
So I wouldn't say levels. I would just say when it comes to levels, it'll be the levels of pain.
Oh.
For instance, a lot of my adult clients, they rather stay home and be in pain rather than go to the hospital and be ridiculed and mistreated and sat in the hospital in the ER for 10 and 12 hours and just looked upon like, you all right. And that is, and I tell them, if you call me and I got to get up and I got to put on clothes, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good for the body. I remember the girl called me and I said, I'm on my way. I had to get up and put on clothes. And when I got to, I had already called and was like, what is the problem? Why is she not getting her medicine? A lot of times they treat them as guinea pigs and want to do this. Oh, they see the chart, but they want to try their own thing. Oh, well, let's try this, do this, let's do that. If it says that person is allergic to anything by mouth and you refuse to give it to them in the IV, I'm coming.
And they
I'm
don't
con-
realize they can make them worse with all that poking and
Yes, it
prodding.
makes
And
me longer, and I get so upset because they're just in pain. It's like nothing. They're not doing anything to help them. And the
yeah,
longer they stay, the more the insurance is paying them. It's
Right.
all about money. When I went to the hospital,
even when we remember we were in a meeting and someone called and they were headed to the hospital, and you were like, I'm going. It's like you are definitely their superhero.
I can't. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it because if you're looking and then see now you have a lot of travel nurses. You have a lot of nurses that are coming from other places, and I had to deal with one. I had to literally go to Halifax, and it's always Halifax. I had to go to Halifax into France Towers, and I had to go, and the lady was from somewhere else, and I had to question her why was she doing that.
Mhm.
So then they want to say, "Well, who are you?" I am Kiana, and I have a Sickle Cell Association. I'm an advocate. And so then they have to ask them, do you want me to talk to her? Yes. They're already in pain. Yes. I'll give permission because by law, they can't talk to me. Yes. And so then I advocate on their behalf. Sometimes the nurses they're receiving of me, sometimes they're not, but I don't care. They don't have to be. As long as they do what they need to do that's right for the patient, I could care less how they
That's
get
right.
up to me. They can suck their teeth, roll their eyes, all that. It's okay. As long as they do what they need to do for that patient, I'm good. And
That's
that's what
right. And that's your advocacy definitely needs the donations, and that is why we're doing this 24-hour telethon until 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time this evening.
Yes.
Please make your donations today via Zelle at 386-795-0965, Cash App, $Long Sickle, or PayPal Levi Long Sickle at gmail.com. Ladies, it has been such a pleasure hanging out with you. Kiana, I hope that you have a wonderful birthday. And I'm hoping that Candy gets a chance to hear about the sickle cell patches, the stem cell patches that you were. Yeah, I did speak about them a little bit this morning. But I am, my darling 11-year-old is up looking at me wondering why I am in here and not making breakfast on a Saturday morning as if I don't do it every morning for her. So I am going to let you all go. I'm sure that I will jump back in at some point tonight or as the day goes on. Angie, let me know if you need me. And it's been a pleasure, and I am going to be pushing the telethon all day on my social media.
Thank you so much.
So
Thank you.
nice to meet you, Sonia.
Nice to meet you as well, Shanita. Nice to meet you, Candy. Kiana, God bless you all, ladies. You are all warriors, marvels, superheroes in your own right. And I thank God for just being able to know you. Angie, love you, sis. Talk to y'all later. Have a great day.
Baby.
Bye-bye.
Man, I tell you, it's nothing better than having a little sister that'll just do what you tell her to do. Say, hey, I ain't feeling good. I need you to come on and talk with Kiana. She's like, what you gonna talk about? You know what to talk about. Just talk. And so I'm so grateful for her because this was too important to be half stepping. This was too important to not bring in all the big guns, to bring in all the tough questions, to really bring it in. And so Kiana, again, I thank you for allowing our team to do this for you today. Do this for you. Okay, next question is because we were leading up to it with the information about Transformers. The question actually was, has there been anything in the news or on the big screen about sickle cell? And so Shanita, we're gonna have to work on something with that. But Kiana,
Oh my gosh, that would be so awesome, Shanita. I would love to play in a movie with you as a producer. And oh my God, that would be so awesome. Oh my God, if we do a sickle cell movie. Now I do know I've been seeing a lot more lately. Nas, the rapper Nas, he's a spokesperson now, and I've seen commercials. I need to share them on my page more. That he's partnered with Aflac, and he's done a commercial, and he's sharing about sickle cell. He's a spokesperson for it. Then there's a cartoon. I need to keep sharing on my page, especially this month. And it's an African American cartoon that's on YouTube, specifically talking about sickle cell. So it is a
Yeah.
lot of things out there. And I need to share it more so it can get out there. So people that don't know, there are really people that have never heard of those two words, sickle
I
cell.
mean, we would definitely have to collaborate. You would give me all the information I need to write that story.
Yep.
I mean, we would decide on what would be most important to, as far as relaying that message. Like you said, the kids are mainly taken care of. The adults are the ones that are really struggling with it. Maybe we can do like a family with the trait, and the dad is having a lot of issues, or the mom is having a lot of issues. I mean, we can go and collaborate with a lot of different things to get this out to the public, the film industry.
It will be a hit. It will be a big hit.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I can do all the
I
casting.
definitely want to have Candy in, because Candy, we received a text message as we were texting people to say log on, make a donation. Someone in Florida responded and said, "Oh my God, I'm so glad you're doing this, because my daughter just lost her boyfriend to sickle cell." And she said, "My poor child was with him when he passed, and it's been all we could do to keep her together." And so I asked if they would come in and say something. She said her daughter is still too raw, and but people need to know. And I know for me, I've got 3 sisters. I'm the eldest. I don't know what I would do if I lost one. So Candy, your story is going to be powerful in this documentary. We want to have some humor. We want to have some realism, but Candy, we're going to count you in.
I would love to.
Anita, we're going to work on this with you, and we're going to get Candy in here too. Yeah.
Some of her weed.
Kiana,
I would love to.
Did you see the picture we put up of her and her wig, child? She looked like 4-5 different women.
Yes, she's so beautiful. And everything is a different personality. It's beautiful.
But them lips,
that's so nice.
Them lips, the only thing that stay the same. But I tell you, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay, we got a call coming in, so y'all talk amongst yourselves, and somebody else wants to know how much we raised so far.
Yeah, then I got
So like with the movie, did you want it to be like a movie or a documentary? Because those are 2 different things. A movie is basically telling the story. Like I told my story in a movie. I didn't use like a documentary with me talking about it. I'm talking to you, Kiana.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the price trying to see how much we would raise. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So you said, okay, a documentary, I know, is something different than a movie. I think we should do both. I think we should do both.
Very different.
I think we should do both. We should do, of course, portray in the movie, portray the actual actions and, behaviors of those that have sickle cell. If you want to do it in different parts, with a hospital scene and with
struggling with it.
It's like the steps. When a person is in a crisis, what happens? What are the steps that it takes for them to go in the hospital and to come out, right? And then the documentary should be more so real based. People that are really living with this, people that have lost loved ones in this. So yeah, it should be 2 different things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Plug up my device before I get done.
Oh God, you and those phones. I can't. She's.
So Candy, I have some questions for you in reference to like did your family, did you all talk about it and you all found out, that's what it was. That's a real situation in family,
Yeah.
That's a real situation. Did you guys talk about it?
So because my because my brother and my sister have the disease, my brother still has it. He suffers from SC, which is not as bad as the sickle cell SS that my sister had, but he still, goes to the hospital for weeks at a time. Like I said, it became really, I guess, more of a topic of discussion the more she got sick. The more, and then it just became, oh, she's just in the hospital. Oh, we know why she's in the hospital, because like my sister would go to the hospital weeks at a time, and it came to the point where they knew her there. Like she had her own room. When she got to the hospital, this is where we're gonna put her. And everybody on the floor knew her. Everybody, and they knew what she was going through. So I feel like the hospital that they went to is because my brother has it's the same way when he goes. Everybody knows him there because they go so frequently. And I think it kind of just became a thing in the family, like, oh, Connie's in the hospital. Oh, we know why she's there. It never was this gonna be her last time in the hospital, because she always got out. It's like we always got her back. And so it was just kind of like one of those things that just like happened. I can remember like it was yesterday. But it was just one of those things. It was kind of like she went to the hospital, and it was like, we're gonna admit her, because they always admit the patients with sickle cell disease. After, like you said, after they sit in the ER for like 3 hours, they always admit them. And then I think this time when she was admitted, it was like, okay, she's in the hospital. I knew how to call her at the hospital. But this one particular time, it was kind of just like, I couldn't reach her. Like for whatever reason, I couldn't reach her this time. And it was like, either when I did call, she wasn't in the room, or it was just like she was just unreachable. And then it was like it was a Saturday, and we just got the phone. We got the phone call, and then I was just kind of like, "Wait, who did what?" It was kind of one of those moments like, "No, she's not. I got to see this for myself." And then when we went up there, it was like her room, same room she's always in when she goes to the hospital, and it was just kind of like, this is really happening. Like it really took her life. Like this disease really took her life. So I think that's when it became. And at the time, I'm going to be 100% clear. At the time, we didn't have, she didn't have insurance. So it is kind of, she was on SSI because, Social Security, you can't work with this disease. You can work, but it's very difficult for you to work because no job wants you to take off weeks and weeks at a time just because you're in the hospital. So it's a little bit, it was hard to work. So she didn't have insurance. So it was a learning experience for my family, indeed. Because after that, everybody got insurance now. My brother has insurance now. And it just became one of those things, like it was just so it hit so hard. So we didn't even know what to do at the moment. It was kind of like, okay, how are we gonna bury her? How are we gonna do this? Who's gonna help? And the Sickle Cell Foundation that we have here in Houston, I think they donated $200 to her, and then of course Social Security donated maybe $50, however much they give. But it's just those are the things that patients need to be educated on. Like my grandmother used to say, get your affairs in order. You have this disease. Not saying that it's going to take you today, it's not going to take you tomorrow, but have those affairs in order, because if you don't, it is very hard on the families. It is very difficult. Nobody wants to lose a loved one, but it is very hard on families when you have patients who don't, take care of their business.